Hello everybody and welcome back to another episode of Algorithm Maxing. That is right everybody. Today we're going to be doing some more I guess algorithm maxing stuff as per usual. For those of you watching the VOD, I may or may not include timestamps in the description below depending on how many segments we do. And yeah, with that being said, this is the just chatting segment. So yeah. But yes, hello everybody. Hello, Mayonnaise the Instrument. It appears you are the first person in chat. Congratulations. Hello, Tom Tucker. Hello, Daniel Barry Sports Highlights. Hello, Raven. Hello, Georgina Backen. Hope you're all doing well today. I hope you're all doing well. And yeah, with that being said, hello, Ant283. Hello, Conlang Cat. Hello, Rimu. I hope you're all doing well today. Smash like everybody for algorithm maxing. We love algorithm maxing over here on the Femyoz YouTube channel. Hello, Preppy Caitlin. I hope you're also doing well. How are you? You better believe I'm doing fairly well. I'm doing fairly well. And yeah, with that being said, I actually created like a small little, I don't know if I'd say docket. It's more of a playlist of content we're going to react to today. So be prepared for that. There's some good stuff in there. Hello, are you a boy or a girl? Were you a man to a woman or a woman to a man? I am male to female. Hello, Dariana. Good. You? I'm doing all right, Caitlin. How are you doing? Watching Jack Staubers right now. I don't know who that is, but I hope you enjoy. Love your outfit fit. Thank you, Ellie Puppy. I really appreciate that. Hello, Machina Blade. Hello, Lime. I'm your biggest fan. Is that so? Is that so? You are the best. Thank you, Ant. I appreciate that. You are the best. Thank you, Oliver Sams. Yeah. I'm here before the 4-hour mark, so I'm early. You know what? You've got a fair point, though. Today, I'm probably not going to stream nearly as long as I have been for the other streams, but I'm going to try to maximize the energy that I put into this, the quality of the content itself, rather than focusing on the quantity, I guess you could say. So that's one of the reasons I started later. I also slept in until, like, whatever, 1 p.m. today, so there's that, though I didn't really sleep that much until, like, whatever, 5 or 6 a.m., so didn't get the best sleep. My sleep schedule is very backwards. It's okay, though. Cute outfit as always. Why, thank you, Lime. I very much appreciate that. I love your maid costume. Thank you, 54 FT Pin. If that's how you pronounce it, I hope. Can you say Oliver is the best? Yes, I just did by reading that out loud. Let's go. Yeah, I noticed I got a text at 3 a.m. and I was like, what the fuck? Yeah, it'd be like that. It'd be like that. I was like on and off, and then I was like listening to some debates. I haven't really watched that much debate content lately, so I was kind of a refresher. How are you doing? I'm doing all right, Dariana. Kind of missing the ears today, but the maid outfit is top tier. Hell yeah. I'll put on the ears soon, all right? I'll put them on soon. Don't you worry. But yeah. W debates, hell yeah. I love your hair. Thank you, Georgina. What's up, sis? How are you doing? Sam loves gaming. Hope you're doing well today. What time is it where you live? It's currently 5:22 p.m. With that being said, this live stream is sponsored by H2O, the greatest beverage of all time. That's right. Make sure to drink lots of water, chat. If you don't drink water, then you're gonna be dehydrated, and being dehydrated is bad. You think you're not thirsty? You are thirsty. Drink the water now. Yeah, I see you. You're not even picking up a water bottle or going to get water or anything. Fix that right now. Also, smash like everybody. We currently have 45 concurrents, but only 10 likes. Chat, can we fix that? Press the 3 little dots, smash like, helps promote me algorithmically, etc. And yeah, how are you, hon? I'm doing all right. Sam loves gaming. How are you? How are you? I getting water now? Good. All right, drink lots of H2O, chat. I am indeed thirsty. We know you are, Lime. We know. Does tea count as drinking water? I don't know how hydrating tea is, but you should probably drink water anyways, on top of the tea. Drink the tea and the water. There you go. Hey Femyoz, you're my favorite YouTuber. I'm so glad to hear that, Mikey. I really appreciate that. Hello, Peanut VR. Don't forget to ring the bell. True. So true. Hello, Power VR. I hope you're also doing well. Exactly, I drink water only all day, every day. Yeah, I mean, that's probably good. What's better, cherries or peaches? I don't know. I don't really eat cherries or peaches that much. In terms of fruit I usually eat apples or pears. That's usually what we have around the most. Yeah, like the stream or else. That's so true, Lime. Drink your water. True. This stream is sponsored by H2O, the greatest beverage of all time. Are you male or female or something else? Yeah, I'm a trans woman. I use she, her pronouns, and yeah. I live beside you. I find that hard to believe. That is statistically very unlikely. Are you Skibbity? No. Or maybe I am. You never know. 132 concurrents already? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. We're only 5 minutes in, and we're currently streaming in front of 151 of our closest friends and family, everybody. That's right. I love the colors of your walls, TBH. Hell yeah, let's go. Do you have W Riz? You better believe I do. My Riz is immaculate. Your hair is lovely, lovely today. Thank you. Sam loves gaming. I very much appreciate that. Do you have any advice from my transfem friend Sylvie? I don't know. I'm not a very good advice person. I'm kind of just a dumb YouTuber. I don't know what advice specifically I would give. Just surround yourself with people that are good, that do good things, and don't surround yourself with people that are bad, that do bad things, that are like transphobic and stuff. I guess that's my best advice. I guess that's pretty basic, but that's all I can really think of off the top of my head. I watch you take showers. That is, excuse me, sir. That is literally impossible. I'll have you find. There is no mechanism through which you would be able to achieve this. Considering the fact that anyways, you are not a dumb YouTuber. I love your channel. I subbed this week. Why, thank you. Why, thank you. I mean, I am a YouTuber, and we all know that YouTubers are generally pretty dumb on average. We're just entertaining. We're just entertaining. Look, I think everybody is dumb and smart at the same time. That's my belief, okay? I think that includes me, all right? I'm dumb in some regards and smart in others. Anyways, you are not dumb, at least slightly above average intelligence. I don't know. I don't want to give myself too much credit. I don't think I'm like some sort of, I don't know, genius or whatever. I think that people are dumb in general, including me. Us bottoms are dumb too. Yeah, exactly. Anyways. Riz is immaculate. Canthal tilt is exquisite. So true, so true. Everybody gangsta till they see my canthal tilt, my superior canthal tilt. I love coming across trans creators. Always super nice content. Thank you, Ellie Puppy. I'm so glad to hear that. Yeah, not the canthal tilt. I like the US Navy. I'm glad to hear that, I guess. I don't know what that has to do with my stream, though, and if you're gonna spam it, you're gonna have to, I don't know, come back in, like, a bit, maybe. Yeah, oh, wait. You already got timed out by one of my mods. Thank you. Thank you, Lime, for timing them out. Anyways. Only God knows my plan. What if God isn't real, then what? I'm gonna mass debate over here, true. When you debate an extended amount of people, I don't fucking know what I'm saying. Are you trans? You better believe I am. I'm such a good mod. True, you are. You are such a good mod. That's why I give you moderator. Are you trans? I just answered this 1 second ago. Anyways, you're obviously a man. Not sure what you're going for. Do you mean like biological male? Because you might have an argument there. I wouldn't even disagree. Maybe you're arguing with the voices inside of your head that are saying I'm a biological female, but at no point have I ever referred to myself as such. I just use she, her pronouns, that's all. You're a delusional male? Oh, really? I'm a delusional male now. Okay. Would you like to explain to me what my false belief is? I would love to know. Is it that I'm a woman? And if so, when I refer to myself as a woman, what do you think I mean by that? I'll tell you straight up. I'll save you the time. What I mean when I say the word woman is I am referring to the feminine archetype in society that is associated with females, but not exclusive to it, right? Gender is derived from sex, but it's not really the same thing. Anyways, W arguments that you a woman. Yeah, you're so fucking predictable. Maybe you're behind in the stream, but either way, that incredibly predictable, considering the fact that I completely destroyed your entire argument before you were even able to get to the first point. Hi, I'm lesbian. Welcome. Bro went from a normal guy to femboy to trans. I was never a normal guy. It's like, yeah, oh yeah, dude, you were definitely a normal guy back when you were a 15-year-old shit poster that poured barbecue sauce on their head as a shit post. Yeah, dude, that's what normal men do. Anyways, do you have Discord? Yes, technically, but I don't recommend joining the Discord server. I guess do it at your own discretion. It's not recommended, but it is in the about section of my channel. It's better than being trans. Why is it better? Better according to what standard? Why are you streaming? Why aren't you streaming? Have you ever thought of that? Yeah. I bet you haven't. Maybe you should start. Actually, that's probably a bad idea. Most people who stream aren't very good at it. I'm not gonna lie. And they, though I will say it is a practiced skill. You know, on day one, you're probably gonna get like 2 concurrents. You know, you're not, cracking 10 concurrents is like the best you'll ever do or whatever. That's like a new milestone or whatever. But yeah, I don't know. What's the Discord? Yeah, it's technically in the about section of my channel. It's linked there, but I don't promote it because it's kind of a shit show and I don't pay attention to it. So whatever goes down there is not my problem. I let my admins deal with it because they're actually active there, I think. I just joined now. By the way, welcome, Short King. Welcome. I'm lesbian, also based. We got our lesbians. Stop being blackface for women. What is blackface for women? When did I ever wear blackface? What are you talking about? Yeah, dude. I'm a woman wearing blackface, dude. Incredible. You're wearing a maid outfit, so clean something. Why would I do that? Just because I'm wearing a maid outfit doesn't mean that I'm good at cleaning. You know? I'm just saying. Anyways, I'm trans. Yo, same. What a crazy coincidence. Do you have mental health? No, I don't have mental health. What are you saying? Do you have mental health? Going to hell. What if I told you hell isn't real? Femyoz is wifey material? True. So true. I couldn't agree more. Leave her alone? True. I don't know. People are fucking weird. What are your pronouns? My pronouns are she, her. Damn you, trans. That's crazy. Yeah, dude. It's so crazy, dude. She made quesadillas once? True. I did the trad wife thing of making quesadillas. Anyways, with that being said, are you on meth? Hell yeah, dude. I'm just like my favorite YouTuber Keffels doing heroin, meth, and cocaine. It's my favorite. Anyways, do you have a GF? No, not right now. Love the fit bottom, yes. Why, thank you, Mia. Why, thank you. Not that I'm a bottom, okay? I would never admit to that. I'm a Christian. I'm respecting her, and can you all respect her? Thank you, Millie. I appreciate that. One of the good Christians in chat. One of the good Christians. Yeah. Anyways, I'm a gay man. Fair enough, Tolbert. I'm glad to hear that. I guess. Congratulations on coming out. She going to hell? Hell isn't real. Opinions on weed. I don't know. I've never really tried it, but if that's your thing, then good for you, I guess. And yeah. Nothing's respectable about a man who wears women's clothing. Good thing I'm not a man then. Hey, we also respect femboys around here. All right, we are a pro femboy channel. All right. You need a Vaseline. What do you even mean by that? What in the schizophrenia did I just read? What's your outfit today? Oh yes, I forgot. I forgot to do the thing where I make the skirt go spinny. All right. Now normally, if you want my skirt to go spinny at any point, donate $5 and or $10 if you want it to go spinny twice. Remember, chat, every $5 equals one spinny. You can donate using the Streamlabs link in the pinned message. It's streamlabs.com/Femyoz. It's also the first link in the about section of my channel. So if you're on mobile, need a clickable link, just click on my channel, first link there. And yeah. With that being said, it's so satisfying to do with this outfit in particular. I have to say, because it's like a short skirt, right? Which I like, right? Like it doesn't really go that much past my ass, but like but it's like you can also spin quite a bit and make it like go outwards a lot without it like revealing your ass. It's like, damn, why aren't more skirts like that? You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know. Let's see here. Yeah, I don't know what, yeah, I agree, Ruby. Yeah, it's exactly. People saying you're going to hell. Like, as if that's, like, meant to, like, change my mind. Exactly. Pretty and safe for YouTube. Exactly. Pretty cute outfit as always. Why, thank you, Lime. I appreciate that. Love the maid outfit. Hell yeah, let's go. Are you an earthling / cherub / little bow? Parentheses, Melanie Martinez fan? No, I don't know what any of that means. Love the maid outfit. Let's go. Name a car for an edit. Ford Model T. Stop being an anime nerd. How am I an anime nerd? Why does everybody assume that I watch anime? Or that I play VR chat? Those are like the two most incorrect assumptions people ever make about me. They're like, oh yeah, dude, have you ever played VR? Do you play VR chat? I'm like, I've never touched it. Oh yeah, what's your favorite anime? I don't watch anime. I never will watch anime. I refuse, okay? I would rather just algorithm max for my audience instead. Anyways. because your femboy makes you look like it. So I'm not allowed to have a certain aesthetic or something without being an okay. Let's see here. Why do you look gay? I mean, I am pretty gay. Mainly for women, actually. Let's see here. Does he or she even have a dad? Yeah, don't worry. He's coming back with the milk any minute now, all right? He's gonna be back with the milk any minute, all right? I know it takes him a while, and he often goes, you know, he goes to Florida quite frequently for some reason. I don't know why. I think it's like for business meetings or something, is what he said. And, but he's been gone for longer than usual. I don't know. It's been a few years. I don't know what's taking him so long. Anyways. Yeah, it's like, exactly. It's like when they threaten me with hell, it's like threatening a Christian with the wrath of Allah. Atheists don't believe in hell, so they're not afraid of it. Yeah, literally. Like, unless they have, like, trauma and, like, used to be a Christian. Like, that was me for a while as, like, an agnostic atheist, where it was, like, I was, like, I don't know. There was, like, some small amount of religious trauma that I had, where it's, like, yeah, this idea is terrifying of, like, this, you know, I mean, this horrible God that will just send somebody to hell for eternity for their finite actions. And it's, like, dude, what the fuck? Why are you wearing a maid dress? Because I'm algorithm maxing, of course. Do you have a voice changer? I do not have a voice changer. I can't. Here, watch this, okay? Watch this. You could see that, like, I'm not pressing any buttons, nothing like that, all right? So there's literally nothing I could press. And I can just sort of go down here, you know. Yeah, dude, what's up? What's up, bro? How are you doing? I hope you're doing well today. And, yeah. But yeah, no, that's not a voice changer. I just sort of am able to do that. If you know what I'm saying. I mean, what can I say other than, yeah, dude, it's a pretty cool skill. It's a pretty cool skill. What the fuck? What? Anyways. You are unhelpful, bitch. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Am I meant to be helping somebody by switching voices, or is it meant to be entertaining? Which one? Even her guy voice is my guy voice is not that feminine. Alright. Anyways. Your voice is so cute, WTF. Thank you. I appreciate that. Are you a woman? You better believe I am. Did you practice your voice? You better believe I did. Yeah. Let me out of your closet. Excuse me. You are in my basement, not my closet, and I will feed you in 2 weeks. Alright? And you will eat the slop. Alright? You have no other choice. The high voice is adorable. Why, thank you. Why, thank you. Get straight. Yeah, dude. Let me just enter conversion therapy and magically become straight. That makes a lot of sense. I'll be sure to do that as quickly as possible. Why did you decide to wear a maid dress today? Because it's a free country. I can literally wear whatever the fuck I want. Anyways, what the fuck is your gender? That's a good question. Thank you for asking it. Drink water. That's true. This is sponsored by H2O. I drank it not that long ago, and I'm gonna drink more of it to show the importance, chat, of drinking water, okay? Drinking water, it's very important. See how easy that is? It takes 2 seconds to drink water. I'm just saying. Femi, I asked my crush out. Will he say yes? I have no idea. I can't really predict the future. Look, I don't fully support this, but I have a lot of friends like you. I can't lie, you seem hella chill. Keep it up. Thank you, thank you. Hey, we all start out as, being like, well, I don't support this, but, also, you know, you're one of the good ones. And then you start to realize that maybe a lot of them are actually some of the good ones. And that, I don't know, maybe we're not a monolith. I don't know. That there's gonna be some bad apples that, are shown disproportionately by certain groups. But, in reality, I would say that, most of us are chill. Most of us are just trying to live our lives, and, yeah. Femyoz, I got a girlfriend the other day. Are you proud of me? I guess so. I guess so. Congratulations. Congratulations. Anyways. You have no ass at all. All you got is cock? I don't have an ass. I don't have one of the basic human body parts. I just... you know what? You know what? This is true, actually. Because women don't poop, so why would I need an ass? Because asses are for pooping, and, women don't poop, so... fuck, you exposed me. Anyways. Can you tell me if you're gay? I feel like I already addressed this. Anyway. Women do poop? Nuh-uh. Do you have a source? Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen a peer-reviewed study for this. And, women don't poop. They don't fart. They don't pee. All right? Ask this for other things, too. Femi said yes. Oh, my gosh. Congratulations, Millie. Congratulations. I hope it goes well. I hope it goes well. Are you wearing a wig? I am not wearing a wig. Let me out of the closet. No, you will stay in the closet, and you will be grateful. And you will eat the slop that I feed you every 2 weeks, all right? And you will stay locked in there, and I'm never letting you out, okay? They don't pee. Wow, I'm learning so much today. Yeah, true. My sis says she poops. Dude, your sis is clearly a man. Your sister is clearly secretly a man, all right? This is some conspiracy shit going on here. Anyways. Mother, I'm hungry. Please let me out of the basement. You will stay in the basement, and you will get your food every 2 weeks. I want to be promoted to your closet from your walls. Let's go. You know what? I will promote you, Lime. I will promote you. Go make me a sandwich. I'll be sure to do that any minute now. Do you pop out babies? What? Huh? Where would they come from? My asshole? My urethra? Oh, yeah, dude. Dude, a fetus literally came out of my urethra, chat. It's fucking crazy, dude. I don't want slop. You will get the slop, and you will enjoy the slop, okay? You will eat the slop, and you will enjoy the slop, alright? Alright, I will try to not show up on camera so the FBI doesn't notice, yeah. It's not illegal if you don't get caught. Anyways. The mods don't live in the basement. We keep the basement sweatshop in line. True. My mom pooped while giving birth to me, and the doctor couldn't tell us apart. Damn. That is crazy. Anyways. WTF, are you zesty? Maybe I am. What if I am zesty? What are you gonna do about it? You gotta piss and shit and cum in your pants? Yeah, that's right. Mother, I made a sandwich for you. Please let me into the closet. Alright, you can go and you have upgraded from basement to closet privileges. Congratulations. Anyways. When's, you period? I'm sorry. I misread that for a second, because your grammar is really bad. When do you use a period? At the end of a sentence, right? So when you end a sentence, you use a period. You don't use it in, like, the middle of a sentence, or, like, at the beginning of a sentence, but, like, at the end of it. Anyways. Anime. Why does everybody keep saying I'm like an anime person? What anime person do I look like? I'm so confused. I don't look like an anime person. I just look like a regular person wearing a maid outfit. What do you mean? Femyoz makes me stream to give her profits. True. The necklace is wild. Hell yeah. Let's go. Ears. Oh, right. I was gonna put on the cat ears. I said that earlier. And, I am a woman of my word. I'm a woman of my word. What can I say? What made you gay? I've always been gay. For women, specifically. It's not a choker, it's a collar check. No, it's just a shut up. Shut up. It's not true. You're not a woman at all. Okay? So what do you think I mean when I refer to myself as a woman? You stole me from Fembro? True. So true. Anyways. Look, I'm not gonna respond to the same 5 transphobic talking points over and over again. So instead, I've created a docket of new transphobic talking points that might be a little bit more interesting, okay? Because I think that, I mean, we're a little under 24 minutes into the stream, and, we're exactly 24 minutes into it now. And, you know, I've actually compiled a playlist, okay? Now, hold on. Remember to drink water, chat. Now, I do already have a playlist with, like, over 200 videos of things that I may or may not want to watch on stream called Today's Stream. I also just made a new playlist, which is an organized docket, right? It's like a docket almost, right? Where, essentially, once I watch a video, I remove it. And it's, like, in a specific order. I've already watched part of the video to be sure that it's something that's worth watching. And, yeah. So, with that being said, 1 second, chat. 1 second. Alright? Hold on. This is very important, alright? So, Sorry, I'm just scrolling back a little bit. All right. So, chat, the video we're going to be watching today is called The Demonic Origins of Androgyny and Transgenderism. It's from 11 months ago and has 8,000 views. Oh boy, I'm so excited. And as you can see, this is the thumbnail. We've got like the little pentagram thingy with some cool little symbols on it. We got this person with like a lightning bolt on their face for some reason. We got this person over here. They're not very good at color correcting, considering the fact that like the way these people are color corrected is completely different. But that's neither here nor there. All right, we're not just gonna criticize the thumbnail. We're gonna criticize the video. So or maybe it's a really good video. All right, let's find out.
You have Atom, whose name was this bisexual androgynous god, ATUM, who's referred to in scripture, who had a cult around him, right? One of this was a goddess who had the power to change gender.
Dude, that sounds really cool. I wish that was me.
This demon god of Egypt was also called the Great Masturbator, was one of his titles.
Yo, let's go. The Great Masturbator, chat. Let's go. That's literally me, dude. Chat, am I the Great Masturbator? I hope I'm the Great Masturbator. He just called a bisexual a god? True. Dude, my favorite god is the Great Masturbator. What about you, chat? Do you guys worship the Great Masturbator? I worship the Great Masturbator.
Hello, my name is Jesse Romero.
Where is your donate button? If you want to donate, I read any and all donations right away. My donation link is in the pinned message. It's streamlabs.com/Femyoz. If you're on mobile and can't click it, you can either manually type it. It's pretty easy to remember. Streamlabs.com/Femyoz. Or alternatively, you can click on my channel, and the first link in the About section is my Streamlabs link, where you can donate. We read any and all donations, as long as they are within the confines of TOS. Anyways, let's continue.
Romero, I want to invite you to the
I don't
2000
care.
creation of the Romero that when you talk to a transgender, when they're being interviewed, they will not let you call their name. You must call them by their pronoun. And
yes, dude, never refer to me using my name. Only refer to me using pronouns. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to another episode of the podcast. Today, we're having our special guest on, she, her. I would refer to her name, but I'm not allowed to do that because of transgenderism woke ideology.
some companies, you'll get fired if you don't. And the pronouns that they use, Dan, it indicates that they're a plurality of persons.
No, this is objectively false. When somebody refers to themselves or somebody else using they them pronouns, they're not talking about multiple people. All right, we're not talking about people that have dissociative identity disorder. We're talking about people that are using gender neutral pronouns. People use they them singularly all the time. Like if you're pointing to some random person down the street and they have long hair, but you can't really tell, they might be a guy or a girl. You'd be like, oh, look at the person down the street. I wonder how they are doing today, right? That's like a normal thing to say.
Again, what's interesting is that in the Holy Bible, demons identify themselves as legion, for we are many. This is why, also Father Gabriel Moore's statement, the transgender movement is spawned by the diabolical. Did I make a case, Dan? What say you?
I think you made a good case. I mean, there's no doubt that there's evil behind this.
Yeah, there's no doubt that there's evil behind people using they them pronouns.
It goes back, if you want a little riff on this, it goes back to, in my observation, it goes back to the origins of man. If you was coming out.
Oh no, I accidentally skipped ahead. Oops, I pressed a hotkey. Oops.
And the creation of man.
Fuck.
It goes back to, in my observation, it goes back to the origins of man. If you go back to Genesis 1:27, let us make man in our image. He made them in his image. So it's. Also,
thank you, Conline Cat, for the $1.27. Can I become a mod so I can go in the basement? Yeah, sure. I'll give you mod. I'll give you mod. You've been around for a while. You're one of the next people up on the list. Say something in chat, Conlang. Say something in chat so I can click on your thing or whatever. Hold on. Because I gotta give you mod. Welcome back, Ruby Alyssa. Sorry for pausing so much. Hello, Conlang Cat. Say something in chat so I can give you mod. Uh-oh. Am I lagging or something? Or is it just... yay? Congratulations. Add as moderator. Standard moderator, congratulations. You are now a moderator. Okay, anyways, sorry, let's continue.
it's something in the creation of man and woman in their duality, in the binary nature, to use modern terms, of gender, reflects something of the eternal God. And he, the singular God, right? Let us make them in our image. He made us and them and his in plural and his singular image. And so something
what are you saying? What in the schizophrenia is he saying?
In the image of God. Augustine says it this way: inasmuch as the mind itself is the image of God, or in the mind, man images God most closely. Mens eos ipso imago Dei est quo eius capex est in Latin. Inasmuch as that man in his mind images God, he in that he is capable of God.
These are literally just the schizophrenic ramblings of an insane person. That's what this is.
Capex Dei, capable, able, apt, suitable for, can conceal, has the right to inheritance. So man being created in this duality, in the two fundamental ways of
two fundamental ways. This is objectively false, by the way. If you believe that sex and gender are the same thing, then you have to acknowledge that intersex people would also be created in God's perfect image, right? Like if you're this religious person or whatever, and you believe that God creates everyone in his perfect image, this would have to be inclusive of intersex people that share sex characteristics of both, and they don't neatly fit into some sort of binary, right? So this whole notion of there being some sort of divine fucking binary in God's image is just objectively and provably false.
Expressing humanity reflects God, right? So in the binary of male and female is fundamental of what it means to be human.
No, so wait, hold on. Intersex people aren't human? Damn, that's a crazy position.
So the transgender movement now, this is not a new thing, right? So what the devil will try to claim is androgyny, and from the
yeah, dude, androgyny is when Satan
beginning there were false gods in Egypt, and I can get into that in the next segment if you'd like.
As opposed to the true gods, right? Out of all of the gods that have been depicted by humans, it just so happens to be my God that's the correct one.
But let's start with this. They believe an androgynous form is the higher form. You're most like God if you're androgynous, and you will hear.
You know what? This is true, by the way. Yeah, dude, I'm literally God. Chat. One in chat if you think I'm God. I think I'm God. There we go. Honestly based. Also, wouldn't the Christian God also be androgynous because he doesn't have some sort of physical form, right? So how would he not be? Like, this doesn't make any sense. I
hear this kind of language even in the radical homosexual community, that they see themselves as trans.
Wait, what is the radical homosexual community? Is it people like me who believe that gay people exist and should have rights?
Transcendent beyond gender, and in their transcendence beyond gender and sexual preference.
Yo, let's go. Based gender abolition.
They are superior. They're superior. They're more like, they don't say this, but they're more like God. They see themselves as superior to birth.
Oh yeah, dude. The reason people use they them pronouns is because they think they're God. Incredible analysis.
Birthers, what they refer to birthers, those like us who prefer to have, give birth to children. And so that.
Wait, are we going to bring this back to the birthing person discourse?
That to me what it's militating against. And from the beginning, we don't comment on that, and I can go into a little bit more.
No, I want to. I was reading some Jewish literature. I'm trying to look it up right now.
Oh God, please don't tell me they're going to Nazi post.
Where in Jewish literature, rabbinic literature, they talk about a demon god, or a god with a lowercase g, called an androgynine. And so this is
androgynine, dude. That's so true. That's so true. Did you know that in like this book that was written thousands and thousands of years ago, that's been translated multiple times, that there was like this one like demon thing that was like androgynous, therefore androgyny is bad? This is part of the Jewish tradition. I'm going to look it up right now. But have you heard of that, Dan?
You have to know on that's a Greek term. So
okay.
Oh, thank God they're not Nazi posting. Okay.
The rabbis wouldn't use that term. That would be something that'd be later developed. Andros, man, gune, woman,
gune? Wait, gooner? Dude, are we talking about gooning? Yo, let's go. Dude, dude, I mean, to be fair, I mean, they did mention the masturbation god before, so it makes sense that we would be goon maxing over here.
Androgynous.
Dude, the androgynous goon god. Yo, let's go. Dude, we need to start worshiping the androgynous goon god. Let's go.
Means both male and female. And so what's interesting.
Hold on, do you believe that intersex people that are literally like biologically born with both male and female characteristics, do you believe that they're like demons or some shit? Do you believe that they're like spawns of Satan?
thing is that if you go back, for example, I know you love scripture.
Oh yeah, dude, I love scripture so much. It's my favorite, notoriously.
Deuteronomy 22:5. Okay, so in Deuteronomy, God is giving the law, right? This specifically the law for laity. Okay.
No, it's literally just men saying that God said things with no evidence.
This is the code, the law, Nomos, the second law, right? That builds upon Sinai.
Didn't those laws, or was it was either in Deuteronomy or Leviticus or both? Didn't they have laws about like mixing fabrics and shit?
A woman, Deuteronomy 22:5, a woman shall not wear the article proper to a man, nor shall a man put on a woman's dress. For anyone who does such thing is an abomination to the
Ah, shit, dude. I guess I'm an abomination.
Lord your God, which is pretty interesting.
But guys, these guys are very loving and kind. The religion of forgiveness, everybody. The religion of kindness and compassion.
But it's like, okay, so God doesn't want transgenderism for various reasons. But if you know closely what Israel was coming out of Egypt, if you go back to the book.
Hold on. I'm not going to let you off the hook that easy. If we're talking about articles of clothing, who decides what is or isn't for women, right? It's society. And that is an intrinsically relativistic position, right? So if you have some sort of ultimate arbiter of truth, you can't have them dictate that some sort of relativistic definition of clothing is for a certain category of people, right? It was the case that things like skirts, thigh-high socks, and high heels used to be men's clothing. Now they're considered women's clothing. All of this is relative to the society and that specific context.
Book of Exodus 1:11. The taskmasters were set over the Israelites to oppress them with forced labor. They had to build for Pharaoh the supply cities of Pithom and Ramses. Pithom is a cognate word. That city was named after a god named Atum, A-T-U-M. So this is where I think you're talking about the rabbinic literature.
There are people, these people aren't joking, by the way. They genuinely believe all of this schizo shit.
Pithom. So if you see them, so this is one of the cities named after. This particular god is also called the he/she god. The he/she god. You talked about pronouns.
It's the pronoun god. It's the he/she god. It's literally the pronoun god. Let's go. It's the dude. We got the masturbation god. We got the gooning androgynous god. We got the pronoun god. Dude, that's crazy.
This is an androgynous god, right? And this god was set up as in opposition to Elohim, which was in the beginning Elohim, right, the creator God. And we find evidence of this in the Nag Hammadi scrolls, which were discovered in just a generation ago in the 1950s. So in this cult, and I won't get into the details, but in this cult, masturbation, it's self-creation in other forms, which I won't repeat on the radio.
Dude, we love masturbation. Hell yeah, W masturbation.
And this cult was disgusting sexual practices, including masturbation. And in that,
yeah, never masturbate. Chat, don't never do that. That would be bad.
This god could generated humanity from this androgynous form.
Fucking base the androgynous goon god. Let's go.
Okay, and so when we see that, so the Israelites were moving in Numbers 33. You see the Israelites, Numbers 33:5. They're moving from Sinai out of Egypt to the Promised Land. God is warning them: do not do as they do in the land of Egypt. Right? Do not do this, because what they're doing is doing ritual practices celebrating the androgynous god.
Yeah, why is that a bad thing? Like, what's wrong with worshiping the androgynous god?
This androgynous creator god is a mockery of God the creator. And
yeah, fucking based. I love mocking God. W blasphemy. Let's go.
So in his cult, it's bisexual. So the cult meaning the way they worship.
Dude, it's the bisexual cult. It's the bisexual cult. He thinks being bisexual is a cult.
And celebrated the rituals. And interestingly, one of the forms that this androgynous false god would take, one of the cults included the Apis ritual, right? APIS, which is. Dude,
what is he? What are his hand movements? By the way, it looks really uncomfortable. Like he's like doing this with his hands. It looks like it's like Darth Sidious, dude. It's like he's preparing to shoot lightning out of his fingers. He's explaining things with like his fingers in like the most uncomfortable position ever.
Golden calf, right? Celebrating fertility, which is what the Israelites immediately fell into when Moses was up the mountain. And so we see from the very beginning of the identity of the people of God, we see this understanding of the androgyny.
Dude, yeah, he looks like he's about to force choke people. Exactly. Dude, this is Darth Vader behind the mask.
Right? As a superior form of humanity that most closely imitates, but is following this false god. And so if you fast forward to the modern time, who are the ones that are most closely following this? It's the Gnostics. It's a neo-Gnosticism. You've read the Gnostic Gospels. They were popular in Catholic circles a while back, at least radical liberal circles. So the Gnostic Gospels talk.
How much you want to bet that he thinks that radical liberal circles are people that believe that trans people exist? I guarantee it. He thinks that that's like a radical ideology, as opposed to his extremely moderate ideology of actually transgenderism and bisexual people are all caused by the demons, and they're actually they're actually all demonic, and they worship the goon god, the god of masturbation. It's all a bunch of schizophrenic nonsense.
Talk about this. You remember the Gospel of St. Thomas? The
Yes.
pseudo gospel?
Like he is the last person to accuse others of having a radical position.
Remember in the end of
He has arthritis, leave him alone.
John's gospel, and Jesus says, or John says to Jesus, what about him? Meaning Peter. And Jesus answers, what is that to thee? Follow thou me, right? In the Gnostic gospel, gnosis, right? It's secret knowledge. It's a secret knowledge. And
Dude, it's the secret knowledge, dude.
Gnosticism moved not yet crushed this heresy. It's been around from the beginning. In this Gnostic gospel, Jesus turns and not talking about Peter, but John says to him, what about her, referring to the Virgin Mary? And Jesus's response is interesting in the Gnostic tradition. She will first become a man, and then she will inherit the kingdom of heaven. Do you remember this from your studies? And so we see Gnosticism
Yo, that's crazy. That's crazy, dude. Dude, we have transgender men going to heaven. Let's go. Was that not what he's saying? Dude, this guy is so fucking weird.
capturing this ancient Egyptian paganism, which God forbade.
Yo, W paganism. We love paganism over here. That's one of the only sort of religious beliefs I can get behind.
Cross-dressing, transgendering, because this is a direct
Yeah, cross-dressing, transgendering. Yep.
imitation and mockery of the living and true God.
Wow. Dan, there's a legend
Peg-anism, real.
of the androgen, according to rabbinic
Wait,
literature.
wait. Androgen. Wait. Okay, wait. Let's go back. Hold on.
Wow. Dan, there's a legend of the androgen.
The androgen. Well, you do realize that androgens are like what are in your body that cause testosterone. What? I don't think he knows what the word androgen means.
According to rabbinic literature, the
Does he think that androgen means androgynous?
androgen, which I know that's a Greek word, was a creature that existed at the beginning of creation. It was both male and female.
Dude,
And-
it's the they thematron. Dude, we should all be afraid of the they thematron demon.
It had two faces. We know this androgen. We know there's only one God. So whatever this androgen was in rabbinic literature, it was a demon. And my contention
Dude, it
is
was the demon. It was the demon, guys. Chat, it was the demon. The demons did it again. The demons made transgenderism.
again, these demons have returned, as Father Ripperger says. They're
So true. As a demon myself, I can confirm that we've returned.
all back. Beelzebub, Baal, Molech, Lilith, etc. They're all back.
I mean, to be fair, there is a disproportionate amount of trans femmes and trans women that name themselves Lilith. It's a fucking problem, all right? Dude, we got all of the trans masks naming themselves Kai, all of the trans masks and AFAB non-binary people. And then there's also me, but I spell it differently, so I'm unique because I spell it KY. And then you've got all of the trans femmes named Lilith.
And they're all mission specific, and they all have a job to do. And I'm telling you, since the 60s, they're the ones that have spawned this sexual revolution, this culture of death, this culture of confusion. Can you?
Yeah, dude, the culture of death and what's another bad thing I can think of? Confusion. Yep, confusion. That's like a really bad thing. Yep.
Give us a little bit of context on this androgen, this creature from rabbinic literature.
Yeah. So it's the false religions have always paralleled true religion. We see this today, and so from the beginning of creation.
Wait, how do you know that your religion is the correct one? How do you know yours is the true religion? What are you basing this off of? Do you have any evidence of this being the case?
And there were other creation myths, etc., about the creation of humanity. But and so when Deuteronomy 22:5 specifically forbidding cross-dressing, this is
Yeah, it also doesn't it also forbid mixing fabrics? But let me guess, you don't take that as seriously. You've arbitrarily decided that cross-dressing is one that needs to be taken very seriously. That's a serious crime against humanity. Oh, God of the horror. But other things that are also harmless, like mixing fabrics and eating pork, that's not that big of a deal.
a direct response against what an Egyptian practices, part of the religious practices to a goddess called Shaushka, Shaushk. This goddess, so-called, had the power to change people's gender.
Yo, that sounds awesome. Where can I find this god? Dude, that would be fucking sick, bro. Dude, where do I assume by gender he means sex because he thinks they're the same thing? Dude, chat, where do I find this god? Chat, where are they? I want them to change my sex. Dude, what the hell? Why did nobody tell me about this sooner? Fuck, dude. Dude, I gotta find this god. The god of transgenderism. Dude, what the hell? Nobody told me about this?
Okay. So there's no mention of her, this particular demon in scripture, but you'll see that Israelites went into the promised land. If you look at Exodus, Numbers 33, why the 33:4, why the Egyptians buried their firstborn, of whom God had struck down on their gods too, the Lord executed judgments.
I don't care. Tell me where I find the transgenderism god. Dude, I want the transgenderism god to make me a biological female, dude. What the hell? Where do I find the transgenderism god?
Right. Remember, Proverbs, Psalm 96:5, the gods of the Gentiles are demons, daimoni, see? Okay.
Yeah, but where do I find the transgenderism demon? That's what I want to know.
So he executed judgment not just on the Egyptians, but on the gods of Egypt. And they set out from Ramses. The Israelites camped at Sukkoth. Near Sukkoth, they camped at Etham, near the desert. Setting out from Etham, they turned to Phi-Tharoth. The word also having to do with this same god Atum. Okay. Now, as they move into the promised land, other religions have similar cults. And so when you see the name Ishtar, right, which is one of the principal
yeah, suck off. So
demons animating female lesbianism, but also some of the
demon of there's a demon of lesbianism too. Dude, is there like a demon for every letter in the LGBTQ plus community? We've got the lesbianism demon, we got the bisexual demon, we got the gay demon, we got the transgender demon, we got the intersex demon, we got the ally demon, we got the asexual demon. Dude, there's all these different demons. We got the demisexual demon. Yo, that's crazy. We got all of the whole alphabet demon gang. Yo, let's go. Yeah, bring me the demon of lesbianism. Yeah, I'd love to meet them, exactly. Yeah, the pansexual demon, yup, the omnisexual demon, yup. That'd be a good one. Yeah.
The nations had this particular one.
None of those exist? Wait, you don't believe that the things that this schizophrenic delusional person is talking about are real? Damn, that's crazy. Damn. I never knew. Pansexuals don't exist. I love how you're defending this guy by saying, oh yeah, dude, pansexuals don't exist, but like the demon of transgenderism does. Yeah, dude. Yeah, the abroasexual demon, real. The aroace demon. It's crazy.
Phoenician, etc. And then it takes different titles. And another title,
dude. Oh yeah, dude. We need the femboy demon. That
often comes up among the Babylonians is Astarte or Astarte. This is another
Astarte. Dude,
this is another demon.
Dude, we've got the ass demon. We got the demon of anal sex.
Goddess that was worshipped by the false nations. What's interesting here is this is one of the cult rituals. When you hear about at the same.
I love hearing an insane person who's clearly been indoctrinated into a cult, referring to other religious people as part of a cult. It's really funny, dude. I can't believe these people would believe in this cult ideology. Parentheses, my ideology, which consists of me believing in a bunch of random ass fucking demons, and the demon of transgenderism, the demon of androgyny, the masturbation demon. Yeah, dude, I'm not the one in a cult.
Sacred poles, right?
Yes.
In scripture, the word is
The
groves.
sacred poles? What about the sacred holes? I'm sorry, he's asking for it. He's asking for it.
AKA Bohemian Grove.
Exactly. Exactly. It's as Kyle Clem would say, it's the same old shoot 'em up. It's the same old shoot 'em up. So you have ritual, you have Atum, whose name was this bisexual androgynous god Atum, who's referred
Sounds based. Where do I meet them?
to in scripture, who had a cult around him, right? One of this was a goddess who had the power to change gender. This demon god.
Bro, where's this goddess? Where do I find them? I want them to make me a biological female. What the fuck, man?
God of Egypt was also called the Great Masturbator, was one of his titles.
The great masturbator, dude. You can't make this shit up. Hell yeah, dude. Dude, one in chat if you worship the Great Masturbator. I know I sure do.
Stuff up. I'm using scholarly sources here. This is not just speculation. This is
Dude, yeah, I totally believe that this person's sources are completely scholarly.
this is what the God was prohibiting against behaviors. You know, Leviticus 16, when you go to the land of Canaan, do not do the things that they do there, right? What do they do there? And you do not have sex with your mother, your brothers.
You don't mix fabrics or eat pork, as well as a bunch of other arbitrary things.
Wife, your sister, your right. This is why they were called dogs. Goim dogs, right? And I'm working a chapter in this in my next book when Jesus said it is not right to give to the children, it belongs to the dogs, right? Why? The Gentile nations copulated, and part of their ritualistic practices the way dogs copulate, right? Indiscriminately, non-discriminate. There's no discrimination when dogs do their thing of copulation or attempted copulation. If you know what
Bro, what is bro talking about?
I mean. So
Yes.
This is why they were unclean. Dogs in scripture, it's synonymous also for homosexuality, right?
It is,
it's a biblical symbol for that. It's
Absolutely.
A biblical, dogs are scavengers. I was in Iraq and I saw scavenger dogs, and these are not.
Bro, how do you go from oh yeah, dude, there were scavenger dogs to this is a sign of homosexuality? What the fuck is he saying? This person is actually fucking schizophrenic. Genuinely. Also, my Streamlabs is lagging. 1 sec. Or it's starting to. Be right back. And we are back, everybody. We're back. I'm very sorry about the small little interruption. I just noticed my Streamlabs started lagging. I think it might have something to do with, I think it was starting to happen faster, than it normally does, and I think it was because I was using, Google Chrome. So I'm gonna use Opera GX and see how long it takes, because it did not take particularly long, and, yeah. So, hold on. I just have to open everything back up. And that's my live stream. And then we go to the YouTube page itself. And yeah. Playlists. Go over here to the docket. And then open link in new tab. There we go. All right, we're back, everybody. We're so
Cute
back.
little lassie puppies you want to put on your lap. These are wild animals that scavenge around camps to on anything and anyone, alive or dead. And so this is the imagery of scripture, and this is what it leads to. It leads to death. And so, but we're seeing
Yeah, dude, homosexuality definitely leads to death.
a resurgence of this, and it goes back to the created image of man and the image and likeness of God, and it militates against man's formation in a binary form, man in the two fundamental ways, male and female.
Okay, what about intersex people? Do you just forget that they exist, or are they like also a part of they're worshippers of the god of androgyny or whatever, or like the great masturbator god or whatever?
Two fundamental ways to be human in reflecting him, the triune single
Okay, what if you're born with both a dick and a vagina? What if you're literally auto-fertile? Which way do you have to be human?
God. Augustine also said that God who is three, it is appropriate that God who is three but one would make man in his image one but three. So God is one but three persons. We are one person but three.
Dude, it's literally 3-in-1 shampoo, but with gods.
Interior faculties is what he's saying. And in that we reflect God, and we're capable. We are inherent.
How much you want to bet that this person uses either 3-in-1 shampoo or literally just nothing at all? I mean, based on the way they look, based on how greasy they are, no fucking way they shower. Look at their hair. It's just filled with nothing but grease.
Inheritors of divine light.
His forehead is all shiny from all of the sweat dripping off of it.
The likeness of God restored in baptism. And so this transgender movement directly militates against our understanding of human participation in the life of God. And so,
No, it's only your false understanding that gets challenged.
so from the beginning, does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. Let me ask you a question.
No, it doesn't make sense.
Clarify something. So in our interior life, we reflect the Trinity. Does that mean the faculty of the intellect, the faculty of the will, the faculty of the passions? Is that what you mean?
Right.
This video is fucking schizophrenic. This person is delusional and I hate them. Yeah, let's move on to another video. This is getting boring. It was funny at first, but you know, let's move on to something else, okay, chat? Let's move on to something else. All right? Because why the hell not?
In your home state.
I didn't mean to press that. All right. Anyways, the next video we're going to be watching is one called Mom Explains What It Took to Rescue Daughter from Transgenderism. Oh no! Her daughter was caught in transgenderism. Oh god, the horror. So let's find out how her daughter was saved from transgenderism.
It is my privilege today to welcome to the show California mom and attorney Erin Friday, who is a leader of the parent advocacy group Our Duty. They work to really support parents who are facing the issue of gender identity with their
So basically bigoted parents that don't want to allow their children to be themselves. Oh shit, is it lagging? Chat, is it lagging? Wait, one sec. Is it working now? I genuinely don't know. Chat, is it still lagging? It's back? Okay. Sorry, where were we? Yeah, let's continue. Sorry.
children. Erin, thank you for the work that you're doing and for joining us on the show today.
Oh, thank you for having me.
So let's start with your family's story. I know you all have journeyed through this. That's what brought you into this advocacy space of talking about the issue of transgenderism. What
yeah, dude. The real issue of transgenderism.
happened in your own daughter's life that she started to get interested or became introduced to the idea of being transgender?
Well, it really started for...
Is this person a detransitioner? I mean, her face structure looks more masculine than mine. I'm just saying. Like, you know, people say that I look like a man, but I'm just saying. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but...
My daughter in 7th grade, when she went to her comprehensive sex ed class at her public school, and unbeknownst to me, a third party comes in and teaches these kids for 5 hours. So an hour each day. And 1 hour was dedicated to gender identity. With
Oh, God, the horror. They taught my daughter that trans people exist. Oh, God, the horror. What a horrendous crime. Dude, next thing you know, they're going to be teaching them that gay and lesbian people exist. Oh, my God.
the genderbread man and all of the kind of pictorials of you kids.
Oh, no, not the genderbread man. Oh, God, they're transing the kids by teaching them about the genderbread man. Am I supposed to be taking this shit seriously? What the fuck is she saying?
Should have a female body and a male brain. And so the seed was planted after that class. And in fact, all of her friends, there were 5, sat in my front yard saying what their new labels were. And none of them
Oh my God, you mean to tell me that there was a friend group of people that temporarily labeled themselves as something different, which is something that's not like permanent because people can experiment with their gender? Oh God, the horror.
chose, you know, the boring cis, which is a made-up term in and of itself. But
Yes, every term is made up. Guys, did you know that they referred to somebody as cisgender? A made-up term? You mean like the entire English language of made-up terms? That's what every single word is, right? We made it up. We made up the words that we use. All words are made up. That's how we communicate. Like what?
they all picked something on the alphabet because it's not cool to be, you know, a boring white girl.
What are you talking about? What do you do? Oh, yeah, dude. It's not cool to be like the status quo. I guess. Most people are cisgender. What are you talking about?
That's how I took it. And I was, alarmed by the language that they were using, including pansexual, which is not.
Oh, no. You mean to tell me that in sex ed, they said that pansexual people exist? Oh, God, the horror.
A term that 11-year-olds should know. And in fact,
In a sex ed class? What are you talking about? If they're going to teach you about sex, then yeah, part of the discussion is going to revolve around sexuality. Like, yeah, here are different types of relationships, right? You do realize that in sex ed, regardless, they're going to teach you about heterosexual relationships, right? But that's not the only type of relationship that exists. Like, what? What is she saying?
I didn't know what it meant, and I had to look it up. So
That's a skill issue? Sorry, you're retarded? Why is that everybody else's fault?
was kind of the first entry point for what happened to her.
So that sounds pretty immediate. I mean, she has this class in school, and then it was right away that she and all of her friends were sort of saying, hey, we don't want the label of female anymore. We're going to pick new labels.
Literally, who gives a shit?
Yes, but I didn't know how important that moment was.
Okay.
Later I did, because I went to the parenting class, because I thought, well, what are they learning
Yeah, the really important moment of teaching people that pansexual people exist. Incredible.
at school? And what gobsmacked me also was, I was a volunteer at this school. I knew all the teachers by name. I got the volunteer award, So I was in the classroom all the time. And so I was really
God, poor child. I feel bad for her child.
confused why these teachers who I considered friends would be teaching this nonsense. And that's when I learned.
Nonsense like what? That pansexual people exist? What? Oh, yeah, dude. I can't believe that they would teach them nonsense like, trans people exist and there's also pansexual people. Oh, God, the horror.
Learned that a third party comes in. And then I went to that third party's class. And that's when my eyes really opened up to the lies that they're teaching our kids.
Okay, the lies. All right, what are the lies?
At school. In that class, they talked about males being G.I. Joe and females being Barbie, and that there's a spectrum in between. And of course, my hand shot up and said, well, then.
Wait, what's the lie? Literally, what is the lie? Yeah, gender is a spectrum. Even if you believe that sex and gender are the same thing, it's still a spectrum because even sex is a bimodal distribution. This argument literally just doesn't function in reality.
Are we all trans? Because there is no such thing as a Barbie and G.I.
No, they're not saying that we're all trans. Nobody is saying this. This just isn't happening.
Joe. They gave out a page with all these different gender identities, demi-boy. I mean, most of them they just didn't make any sense. And of course, my hand keeps shooting up saying,
guys, I didn't understand it. And so it didn't make sense to me because I'm retarded. Therefore, it must be nonsense, even though I don't even understand what it is.
Like, this doesn't make any sense. Don't we teach our children just to be? Why are we putting them in boxes? Why?
You know what's incredible? Wait. Okay, wait. First of all, all right, we're gonna rewind a little bit. Putting into boxes, all right? We'll keep that in mind next, okay? Just because you don't understand something doesn't mean that it doesn't make sense, right? Like, if we're talking about, about different labels or whatever, if it's something that like an 11-year-old can understand and it makes sense to them, you as a parent should also be able to understand it pretty easily. If you can't, then there's something wrong with you. That means that there's an issue with you.
Sense? Don't we teach our children just to be? Why are we putting them in boxes? Why are we?
No, it is the literal opposite. You are the one putting them in boxes. You are putting your own child in a box by not allowing them to be trans. That is you. You are the one forcing them into a box. People that are whatever, more progressive, that are teaching people that trans people exist and are valid, we're doing the opposite. We're saying you don't have to conform to a box. You're the one that's saying that. You're the only one.
Are we labeling them? Why are we introducing sexual language? And I was pretty much.
Wait, you mean to tell me that they introduced sexual language in a sex ed class? Are you against the concept of sex ed?
Just told to be quiet. And, what also confused me is I was the only parent kind of questioning them. And of course, that worried me terribly, is what is happening. Fast forward a year later, my daughter moved from, one label which, she started with pansexual, which is a nonsense label when you're 11 because you're not sexual at all.
You can be? What are you talking about? People hit puberty at different ages. There are plenty of people that are 11 that start hitting puberty. At around that time, actually. What are you talking about? I'm pretty sure I don't know when, what's the average age that people hit puberty? I don't have the exact number on hand. But yeah, it's completely reasonable that, that some people that age will have hit puberty. Also, I don't really see what the issue is with using different labels. What is the problem? Around 13 to 14 is average, 12, 16. People are saying different numbers in chat. The fact of the number is the fact of the matter is, there's at least some number of people that hit puberty at that age. So it's reasonable that they would start figuring themselves out. Like, that's not unusual. I know for me, I hit puberty at around 11, 12-ish. So yeah, it's around that age.
And so then she moved from that, she moved to lesbian, then she, over the pandemic, landed on trans.
Okay. And how long did she identify as trans, and what did that look like?
She identified as trans for about a year and a half, at least from what we knew, because she was doing things in secret, of course.
Yeah, maybe because you're a shitty parent that won't accept your child. Maybe that's why.
She had secret social media accounts. We thought we were smart parents. We thought we were on it.
No, we can tell you're retarded.
The kids are just more technologically advanced. And so she had fake, shadow accounts where she had a trans identity.
Who fucking cares? This is a nothing burger. Dude, I can't believe that that went unnoticed as a parent. I should have done a better job making sure that they didn't have an alternate account in which they had a transgender identity. Oh God, the horror. I better be a helicopter parent and step in. This person is genuinely evil.
And but over the pandemic is when we really learned it, because her public school changed her name to a male name and used male pronouns, without, of course, involving us.
Why would they need your consent for that? That literally makes no sense. It's using different pronouns in a different name. Who fucking cares? And maybe the reason that she didn't tell you or he or whatever the fuck they identify as at this point, I'm not sure. I've never spoken to her daughter. Regardless of that fact, I could see why, with a parent like you, that this person wouldn't want to come out to you, because you're a fucking tyrant. You're a terrible person.
This school never met my daughter because it was the pandemic and she never stood in their doors or in a classroom. And so we pulled her from that school because...
Oh no, they're going to use a masculine sounding name and he, him pronouns over Zoom calls. Oh God, the horror. I better step in as a parent and make sure that doesn't happen, because what an egregious harm that would be.
I thought, what an overreach. Yeah. And the school...
How is it an overreach? The only one overreaching is you. You're the one that's overreaching. They're just, using different pronouns? Who fucking cares?
Used, the term safe. We need to be a safe space. Well, she's in my home. So...
Yeah? And maybe she doesn't feel safe around you, or he. Whatever. I don't know if because it says daughter rescued from transgenderism, so maybe they identify with she, her right now. I don't know.
By extension, I must be unsafe, and what do you know of me? Mm-hmm. Name one thing about me.
Okay, I was about to stand up to go get my Adderall, my afternoon pills, but this is all rooted in insecurity. Notice how her first assumption is, so that must mean that they feel unsafe around me. Yeah, maybe rather than blaming other people, you should take some accountability. Maybe ask yourself, why do they feel unsafe around me? What would I be doing that makes them feel that way?
Of course they couldn't. And that's when the house of cards started to just fall. And I need to just back up a little bit before she actually, came out with the new name and whatnot. Her mental health had plummeted severely. Depression, getting very dark, mean. Like, this child was a sweet kid, and she just didn't want to come to family dinners, decorated her room in kind of goth, emo, dark, almost, a little like, I don't know, demonic things. And her whole personality changed.
Oh my God, you mean to tell me that somebody had a fucking emo phase as a teenager? Oh God, the horror. Yeah, wow, I care so much. It must be because of transgenderism and woke ideology, dude.
Changed. She wasn't the child that I knew anymore.
And was she or were you all as a family talking?
Also, I want to make it clear that when a trans person goes through the wrong puberty, right? And I'm guessing it's the case that her child was going through female puberty. That might have been what was causing that might have been what was causing them distress in the first place, right?
To counselors, psychologists, doctors? Was there any kind of that input coming in?
Well, there was. I mean, we of course quickly engaged a psychologist. Again, I was clueless that we should have vetted her. We should have understood whether she's an affirming psychologist or not. She, of course, was.
So basically, make sure that the psychologist that this person sees is one that has the same worldview as me. Just go through a bunch of different psychologists until I can find like the one instance of a psychologist that agrees with me. That's literally what she's saying right now.
An affirming psychologist, as they pretty much all are in California.
Yeah, just go against the entire medical consensus. Yeah, maybe the reason that they're all affirming is because that's the best medical practice, you fucking moron.
She quickly told us that we needed to call her by the male name and male pronoun, or she would commit suicide. She cited a study that said 41% chance of kids committing suicide. She didn't read the study.
Okay, yeah, maybe they weren't the best at debating their arguments because they're a fucking child. But yeah, no, they do have a point. Okay, they do have a point. All right, I'm guessing that they were suicidal and that they probably still are. If this is, if they're still living with their mom, right? Yeah, generally it's the case that the suicide rate of trans people is higher when they're not allowed to be themselves. This is true. I agree with that wholeheartedly. Yeah, that does increase the suicide rate, is forcing them to repress themselves. This has been studied time and time again.
I know that because I queried her about the study after I read it, and it was clear she's just taking a headline and regurgitating it.
Sure, they didn't have the best arguments, but here's what I'm guessing happened, right? They have their own personal experiences or whatever, or their own thought process or whatever it may be, gender dysphoria, that informs them that they're trans and that they will, and as a result of that, they're suicidal, right? So I'm guessing what they did, rather than reading studies, they already made up their mind from their own personal experience or whatever, right? Because they experienced gender dysphoria, right? So they went on the internet to find a study that appeared to make the argument that they were making. Now, what I would have done is I would have read the entire study and quoted it, quoted parts of it. I would have read multiple studies, and obviously, you can't really expect the child to do that, though, right? Can't really expect the child to do that.
I found out that she used Diane Aronsaf as her mentor in transgender kids, using her terms.
And who is Diane, if you would?
So Diane Aronsaf is a psychologist at UCSF.
Mm-hmm. Fucking based.
Her claim to fame is that she believed in the satanic panic, which of course was debunked, and she believes in the transgender.
The satanic panic? What do you mean by that? Like, as in she was a part of the satanic panic? Like she believed that there was like or that she believed there was a satanic panic, because there was a satanic panic. There was a satanic panic a while ago. That was a thing.
Her child, and says things as moronic as when a child is unbuttoning their onesie to turn it into like a dress, that is gender communicating. Another.
I mean, I don't necessarily agree with that framing, but you could make an argument of it's like a potential sign, right? But you shouldn't take it too much into consideration, because I do think I know what she's talking about. And all of that was overblown.
Their insipid statement of hers is that if a little girl rips barrettes out of her hair, she is gender communicating.
She could be. But that's, I would say that's a bit of a stretch, right? That's not how you determine somebody's gender, obviously.
So in my mind, she's a quack. I mean, the absurdity, anybody who's had children understands that children will rip off their mittens. And what does that mean?
Sure, I wouldn't be somebody that would be in favor of arguing that means that they're trans, right? Or like if there's like a boy who plays with Barbies, right? Like that's not going to inform me, oh yeah, they're trans. Now, it might be a sign where it's like, okay, well, here's something to prepare for potentially. Like they might end up being trans or gay, all right? They're acting a little fruity. But I wouldn't say that that ultimately leads to the conclusion of them being trans or even gay, right? The only way you can know is if they tell you.
That they identify as an iguana? I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's just nonsensical.
Where are people identifying as iguanas? Please find me examples.
And this psychologist also told me that my memory of my child was false. When I talked about how girly my daughter was.
Was your child girly because that was of their own volition, or did you force them into that role? And it was actually the case that you forced them into doing girly things, and therefore they presented as girly because that's the way you presented them to society. Because there's a distinction there.
Like, actually contrary to me, because I'm not girly, and she was really girly and into Barbies and American Girl doll and Little Ponies and all of that.
Really? Did you actually like present, oh, like here's some like truck toys and here's some Barbie toys, and then they went over to the Barbie toys, or was that all you gave them? Because if that's all you gave them, then yeah, no shit, they're only gonna play with the toys that you give them. Like, yeah, no shit. I'm guessing they weren't given much of an option.
And she said, well, she was hiding her true gender identity. I mean,
yes, this is something people can do at a very young age. It's something that I did at a very young age. I can remember as far back as when I was like, whatever, somewhere between ages 3 to 5, knowing that I wanted to be a girl and that I wish I could wake up the next day in a girl's body and be a girl, but that it wasn't going to be something that would be socially acceptable. I knew from a very young age that people wouldn't accept that, right? It's like, well, everyone tells me that I have to be a boy, so I guess I don't have much of a choice, right? But I knew from a very young age, and I learned to repress it very quickly. So it's actually not unreasonable that this could be the case.
That's just so absurd. Sign her up for a Mensa because you think my...
It's not absurd. This happens all the time.
2-year-old was planning on outing herself when she was, 14 or 13, and she'd been planning this. Like, that's amazing.
No, that wouldn't be what they'd be saying. What? No, they would be repressing it until they finally decide, fuck it, it's not worth it. I'm gonna come out. That's like what happened with me. When I was whatever, like 3, 4, 5, however old I was, I didn't have this elaborate plan. Yes, I am going to pretend to be a man, even though I know I am a transgender woman, until I am 19. And then when I am 19, I am going to go on HRT, and also to have like a femboy arc, and then become a famous YouTuber out of it, maybe potentially, or try to be, and then come out as trans. Yeah, dude, that was definitely my plan. It definitely wasn't just me repressing it when I was younger and then realizing it wasn't worth it to repress it. Oh my God.
So it reinforced that there's no science behind this, that this is all smoke and mirrors and it's made up. And
no, there is science behind it. We have measured, we've even done PET scans of trans people. And it's demonstrated that the average brain of a trans woman is a lot closer to that of the average cis woman than it is to the average cis man. This is not a coincidence, right? Again, it's going to have to do with the amount of androgen that the fetus was exposed to and where.
And so, of course, we fired the psychologist.
Yeah. How were you doing at that point as a mom? What was running through your head?
It's all about the mom. It's not about the kid. It's not about what the kid wants or what the kid thinks, because according to this person's worldview, okay, her kid isn't a person or like an autonomous human being or somebody with thoughts, feelings, emotions, etc. According to her worldview, children are property that belong to the parent. That's how she sees children.
Well, I was not doing well. Of course I wasn't doing well. I was terrified. And you question how you were as a parent. What did I do to create this? What did I miss? You, of course...
Maybe what you did to create what? You didn't make your child trans. That's not... You're completely missing the point. You're asking the wrong questions.
Kick yourself for giving the phone, for not checking enough.
For not being for not being enough of a fucking tyrant, apparently.
For not being smart enough to see that there was, shadow social media.
Using an account where they say that they're a guy. Oh God, the horror. I mean, again, yeah, I feel like if you are a parent like this, okay? If you are a parent and you want your kids to hate you, take advice from this person, okay?
There was another
Yeah, it's an authoritarian, oppressive worldview, literally.
thing that I did, and like I don't know how I feel about it now, but there were friends of hers that I knew were damaged children, and they were
How did you know they were damaged?
influences on my daughter. But I felt as a parent that I'm a parent to all kids, and I didn't want to, like the sins of the parents should not be placed on the children. So I let my daughter have relationships with these kids, and they influenced her, to concretize her gender identity.
Influenced them, or is it the case that they may have said, yeah, this is like acceptable if this is how you are, and then your child was like, yep, this is how I am, and then they're like, okay, cool.
More so, and again, I don't know how I feel about that, because I don't think I feel sorry for these kids too.
Of course.
Why do you feel sorry for them?
But in hindsight, I should have, barred them.
Yeah.
So basically just isolate. This is literally an abuser tactic, by the way. Just isolate your child from all of their friends. Literally abuser shit right there. Literally abuser shit.
So what was your daughter's full journey, and what made her ultimately desist and come to a place where she said, no, I'm not transgender?
So that's it's long going in, it's long going out, and I don't know exactly, and I probably never will, what the recipe was, because I threw everything at it. At one point,
How much you want to bet that her child actually is still trans and is just forced into the closet until they're 18?
kind of counsel to keep having this relationship with your child, and that's the most important thing. And I took a kind of a different tact with that. Not that I wasn't loving towards her, but I decided
You're not loving. You're a terrible person. You are the opposite of loving.
that I was going to set boundaries, and I was going to hold the line on those boundaries. And
Set boundaries like what? You're not allowed to be transgender or pansexual? Wow, what incredible boundaries.
they were not going to be crossed. I took the phone, so that was key. And
Just isolate them and make sure that they have no contact with the outside world. It's literally abuser shit. That's what this is.
a lot of parents will say they can't do that. You can, and you must, if you want to get your child out of this. And your child will hate you, and you have to be
Wow, I wonder why your child hates you. Truly the greatest mystery of all time.
strong enough. Your love for your child has to be strong enough to take their vitriol. And it's very, very hard.
Oh no, it's very, very hard to take the justifiable vitriol that occurs when I do abuser shit. And I'm the victim. Poor me. Oh, it's so hard for me. It's all me. She's a fucking narcissist.
I spent many nights crying myself to sleep.
That's a skill issue. I'm glad. I hope you spend every night crying yourself to sleep. You deserve it.
Some days I didn't get out of bed, but you still have
Skill issue.
to do it, because now there's not a day that doesn't go by that my daughter doesn't say that she loves me.
How old is your daughter? I'm guessing she's not 18 yet. Believe me, when your child mysteriously stops talking to you, after their 18th birthday, after they move out and aren't dependent on you anymore, are you going to be asking why? I wonder why. Oh fuck, truly the greatest mystery of all time. And oh wow, isn't it crazy? They go on testosterone as soon as they're an adult and away from me. Yeah, maybe the reason that they do that is so that you don't abuse them, right? But they don't actually love you. Either that,
So
or
you can
she's
take the
lying.
hate because you know what the end is going to be. Yeah. Hopefully.
You don't know what the end is, unless your child is an adult now. I don't know.
And even if my daughter didn't come back to have a relationship with me, which I knew she would, but even if she didn't, I saved her from being a lifelong medical patient. So I would do it again.
A lifelong medical patient, as opposed to what, hanging on the ceiling fan? Oh yeah, dude. Saving somebody from doing something that objectively improves their mental health.
So I took the phone. We dropped the friends.
It's literally abuser shit. Oh yeah, let me make sure that I isolate them from their friends in the outside world. Let me isolate them as much as possible. It's literally like textbook abuser manipulation shit. That's what this is.
Moved to a private school, which wasn't as helpful as I thought it would be. But, just getting her away from the people who thought that she was transgender, which is really, it's a really important part of the parenting piece, is you have to give your kid an out.
Yeah, just make sure that they're isolated.
Because they're going to be embarrassed.
Yeah.
I would be embarrassed if this was my parent.
And you need to pull them from the people who kind of concretized that gender identity. And you need to be the fall person. So I was the fall person. She wasn't allowed to get her phone back until she went by her real name again. That way she can point and say, my mom's the jerk. I have to be called
Yeah, it's literally just manipulation and abuser shit. That's what this is.
by my female name now.
Yeah.
So we did that. We sent her.
You're like, oh yeah, dude. How did you get your daughter to desist? Oh yeah, dude. I basically did like textbook abuser shit. I isolated her from all of her friends. And then basically prevented her from having access to the outside world. Until she started using her biologically female name. Yeah, dude. Wow, incredible. I'm sure I'm sure they don't fucking hate you internally. I'm sure that when they turn 18, they're definitely not gonna leave you.
To some overnight camps, which I don't think you can do anymore because they're all captured.
Wait, camps? Overnight what?
But we made her, they were give back camps. They were, you need to help save the reefs. And so she's weeding, she's working hard, she's tired. She doesn't have.
You made them do this because they were trans? Dude, what is this shit? All you're demonstrating here is that you're an abusive piece of shit.
Time to ruminate at night because she's been working all day. And she's also learning how powerful.
Yeah, just don't. So that they don't have time to think about stuff because they're working too hard to think. And yeah, incredible.
Her female body is.
Yeah.
So that I think was really.
Wait, what? Wait.
Powerful, her female body working all day. And she's also learning how powerful her female body is.
Yeah.
Dude, what is she saying? She's learning how powerful her female body is. What are you saying? God, it's so fucking cringe.
So that I think was really important. And then I hit this stuff straight on. I started to protest and I had all my protest signs around the house. I made it very clear. I do not believe in this.
Yeah.
That is fucking psychotic. Yeah, dude. I made sure to hang up a bunch of signs that said no transgenderism allowed in my fucking house. Wow, incredible.
Your mother, who you used to respect and who you used to think was intelligent.
Wow, I wonder why your child wouldn't respect you or think you're intelligent. Maybe it's because you're not a very respectable or intelligent person. Maybe that's why. Maybe look internally instead.
Doesn't believe in this. And I am not an activist by trade. And I'm like, but your mom's doing this crazy thing.
Yeah.
She's going out there.
Yeah, because you're a crazy person. If it's the case that you understand that other people see you as crazy, maybe you're fucking crazy, dude.
With signs and, and then I had books all over my house. Abigail Schreier's book was in every room. You couldn't miss it.
Least insane transphobic parent, by the way.
Aaron Brewer's book was in every room. Maria Keffler's. I made it very clear.
This is literally fucking psychotic.
I had boxes of them.
Yeah.
That we don't
buying entire boxes of anti-trans literature. Incredible.
We don't believe in this.
Yeah.
And I think that was an important thing. And then we did some, I did some, I call them drive-bys because I would make her listen to cult podcasts with me. And so we'd be on a long drive and we'd listen to the Moonies and we'd listen to this cult and the Val and whatever. And then after a couple of them, I would say, some people think transgenderism is a cult. And I'd walk away.
Yeah.
Wow, so clever. I'm sure that they really took that to heart and totally agree with you now. She thinks she's being clever here. Oh yeah, dude. Some people think this thing, therefore it must be true. How is being transgender being a part of a cult?
And let her think about it. So I did.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they thought real deep and hard about that one.
I did a lot of things,
even though it takes like 2 seconds to debunk the entire notion that it's a fucking cult.
Like that, kind of coming around it in a different way. When the Johnson & Johnson vaccine came out and wasn't good for females, I said, well, is it good for you? And then I would leave.
This is a conflation of sex and gender, right? So it could be the case that if you're like a biological female, but you're like a trans man, yeah. If it's the case that a vaccine is bad for biological females, then yeah, don't take the vaccine if you're a trans man. That doesn't discredit somebody's gender, though. It's like this person is so adamant on arguing against something that she doesn't even understand.
Not wait, you don't want to have the battle. You just kind of want to leave little drops.
Asking the questions.
Yeah. And she was in the car. She was a captive audience. I played a podcast with Helena, a detransitioner. And my daughter's story was very similar to Helena's in that my daughter was into
I doubt that.
the anime, got into cosplay.
Yeah, dude, the really important aspects of gender identity is when somebody likes anime and cosplay.
Shipping, like, the parallels were there. And so
Yeah, the really important parallels. You see, they actually had a very similar detransition story because both people involved liked anime and cosplay. Wow, what an incredible argument.
we were on a long car ride. She was forced to at least hear it in the background. And I know that
Forced, literally forced, against their will. Incredible parenting, by the way. Definitely not fucking authoritarian bullshit.
she listened to it because when I started to play the second half, she said, "Oh, we already heard this part." So it's just kind of start to unravel it for her.
Yeah.
And make it come from her.
And how old is she now?
She's 16.
Okay.
So still not old enough to get away from this abusive piece of shit.
And how is your relationship with her now?
It's great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all.
That's a lie. That is a lie.
Like I said,
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
And because of your work,
All you've taught her, or them or him, I don't know what pronouns to use. Again, I don't know the person individually, right? Again, she's doing a lot of speaking for her child, right? We don't know what the child's perspective is on this. My guess is that all you did is you traumatized them and forced them into submission, and they're at a point where they've given up. They're bottling up everything inside, and ultimately, they're just not fighting back. But that doesn't mean that they're happy. It doesn't mean the relationship is good. It just means that you have taught them to be afraid of you, afraid to speak up against you. That's all you've taught them. But I guarantee you they're fucking miserable.
with Our Duty, I know that you have spoken to so many parents who've
Children deserve greater legal protection against these dog shit abuser parents. True.
walked in these same shoes. How common is your story, is your daughter's story? I mean, are there common threads and themes that you're seeing as you're hearing other family stories?
All of our stories are similar.
Wait, this is a completely fallacious question. How many of them, of these are how many similar stories are there? Parentheses, make this determination based on anecdote? That's not how you do this. That's not how you determine how common something is. That's not how you do a study. If you're trying to figure out how common something is, you need to use a random, like an actually random sample, right? Otherwise, it is inherently a biased study, especially with like something anecdotal like this, with like a small n value as well, and confirmation bias, like a biased sample.
All I need to know is your child male or female, and the age of the child, and I could probably fill in,
Wow.
the facts about your child. And that,
She's literally just admitting to just making a bunch of assumptions. Oh yeah, dude, if you tell me if your child is a biological male or a biological female, I am actually able to infer all of the facts about them and be completely correct. Yeah, dude, what an incredible way of finding the truth. Definitely not fucking delusional or schizophrenic at all.
to me, that's insane. Like, why can't the medical community do the same? Because our stories are
Do what? Make faulty assumptions and fill in the gaps without evidence? Because that's not how science works. Science is not when we fill in the gaps without evidence. We only fill in the gaps if there is evidence to fill in the gaps in with, rather than jumping to conclusions based on nothing other than personal experience. That's not how science works.
all the same.
Mm-hmm.
The kid that was bullied.
Yeah, dude, they're all the same. My evidence is I made it the fuck up. I need to go to the bathroom. I'll let the video play, and then I'll come back. Sorry, I really need to piss.
Into anime, same-sex attracted is another one that's
They're all the same because they're into anime, dude.
in there. Watched a lot of porn. Porn's a huge component, especially for the
Dude, the porn made me trans, everybody.
boys. For the boy, autism. I mean, we know all these factors, and so it's pretty clear. It's clear to those of us in the parent space what the markers are for a child who's going to get caught up in this.
Okay. Wow. And through the work of Our Duty, you have done a lot of advocacy work in your home state of California. You've testified in California. You've spoken with leaders, with legislatures. Share a little bit about the update of what is happening in California right now. What rights do parents have? Because California has been consistently kind of one of the central leaders on this issue. And a lot of people saying, so goes California. Eventually, so goes America on this issue. So what is the latest in your state?
Well, you are absolutely correct in that whatever happens in California is going to spread. We are the beginning and the end of this. So California is absolutely insane. I don't know how else to say it. We continue to pass bills without even the Republicans saying much on it, which is shameful, and that's coming from me, a Democrat. But we just keep passing bill after bill after bill, taking away parental rights and pushing the gender agenda.
Oh my god, taking away parental rights, parentheses, my right to abuse my child and deny them access to necessary medical care. Wow, what an incredible argument from this fucking moron.
And I can see now how each one of the bills that pass, how they are used as stepping stones for the next bills. So soon, I mean, right now, the first bill that I testified against was an insurance bill that requires insurance carriers to keep secrets from parents who pay.
Fucking based, let's go. W Insurance Company, Rare Corporation W, not sharing things with abusive parents that will literally harm their children if they find out. Yeah, that's a good thing. I'm glad.
For the insurance, that if their child, and this is over 18, I still call them children, anybody under 25.
What? Wait. Okay, wait. Let's replay that real quick. Hold on. Wait. Because that also changes a lot.
For the insurance, that if their child, and this is over 18, I still call them children, anybody under 20.
Wait, so if it's over 18, then yes, they're an autonomous adult. This is what I mean when I say that these people are controlling. These are like, it's a control freak. Oh, yeah, dude. I have a right to fucking invade their privacy until they're 25 and force them to not be transgender until they're 25. What is she, dude? She's a fucking piece of shit.
25. But if they are on their parents' insurance policy and they get a double mastectomy, well, the parents pay for it and they have no idea that their insurance is paying for it.
Yeah, that's a fucking skill issue. Who cares?
And they have no way of knowing that it even occurred. So
good. That's the way it should be. You don't have the right to dictate the medical procedures of an autonomous adult.
Again, it's this breakup of like parents are nefarious, we are evil and we are bad. And
just you specifically. Accepting parents aren't evil and bad.
That's how they come out of the gate on everything. We have been called terrorists. A mom testifying is called a terrorist. We testified we spoke at a school board.
I think I don't know. I wouldn't say terrorist. I would say bitch. I would say that that you're like a bitch and that you're retarded. But I think those would be better descriptors. That you're abusive.
Meeting and
yeah, she's literally evil.
The vitriol after that was, and we're all Democrats, by the way. We're all Democrats up at the microphone.
Guys, I'm definitely a Democrat. I'm a Democrat. I swear, I'm totally not a fucking conservative, guys. I swear, I'm totally progressive.
Getting told that we're right-wing bigots, homophobes. We can bring a lesbian up at the microphone and they will still call us that.
Yes. Yes, we don't do idpol. Like, any reasonable person is gonna be against fucking idpolling. Oh, yeah, dude. I would call you transphobic when you say that trans people don't have the right to necessary medical care, but because it was said by a lesbian, it is no longer transphobic. Like, what the fuck does that even... Like, what are you saying? If a trans person said that, it would be the same thing. Yeah, whether or not somebody is a lesbian doesn't determine whether or not they're a bigot. You fucking moron.
So it's just name calling. But California,
just name calling.
It just continuously gets worse.
Well, the victim complex is insane.
But in 2023, our duty has decided that they're going to go on the offensive. I don't want to play defense anymore. I don't want to be begging the lawmakers to veto bills. I want to propose bills to safeguard our kids.
To safeguard your kids from having access to necessary medical care. Wow, incredible.
Because parents should know.
This bitch should lose custody of her child.
That their child is being called another name at school. Mm-hmm. That is,
why? Why do you need to know that?
Is a medical intervention to change a child's name. Parents.
It's a medical intervention to change a child's name? What? So wait. So if you have a kid named Jonathan and at school they go by John, is that a medical intervention? What are you saying? Are you retarded? Oh yeah, dude. The serious permanent medical intervention of going by a different name. Does she know what a medical intervention means and what that entails? What is she saying?
Should know if the child is going to school and going into a trans closet and changing their clothes at school. Mm-hmm. And that happens.
Why do you need to know that? You're an abusive piece of shit. You don't have a right to that. You do, again, this is a fundamental misunderstanding of the fact that kids are also human beings with like emotions and shit, you know? I'm just saying.
In California, parents should know that schools are giving out trans tape so that girls can, tape down their breasts. And
why do you need to know that? Why do you need to know that? What? So you can abuse your child and force them back into the closet? Wow, incredible.
Boys can, tape down their genitals, and girls can ball it up and create a fake genital. Parents
fucking based
should know this, and parents should.
Why? Why do you need to know that?
Have the right to stop it.
No, you don't deserve the right.
California has just funded 10,000 new school counselors. 10,000.
Keep in mind, again, this is what I mean. She thinks her child is her property. That's the problem with this. It's like, no, you don't have the right. Your child isn't your property. It's not your property. It's a human being with emotions. It's not your fucking property. So no, you don't have the right to make them as miserable as humanly possible. Yeah, the right to oppress.
And that sounds like a good thing. Like in my former life, I would have been like, that's great because mental health is such a problem for our kids. But I know that those 10,000 new school counselors are 10,000 new indoctrinators. They are
indoctrinators by what? They're indoctrinating them into believing objective reality, such as, yeah, trans people exist, gay people exist. There's something called pansexuality.
10,000 new secret keepers. Because once a child goes to a school counselor, parents don't even.
Wait, yes, that's called confidentiality. Do you not know how psychology works? Yes, if you're going to see like some sort of therapist or counselor, yeah, the point is to have confidentiality. Because maybe you're not comfortable sharing something with your parents. Maybe you need somebody to talk to and tell them. Regardless, they're not going to tell their parents no matter what. Otherwise, they would just say it to their parents, right?
But no, they don't have a right to know that their child is going to a counselor every single day.
Yeah. Why did you decide that you were going to speak out on this issue as a parent? Because for a while, you said, I'll tell my story, but I'll do it anonymously. And then you said, no, I'm going to go public, so public that now you're on the forefront of advocacy. Why?
Someone has to do it. And it's 2 years later. And it's pretty safe out there now to be an advocate and to be in your name. People are told that they're going to lose.
By the way, this is evidence of the Overton window shifting, right? I'm like, genuinely, I'm being dead ass here, right? If it's the case that you feel safer now than you did before, or I guess this video was posted on January 30th of 2023, but still, like if you feel safer now than you did before, like that's evidence of that being the case, right? Like I don't make this shit up, like, right? Like I'm not saying that it shifted rightward, like as like a, oh yeah, it's just sort of this nebula. No, this is like perfect evidence of that being the case. It's like if you didn't feel safe being a bigot before, but you do now, I mean, what does that tell you? What does that tell you about the state of society and politics?
Lose their jobs, and maybe that does happen, but there's other jobs to be had. Me personally, if I can't stand up for children, I have no morals. You
are doing the opposite of standing up for children, and you have no morals. You are standing against children. You are standing up for abusive parents. You're standing up for transphobes, and you're standing up for your own narcissism. That's what you're standing up for. You're not standing up for children. You are directly spitting in the face, the faces of people that do stand up for children.
I will stand up for children 100 out of 100 times.
No, you do it 0 out of 100 times.
The movement is growing, and so more and more parents are standing up. And what parents are also finding is that they're not losing their jobs from standing up. So more,
if they're transphobic, I don't know if I'd say they should lose their jobs, but they should lose their children. Like they should lose custody of them. Like this bitch does not have the right to fucking have a child.
More people stand up. More people call in now against these bills, and we need, you need to create a crowd of courageous people because they can't cancel us all. Mm-hmm. And
guys, if we all commit tax fraud, they can't arrest us all. Bro, it's a fucking meme. It's literally a meme argument.
Can't ever defeat this unless we have the numbers. So everyone who is against this needs to do something.
Everyone who's against laws that prevent parents from having a better mechanism to abuse their children needs to speak out.
Stop it. And there's plenty of things that they can do anonymously. I mean, we have parents that put on wigs and sunglasses and come in and testify. We have parents who write.
Bro, I can just fucking imagine this already. You got you got this bitch going in testifying. She's got one of them you know, like the mustache with glasses. Like you know how in Lego Star Wars The Complete Saga there was like that one extra where if you turn it on, like all of the characters have like the large nose, the glasses, the mustache, the disguise is extra. Yeah, dude, I just fucking imagine that. It's like, yeah, you just go in being like, why are you transing my child? You made them trans. Make them turn them back. Undo this now. Make them cisgender again, or not cisgender, or make them undo the transness. I guess they wouldn't use the term cisgender, but you get the point.
Right? We have parents who hold, you know, who come to the protests, and sometimes in their real name and sometimes not. You know, they don't have to get their picture taken, but they need to know that there are the numbers out there, and especially they need to know the stories in California from the Democrats.
Yeah,
because we are the ones who have to change it in California. It has to be the Democrats, and we're the ones actually getting decimated.
Oh yeah, dude, you're definitely gonna be able to change it with the Democrats. You know, notoriously the most anti-trans party in the history of America. I guess there's only really two options. Yeah, you're gonna do a great job convincing progressive people to support your cause.
By this, it's mainly a white liberal issue in California. Although the Hispanics are getting hit also pretty hard.
Yeah.
But I think it's a different world 2 years now, and it's safer, and nothing's happened to me. I mean, knock on wood.
Hopefully that changes. I mean, what? Haha, just kidding. In Minecraft, I didn't say anything. What?
You know, there's a lot of us who are out, and really nothing has happened. And I can take a couple tweets that where people call me a bad parent and call me names. I'm a big girl.
Yeah.
Doesn't really affect me.
Yeah. And what are you?
Yeah, you're a big girl with a masculine facial structure. You look more clockable as trans than the trans people that you are meant to be against. I'm just saying. She's a Sith, true. I mean, she literally. I mean, she looks the part. She looks like a ghoul. She looks like a soulless ghoul. I mean, she is one, and she looks like one. I'm starting to believe that TERF phrenology is like a real thing. Like, I don't believe in phrenology, except for when it comes to TERFs. Then I do.
You all doing at our duty to be a support for parents and to bring about real change?
So we do a lot of things. We are a jack of all trades, expert of none. We do everything and anything. So we are a parent support group, so parents can contact us.
It's always the parent support group. Parent support. It's all about the parents. It's about me. It's about me. Because, again, it's not that their children need support. Their children don't need support because their children are property. It's the parents that aren't the property. Those are people, right? So they're the ones that need the support. Exactly. Support the parents, screw the kids. Yeah.
Then we usually send them out to other groups that are more of the crying on the shoulder groups, because we don't do that so much as connect them with other parents and other parent groups. We connect them with therapists and psychiatrists that we have vetted that we think would be helpful for their kids. And
that you have decided arbitrarily would be helpful.
And we do a lot of advocacy. So we did a protest against the AAP in Anaheim in October. And we joined forces with conservative groups, lesbian groups, all different groups, because that's how we're going to defeat this. And so
yeah, dude, if we don't ally with like the Nazis, dude, we're not going to be able to defeat transgenderism. Dude, we better, I mean, isn't that what happened with, what's her face, Posey Parker? And she tried to like deny it, but it was like, yeah, there was like a TERF rally and then a bunch of fucking Nazis showed up and were like, yeah, we support the TERFs because they literally have the same ideology. They just word it differently. That's it. It's the same ideology, different aesthetic.
We've done that. We also do a lot of helping with the press. So you'll have a reporter who wants to find a parent.
Yeah, the mother is absolutely pro-conversion therapy. I guarantee it. She won't say it outright, but we know for a fact that that's the case.
Who lost custody of their kid. We'll connect.
Okay.
We do a lot of the connecting. We connect parents with lawyers across the nation. We write a lot of simple fact sheets too. So you want to be able to distinguish, is trans different from gay rights? Well, we have a sheet on that. You want to know about this?
I mean, to an extent, I mean, there are differences, right? So for instance, gay people don't need access to hormones, for instance, whereas trans people might, right? Or, like a lot of trans people do. Right? That's going to be a distinction, right? Obviously, I benefit a lot more from estrogen than most gay people. Obviously, being gay doesn't mean you need hormone replacement therapy. I guess there are some people that are cis that do, but still.
The suicide stats. We have a sheet on that.
It's really important to have those resources.
Yeah, and they're simple. They're really simple.
Oh shit, you're right. I forgot to change the title. Rather than having it be called Chill Trans Girl Stream, how about Trans Girl Destroys Transphobes in the Free Marketplace of Ideas. There we go. That's a very long title, and I don't give a shit. All right, you better believe that's not going to be stopping me. All right, anyways, let's continue.
Yeah. For parents who would say to you, I'm concerned for my child, not maybe because they are identifying as trans, but say that there's some warning signs.
Warning signs? Oh my god. Also, wait, one sec. Streamlabs looks a little bit delayed. Be right back. And we are back, everybody. Very sorry about that. Where were we? Right, we were talking about the disgusting transphobic woman. Yeah, anyways, let's continue.
And they're just sort of wondering, what do I do? How do I protect my child? Maybe even if there aren't any warning signs, they just know for any kid going to middle school or high school these days, they're going to be exposed to this stuff. How can parents...
Oh my god, no! They're going to be exposed to the fact that trans people are real. No! We better protect them from knowing objective reality exists. Oh god.
Protect their kids.
Well, I'm going to just do it California-centric because we have the worst laws, so it can be used in other states.
Which is Spanish for the best laws.
So there's a lot of things that parents can do. So first and foremost, know the curriculum at your school. Mm-hmm. Read every book that your child is assigned at school before your child reads it.
Yeah.
Yeah, make sure your child doesn't learn about objective reality. Make sure that you read everything before they're allowed access to it, because you want to dictate what information that they have as a parent, even though you aren't an educator and really shouldn't have that right.
Know your teachers. Go in that classroom and take a look around that classroom, not just for the welcome posters or the pride flag, but go beyond that and look at all the books on the bookshelf. Mm-hmm. Does anything alarm you? If it does, pull your kid out of that class.
Yeah,
I feel like any book that has a gay character in it would alarm this bitch.
Don't wait for it to happen. Be in that classroom when your kids are TK and kindergarten. Go for those read alouds and see what those teachers are reading to your student. Because
God, they might have a book in which two of the characters are male and they're holding hands. Oh God, the horror! No! Oh God, that's so scary, spooky. Oh no!
Teachers hide it. So they may not have the books on the shelf, but those circles on the carpet that every kid loves, reading time. Be in that classroom and see what that teacher's teaching.
Yeah.
And note it and report on it. Go to the school board meetings. Read to your child the opposite books, the books that show how amazing their human body is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, make sure to read all of the books that are anti-trans. Make sure. I know she's framing it as it'll say how amazing your body is. That's not what you're talking about, all right? We already know what kind of books you have, all right? You were like, oh yeah, dude, in order to protest transgenderism in my own household, I got a bunch of anti-trans literature written by TERFs, basically. That's what she wants to read to children. Yeah.
Reinforce that.
Yeah.
Reinforce two sexes.
Reinforce that you're not allowed to transition.
Teach your child how to...
Wait, two sexes? Wait. Let's replay that.
Yeah.
Reinforce two sexes.
So basically just reinforce a lie. Earlier she was complaining because supposedly the school or whatever, or the teacher was lying to the students by teaching them the objective reality that is some people are pansexual, right? That's a lie. But apparently it's the truth that there's only two sexes, even though intersex people and people that literally have both genitalia as well literally exist. Exactly. Sex is bimodal, not binary. I've been saying this for ages, right? There are people that are auto-fertile. So if anybody's in favor of lying to children, it's this bitch. It's literally this bitch.
Teach your child how to respond with, when you're asked pronouns, the polite way to respond, not snarky. But, there's papers that get sent home in the beginning of school. They ask if your child can take surveys. No, 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 no. Every survey, no.
Just don't let your child do anything, of course.
There's an assembly at the school. Go to it. Pull your kid out of it if you don't like the assembly.
Yeah.
Just be a helicopter parent.
Read every one of your kids' assignments. It's okay to say, I need another assignment for my child. I'm not comfortable with this one. See what
No, that's fucking weird. That's what a control freak does.
the teachers do.
Yeah.
They may or may not capitulate. I mean, we have a kid, I think this is so fantastic. A California high school student was asked what his belief was with gender ideology, and he said, I don't believe it. He got an F. Mom was so proud. It's okay.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, dude, I'm so proud of you for getting an F. Wow, incredible. Yeah, I'm sure it was a very well-written assignment. Again, like, if you're denying objective reality, like, I'm sorry, but, what the hell? Why did I get an F in my science class? I just believe that the Earth is flat. And then it's like, they go home, and then it's like, their parents are like, it's okay, honey. I know that you said that I got an F on your assignment, but, you know, I taught you that the Earth is flat, and you stuck true to your beliefs that I forced you to believe. Wow, incredible. I'm so proud.
It's okay. So, yeah, you have to be on it with your kids. And that phone, okay, you need to know. The Switch. I should get some money for advertising for the Switch.
Fuck's sake. Not to mention the fact that this is terrible parenting. You're just setting up your child for failure. Oh, yeah, dude, because in the real world, you can just, like, whatever, not do the assignment and definitely not get fired. It's like, no, if you're a parent, okay, let's say that you actually, that you're transphobic or whatever, right? But you still want your kid to be successful. Why would you encourage that? You should be like, okay, look, I know, Johnny, that, you know, we don't believe in transgenderism, but for the sake of assignment, you should just lie to get the A, all right? Just write a bunch of bullshit, just recite the woke talking points, all right? But obviously, as long as you don't actually believe them, it's fine, right? Get an A. Sometimes you have to hide your belief, something like that, right? Otherwise, even if we disregard the fact that obviously, yeah, transphobia is bad, even if we disregard that, you're setting your child up for failure. They're gonna get fired from their job. Because guess what? Guess what you're raising? You're raising a kid that is going to, like, if they find out somebody is trans at their job, they're being set up to deliberately misgender them or deliberately misgender a client that they interact with. And guess what? Guess what happens when you disrespect a client? You get fired because you can just be replaced by somebody else, and you get fired. But apparently that's something that should be encouraged.
The Switch has no connection to the internet. So no strangers can get on that device. So you want to give your kid a device, give them...
Just never give them internet access. Don't allow them anything that would show them anything about the real world.
The Switch. Pinterest has direct messaging. Like, you think it's, you know, just an art, like, cool. Like, no, this is how...
Yeah, keep them away from Pinterest, dude. Pinterest is a clear and unambiguous danger to the children.
They get to your kids. Just be in the know. It's painful.
Dude, Pinterest is going to trans the kids.
It's annoying. It's time consuming. But you need to know everything that your child is being exposed to.
Yeah. And for any parent.
Okay, what I will say, and here's my take on parenting, okay? Here's what I would do if I was a parent. Yes, I would keep track of what they're doing on the internet. And whatnot, right? Like, I'd make sure that, like, there aren't creepy people messaging them, that they're not putting any information, any like personal information on the internet, etc., right? Like, I'd be monitoring all of that, right? But I wouldn't be dictating what content they watch. Like, unless it's like, okay, maybe don't watch ISIS beheadings. Please don't do that, right? But it's like, I don't know.
Parents listening who want to find more resources, any advocates who just want to get involved, you can visit ourduty.group to learn more. But Erin, thank you. We really appreciate your time. We appreciate the work that you're doing. It's just really incredible to see how you are all in on.
You're mocking biological females? Are you sure that the person on the right is a biological female? I don't know. She really doesn't look like one. She looks less biologically female than I do. And I've been on HRT for less than a year.
This, and we need more parents like you out there doing this. So thank you.
Thank you.
God, what an awful video. Fucking terrible. Genuinely awful. So, yeah, I thought I would show that. You're not following science? What science am I not following? Please tell me. Stop the lying. What did I lie about? Why are you assuming that person is male or female? What? Do you not know what a fucking joke is? What? I said she looks biologically male. And I believe she's a biological female. I mean, I don't know. Maybe she's secretly a trans woman who was born biologically male and started transition. I don't fucking know. It's unlikely, okay? It's unlikely. Yeah. Anyways. Fuck me, dude. What was the video called? It's just rewind the VOD. I reacted to it.
Hi there.
Okay. So, that being said, I just need to adjust the audio a little bit because this one seems quieter. And, yeah. Sorry. Let me close the blinds. 1 sec. You're a girl? True, and thank you. I agree. Okay. Alright. Ma'am, you're pissed off? No, See, here's the thing. If you're an entertainer, alright? And you're yelling, it's generally not because you're pissed off, it's just because you're being entertaining. So, yeah. Sorry. Do you have anything better to do? What do you mean? This is my favorite activity. Yeah, hold on. Let me remove from playlist. Remove from playlist. Alright, sorry. I just had to remove 2 things from playlist. Because, you know, we watched them. And I need to be more organized with my docket. My eyes needed that break. Fair enough. Anyways. I'm new here. What's happening? Oh, we were just making fun of transphobic people, for a little bit, and we're gonna do more of it. Anyways. Femyoz is the best content, brain to bottom ever. Shut up, I'm not a bottom. Alright? Unless somebody donates $55, then I'll admit to being a submissive bottom for the rest of stream. Okay? That's the only way, alright? I think I should be safe. Anyways. $100 if you hit the gritty, I'll donate. I don't know how to hit the gritty. But I'll learn for you if you donate 100. Bottomyoz, shut up, I'm not a bottom. Anyways. Hi, hello, Dolphins VR. It's wild you make money, so true. You're trans for attention? How does that... Dude, yeah, so true. I take estrogen and fucking androgen blockers. For attention, yep. I'm doing it all for attention. No other reason. Anyways, what's your preferred pronouns? She, her. Why are you always live? Because I'm trying to grow my platform. What do you mean? I stream as much as I can. Do you have a job? Or is this your job? This is my part-time job. Anyways. I swear I'm now invisible. You're not invisible. I'm not reading as much chat. But yeah. Anyways. No, I don't watch anime. Didn't I just answer what my pronouns are like a second ago? Anyways. How old are you? Old enough to fuck your dad. I like your pink hair. Where is my pink hair? What? I don't see any pink hair in the Streamlabs preview window. You're cute and I can't get over that. Thank you, Dolphins VR. I appreciate that. He must have been an aggressive little dude before the estrogen. Do you mean on stream or like in real life? On stream, yes. On stream, I'm more aggressive. In person, I'm actually quite quiet. I'm pretty quiet IRL. Like, obviously, I'm not gonna be like an aggressive asshole in person, right? Because that would be like weird. But it's entertaining if it's on stream, right? I'm an entertainer, right? I don't know. Anyways, the next video we're gonna be watching is from 2 months ago. It's called Transgender Surgery Increases Cancer Risk in New Leaked Emails, apparently. I want to see what this is all about. I'm so excited.
Hi there. Today I'm going to be talking about the massive medical malpractice that has been happening in our generation, which nobody wants to admit. We are in the day and age to where it is glorified to change your sex and your
How is it glorified?
gender than to have a kid. Like, I'm not joking.
What are you talking about?
People get more shit online over having a child.
Wait, who is getting shit online for having a child? What are you talking about? Are you fucking schizophrenic? Were you hit on the head as a child or some shit? She had to have been. Her boobs are smarter than her brain.
Birthing a child, then having, a surgery which can give you cancer. All right. And these
Do you have any evidence of this being the case?
doctors were, very aware of how the people who are getting these surgeries don't understand the entire risks involved in it. This is
Really? What are the risks? Okay, so here's an article from the Telegraph. Okay. Doctors admit link between transgender hormone therapy and cancer in leaked emails. So, wait. This is completely... First of all, the title says surgery, and you're linking something that says hormone therapy. I'm guessing what this is so here's what it says. Doctors on a leading transgender healthcare body have admitted that patients have developed cancer owing to the effects of hormone treatment. So, like, if there's, like, a trans woman that gets breast cancer, I'm assuming that would be, like, an example of this, which is kind of a nothing burger. Yeah, if you have more breast tissue, yeah, you're more likely to get breast cancer, right? But you would be getting breast cancer at the same rate as a cis woman, right? So you would increase the risk from very, very low, right? Because generally biological males don't get breast cancer to about what it is for a cis woman, right? Which is a reasonable risk, right? Otherwise, you would see a bunch of cis women getting their breasts removed in order to get rid of that risk, right? But you don't see that happening because it's not worth it in terms of the risk-benefit analysis, right?
article from Yahoo in the Telegraph. It says doctors admit link between transgender hormone therapy and cancer in leaked emails.
Do you think that hormone therapy and surgeries are the same thing?
And it says doctors on a leading transgender healthcare body have admitted that patients have developed cancer owing to the effects of hormone treatment.
Again, I'm guessing what this is referring to would be breast cancer in trans women, which is still going to be like happening at the statistical rate, the same statistical rate as it is for cis women.
Leaked emails show other medical professionals admitting that trans patients do not always understand the consequences of gender reassignment. Why?
Gender reassignment is entirely different from hormones, right? So let's go back to this. Trans patients don't always know the consequences of gender reassignment. Okay, I guess this would be an argument in favor of making it more clear. I don't know if there's even any evidence of this, but whatever.
Trans patients do not always understand the consequences of gender reassignment.
I mean, I'm not going to just take their word for it, but okay.
Why? Because majority of them are minors or young adults.
Fuck.
There's even
Wait,
parents who have
minors or young adults. Where are the minors that are getting surgeries? What are you talking about? You have to be an adult to get surgery. What are you saying? Yeah, dude. For all 2 minors in the entire United States of America that have gotten surgery. Oh, wow. Incredible.
3 transgender children, which the odds of that are fucking low. Like, way too low to even be naturally occurring.
Wait, you said that somebody had 3 trans kids. Let me explain why this is a false narrative being pushed here. So first of all, right, if considering, like, okay, we have, 1% of people are trans or whatever, right? And it seems to be the case that, transness, I guess you could say, being transgender, has something to do with hormone washing that occurs within the womb. It is actually quite reasonable that it would be the case that if one of your kids is trans, because it, as a fetus, they were exposed to certain hormone washing, that same hormone washing would predispose other kids that you have in the future to being trans, right? Fun fact, I have an older bro who's also trans, right? This, again, it's not that we were manipulated into it. Our parents never taught us about trans people existing or anything like that. We just sort of figured it out ourselves, right? It wasn't based on, it wasn't me, like, copying him either or anything, because I'm, like, the younger sibling. Again, I've wanted to be a girl since I was, like, 5. And nobody ever told me that trans people existed, right? So,
The chances of, that parent having Munchausen or abusive is much higher than birthing three small tiny humans to grow up.
It's actually not.
And
Well, they would be born that way due to hormone washing that occurs within the womb, right? The fetuses would have developed in the same womb with similar hormone washing that occurs. So yes, that's not even that unlikely.
fact that they all know that they're transgender at the same, in the same time. Well, I hate to break it to you, but this proves you guys are very abusive to your children. If you
No, it actually doesn't prove that.
are allowing this, if you are pressuring your child to
Wait. You just said two completely different things. Allowing and pressuring are completely different ideas, right? There's a difference between allowing your child to be trans versus pressuring them into it. Now, I don't know any of any instances where somebody has pressured their child into being trans. I'm sure maybe there's like one singular instance or some shit, right? But it's not very common. There are way more instances of kids being pressured into being cis, right? And you don't see that stopping trans people from existing, right? We still exist, right? So why does it work in one direction but not the other, right? Society pressured me into being cis because we live in a society that promotes that, right? And I still figured out that I was trans, regardless of that fact, right?
say that they are transgender. If you're pressuring your child to take pills they otherwise wouldn't have taken in a
Who is pressuring their child to take pills?
nice, healthy home. I would kill to be a mom. But the fact that other mothers, other women
I'm glad you're not a mom. You would be terrible at it.
would go out and do this.
You'd also be passing the fucking retard gene, right? So you would be also contributing to the average IQ in this country getting slightly lower.
To their own babies, ruining their lives essentially, because now you're gonna give them cancer, giving them these pills, these surgeries.
Oh yeah, dude, because of all of the instances of babies getting injected with hormones. Yep, this is definitely a real thing that's occurring. And then they immediately get cancer.
There are even websites that allow teenagers, young adults, to buy these pills without a prescription as well.
You mean like DIY HRT? Yeah, that's like a last resort. Are you referring to the Keffels thing? If that's the case, then yeah, I actually agree with this one point. Like, yeah, that was irresponsible, right?
Discord groups that, facilitate these drugs getting into the
Yeah, obviously you shouldn't be getting drugs from Discord. Like, yeah, no shit.
hands of children. There was even a box of one of Keffels's,
Yeah, she is talking about the Keffels thing. Okay.
talking about the HRT medicine that Keffels was sending to kids.
Keffels was not sending it, but she did promote a website that linked to this. Keffels claims to not have known, but either way, it is at the very least, like best case scenario for Keffels, it is a form of negligence, and worst case, she knew this and just didn't care, right?
On the side, right here, this is made with 5G technology. Keep out of reach of parents. Like, how fucking dumb can you be?
Well, I think the worst part is the part that says, don't look at my giant girl dick. That combined with the keep out of reach of parents, I mean, it gets marketed towards children and also sexualized, right?
To make a product that gives kids cancer.
No, the problem isn't that it gives kids cancer. This isn't happening. It's not giving... HRT doesn't give you cancer. If that was the case, where the fuck is my cancer? Why don't I have cancer yet? I'm on HRT.
Right? But then to even put on the box, keep out of reach of parents. It's absolutely...
Yeah, obviously that's not okay, right? Like, the packaging was not okay at all. It was unacceptable, right?
sick that these people think it's a joke on top of it. The cache of files from the world...
No, but what I do think is a joke is you thinking that hormones and hormone replacement therapy causes cancer. Like, oh yeah, dude, it causes cancer like 0.0001% of the time, right? Yeah. Chat, you know what? Actually, yeah, it does cause cancer. Parentheses, 0.0000000001% of the time. Incredible.
Professional Association for Transgender Health, which sets guidelines that influence NHS treatment, show that doctors are carrying out life-changing surgery and prescribing puberty blockers, even though they are aware that adults and children may not fully understand the long-term ramifications.
So again, I'm not just gonna take their word for it, right? Why would I take their word for it? If this is true, then I guess all I would say in response to that is add more information that you are given, I guess, in the informed consent model, right? Because it says adults and children. This is really sneaky, right? because it combines these things, right? So it says doctors are carrying out life-changing surgery and prescribing puberty blockers for adults and children, right? A reader who's uninformed is most likely going to interpret this as both the life-changing surgery and puberty blockers, both of them being available for children. This isn't the case. Children are not getting life-changing surgery, right? They're not getting like bottom surgery or double vasectomies or anything like that, right? There might be like a few niche cases, like one or two instances in which like I think the youngest that might have happened was like 16, but that's very rare. That's a very rare. And that's under like the most like extreme circumstances, right? Like it just doesn't really happen, right?
Okay,
also, the informed consent model only applies to adults, right? So this whole children may not understand the long-term ramifications of what? Puberty blockers? You know, it's not just the child that just like goes in there and gets puberty blockers, right? Like they have to get consent from a parent and a doctor. They have to be diagnosed with gender dysphoria.
doctor talked about a transgender person who died of cancer as a result of his hormone treatment. I have
So there's one trans person that died of cancer. First of all, how do you know it was as a result of hormone treatment? Secondly, yeah, that sucks. But yeah, there's gonna be any medication you take, right? May cause you to whatever develop something that might give you cancer or whatever, right? But that's like, it's so unlikely, right? That's what a risk benefit analysis is, right? How old were they? It doesn't say.
one transition friend colleague who, after about 8 to 10 years of testosterone, developed I can't pronounce that, but it's a form of liver cancer. The doctor wrote, to the best of
How do you know it was caused by the testosterone? Again, I'm on estrogen. I don't know what all of the like risks and side effects of testosterone are because I'm going in the opposite direction. But I'm guessing if it's the case that testosterone goes through the liver, that would technically increase the chances of getting cancer, right? Because obviously it has to go through your liver, right? But it would still be statistically low enough where you would do a risk-benefit analysis there, right?
to my knowledge, it was linked to his hormone treatment. It was so advanced that he opted for palliative care. What is that? So basically, it's like hospice. It's like, bordered with hospice. It can receive at any stage of disease, can occur at the same time as curative treatment, and then optimize comfort, reduce stress.
Yeah, oral testosterone is very uncommon and not recommended because it destroys your liver, but it would need to be monitored. Yeah, if you're taking oral testosterone, right, and it's going through your liver, then yeah, like you would have to heavily monitor that, right? But most trans people don't take oral testosterone, right? But I am almost certain that it's the case that this individual that got liver cancer would have been taking testosterone orally, which is very uncommon for trans people, or for trans men. Sorry, it's more common to take estrogen orally. For the longest time, though, most of the time it was like it was taken sublingually until way later, quite recently actually, it's been determined that the sublingual estrogen that you can take, the estrogen you can take sublingually, you can take it orally as well, and it won't damage your liver, right? But that took them a while to figure out, right? Yeah, under the tongue, yeah, that's what sublingually is, yes. But you can swallow them, or at least that's what my doctors told me. I don't know. Either way, obviously do whatever your endocrinologist/doctor says, right? So if they're telling you to take it sublingually, don't take my advice. But again, if anything, they're very cautious, right? Like if it took them this long to be certain enough that like this isn't going to damage your liver and give you liver cancer, right?
So basically, they're in a home. They're in a home, an old folks' home, which they wouldn't have been in if they never took the fucking medication in the first place. After they got put in a home, they died a couple of months later. It's not clear from the documents if the person who died was made aware or knew about the side effect.
So wait, it literally just says it's not clear from the document if the person was aware. So why do you assume that they wouldn't be aware? perhaps it's the case that they were aware and they looked at it as a risk-benefit analysis, and they decided, okay, this potential risk is worth the benefits that I'll get, so I will take that risk, and then they got unlucky, right? That's bound to happen at some point, right?
Living presumably happily ever after. Another said they would go ahead with a double mastectomy on a 16-year-old, even though hormones had likely given her liver cancer.
A 16-year-old. Wait, hold on. Even though hormones had likely given her liver cancer? Wait, her? Another said they would go ahead on a 16-year-old. So it would be a 16-year-old trans boy. And I'm supposed to believe what this article says when it's like misgendering a trans person? So the hormones likely gave him cancer based on what? What? How would you know that? Also, it's very rare that a 16-year-old child would get top surgery. This is a very rare occurrence. This does not happen at a statistically significant rate, right? So you can't really extrapolate this. They jump from one example to a completely different one. True.
The oncologist and surgeon both have indicated that the likely offending agents are the hormones. The doctor wrote, "We are prepared to support the patient any way we can. Example, top surgery when medically stable, etc." A gender therapist said they had only turned one person down for treatment in 15 years. Only one? You've only turned down one fucking person in 15 years, and it just happened to—
I'm guessing it's the case that generally they're working with adults, right? It's generally going to be the case that, like, if you're working with adults using the informed consent model, right?
be this 15-year-old. Like, these people need investigated. What if they did this to, you know, a victim of Munchausen syndrome, a child, a 10-year-old? I mean, I've heard of kids as young as 8 years old being given these drugs.
Given what? Puberty blockers? You do realize that puberty blockers were invented to prevent precocious puberty, right? So if a kid starts hitting puberty at the age of 6, that's not good. That's unhealthy for them, right? That's why puberty blockers were invented in the first place, right? So actually, it's a good thing if a 6-year-old is getting puberty blockers, if they're going through puberty, because they shouldn't be hitting puberty that young anyway. So it's like this whole, oh my God, the youngest instance I know is of an 8-year-old. Then you clearly don't even understand what puberty blockers are, or the various different uses, right? If you're not even aware of the fact that, yeah, puberty blockers were invented to prevent precocious puberty, which literally is very unhealthy, right? So it prevents them from going through an unhealthy puberty that harms them and their health, then yeah, like you would know that, like, okay, the youngest is probably going to be like, whatever, like 5 or 6, right? Because there are instances where a child will hit puberty really young, and that's really bad for them and their development, right?
I have also interviewed—
Yeah, there are kids that hit puberty as young as 3 and 4. Yeah, I believe that to be the case. I'm not going to assert that as a fact. Hold on. Let me do a little bit of research, okay? What is the youngest you can hit precocious puberty? All right. The youngest documented case of central precocious puberty was that of a Peruvian girl named Lena Marcela Medina, who gave birth to a healthy baby boy when she was 5.5 years old. What? Is it normal for a 4-year-old to have pubic hair? Premature puberty? Wait, what? I'm not really getting the answer I'm looking for, but whatever. Either way, it's a side tangent. It's a side tangent. But yeah, if somebody's giving birth at the age of 5.5, right, then it's going to be the case that, like, they would have hit puberty before then. So, yeah. I need to go to the bathroom. I'm going to be right back, chat. All right? I'm not going to play the video because it's not that long of a video. And, yeah, so I'm going to be right back. What do I play in the meantime? I need to play something. iDubbbz Rice Gum Content Cop retrospective from Lyreoz. Dude, what is he talking about? Bro, what is this? speed.
Look at this, bro. Where's my
therapy.
Supreme and Gucci and Babe?
That is all fake beef, so if you want to call that a joke, go for it. But you are undoubtedly the biggest fence rider on YouTube. You would just as soon make a diss track on Logan Paul as you would drop to your knees and suck him.
What is that video? Dude, what the fuck is this
You
clip?
would drop to your
Why is he in a dress? Wait,
Getting that glizzy down.
Amanda Cerny Rice Gum. What is this video?
Oh no.
Where does he dress up? Can you
hell?
unzip that down? Dude, these fucking videos, man. What the
It's hot outside, right? Like, do you want to just unzip it a little? Yeah. Oh, yeah, more. Yo, what is up, everybody, man? You guys doubted me, man. You guys really thought I wasn't gonna pop.
Oh, AIDS.
This is
It's hot outside, right? Like, do you want to just unzip it a little? Yeah. Oh, yeah, more.
Ah, man. Dude, imagine be the woman here. Like, I'm
Dude, he's
about
living
fucking...
the good lifestyle.
Literally just, like, this is pathetic. Like, this is what you're resorting to? This is, like, you're basically, like, just a fucking prostitute. What is this? When your mom's a savage? Why is Logan Paul's mom, like, giving a fucking pegging to whoever that gentleman is? A lot of people really think of it too. Kind of weird. Lyrics wants to see a man in a dress. Amanda.
True, he does want to see a man in a dress. Well, I lied. He doesn't just want to see a man in a dress. He wants to be the man in a dress. That's what he wants. Very important distinction to make, of course.
Cerny on how to find the G spots.
True.
What is this?
True.
Damn. Anyways, sorry, that was a side tangent. Let me close that. I just needed to place something so that there wasn't, like, dead air. Larissa W, so true. So true. It's crazy how Larissa is both streaming and in my chat simultaneously, if you can believe that. Stop stealing our Femyoz Spyro. Making her pee non-stop. Yeah, it'd be like that. Anyways, sorry, let's continue.
On behalf of people who have been diagnosed with major depressive disorder, complex PTSD, which is basically CPTSD, homeless, and at least in one testicle removed. In the last 15 years, I had to regrettably decline only writing one letter, mainly because the person evaluated was in active psychosis and hallucinating during the assessment session. Other than that,
Okay.
nothing. Everyone got their assessment letter, insurance approval, and are living happily ever after. A number of doctors admitted that their patients often did not understand the ramifications of HRT or surgery, such as developing facial hair. A child psychologist.
I'm pretty sure this isn't. This sounds made up. This sounds made up. Especially if we're talking about, like the fastest way to get hormones as an adult, at least. If you're in the United States, I don't know what it's like in other countries, but I don't know what it's. Maybe it's different in other states as well. But if you live in a blue state, it's gonna be the case that you can generally go to a Planned Parenthood and get HRT through informed consent, right? So that's gonna be like the fastest, most lenient way of getting it, right? They tell you what all of the potential side effects are. They tell you what to expect, right? They tell you that in fact they tell you like even like side effects that you won't get, right? So like for instance, I specifically remember one of the things it mentioned is your voice won't get higher. So it also mentions things that won't happen. Your voice won't get higher or anything like that. I think one of the things mentioned when I got estrogen was like body hair might like thin out. And it's same thing with facial hair. It might grow slowly, but it doesn't go away. So it's like very specific. It's very specific. Genitalia might get smaller. Again, it describes all of these things. So like this just sounds like a straight up lie.
Just said in a leaked email featured in the report, it is out of their developmental range to understand the extent.
How do we know these emails are even real in the first place, or that they exist?
To which some of these medical interventions are impacting them. This is what regular people without a degree has been saying.
Oh, of course it's regular people without a degree. Yeah, okay. You should believe them over the medical professionals, of course.
They'll say they
Because
understand,
they obviously know better.
but then they'll say something else that makes you think, oh, they really didn't understand and that they were going to have facial hair. Neither science nor medicine.
Where is this happening? Who is going on testosterone thinking that they're not going to get facial hair? Where is this happening, please?
Contents of the forum was leaked to a U.S. writer and journalist. The files show what is called gender medicine is neither science nor medicine. The experiments are not randomized, double-blind, or controlled. It's not medicine since the first rule is to do no harm, and that requires informed consent.
So they're talking about the informed consent model? So wait, hold on. It's called gender medicine. Who is saying it's neither science? He said. So it was leaked by some writer and journalist, and the writer and journalist is saying that it's not science or medicine. So am I supposed to believe him and just agree with whatever he says? Also, how do we know that the experiments are not randomized? Okay, wait, randomized, double-blind, or controlled? What? What are you talking about? You would do a longitudinal study. What? You would base it off of a longitudinal study of people that seek gender-affirming care and see how happy are they before the gender-affirming care and after the gender-affirming care. And if it's like, it's like, yeah, I know that there's like a study with like an N value of 90,000, and we just keep seeing time and time again that all of these people getting gender-affirming care end up being happier at the end of the study. You know, it wasn't double-blind. How would you do a double-blind study for just something like gender-affirming care? You would know, right? Like, if it's double-blind, that would mean that the person wouldn't know if it's a placebo. But that doesn't work. If you go on estrogen, you grow titties. So you would know whether or not you got the real estrogen or the fake estrogen. How would you do a double-blind study? You would physically see the changes. You would see the tits growing. Or if you're a trans man, you would see the facial hair. You would hear your voice dropping. This is how you know these are unserious people. They don't even know how a fucking study works. They're just listing off different types of studies. What are some different types of studies I could think of? Randomized, yeah. That's like a study thing. Double blind, controlled. It's like they looked up AP stats vocabulary terms. Didn't even look into them and was like, yep, I can't believe they would not do this, even though it's physically impossible to do a double blind study for something like HRT. Like what?
So, what is
it's a placebo effect to see if it affects the way they feel mentally? Yeah, but that doesn't work. Because if you start growing titties and seeing changes, you would know which estrogen you got. This doesn't function. And if it's the case that the placebo, like let's say for instance, on like the first week or whatever, I'm really excited about taking estrogen because I know what changes are to come, right? I might be happier for the next few months thinking that I'm going to experience changes, but that would be based on changes that I want to experience, right? And then I might be disappointed when I don't experience the changes after whatever amount of time, right? You wouldn't be able to do a double-blind study for that. This wouldn't work. How would it is physically, it can't be double-blind because the patient themselves would know, especially the patients that do see changes. Like again, you grow titties when you go on estrogen, right? That's something that happens. You start noticing changes. You wouldn't be blind. You would know that the estrogen is working because your nipples look and feel different. You would know. You would know if the testosterone is working if your voice is deeper after a month.
Informed consent. Usually with informed consent, and I've been to college, I understand what informed consent is because my major was psychology, okay? When you take psychology,
I would not want this person to be my psychologist. That's for fucking sure.
You were taking classes with nursing students, you know, in usually anatomy, things like that. With informed consent, you need to be as unbiased as possible. You have to give all of the downsides before you give the upsides.
Yeah, I was given that. I was given an entire like whatever 3 or 4 page packet that included all of I guess they didn't even frame it as upsides. Right? Now, I interpreted them as upsides because they were all things I wanted, right? Like, for instance, boob growth, right? For me, I see that as an upside, but it wasn't framed as an upside. It wasn't like, it didn't say, you will experience boob growth, parentheses, which is a good thing because you want boobs, you will take the estrogen and grow boobs. It's like, no, these are the effects. It's very neutral. It's not biased language. It just says, yeah, you will grow boobs. Now, if the patient hears that and is like, well, that's a positive thing, well, that's on the patient, right? That probably means that maybe they should get boob growth, right? I saw that and I'm like, oh, that's a nice bonus, right? For me, the main thing that I needed was to prevent more masculinization occurring. That was, everything else is like a bonus for me. It's like, you know what? If I grow titties, I'm not complaining. You know, I want titties anyway.
Because you need to get it across to this person, right, what they are doing to themselves. It's actually a crime to not give informed consent on any surgery, just anything, right?
Where is this happening?
It could be as much as legal informed consent, which isn't usually used because people sign contracts, you know, whenever they want without reading them. But when it comes to, you know, your medical...
Okay. So if you don't read the contract, but you say you did, you lie and say, yup, I read the contract, and then they sign the contract, then, like, yeah, that's on them for not being informed. Oh, yeah, dude, can you believe that when you go to a Planned Parenthood to get hormones, and then you pretend to read the packet, but you actually don't read it, and then you say that you read it, and that you did a risk-benefit analysis, and that you want to pursue HRT, and then you're not informed? Can you believe that they're giving HRT to people that aren't informed? That's on you. They gave you the information. You just didn't read it. That's your fault.
Side of your life. You need trusted doctors to give you informed consent. If they do not, they are committing medical malpractice. This goes as far as the psychology department. Informed consent has been abused practically.
They shouldn't be giving it to anyone, so you think that I should just be forced to have testosterone in my body, even though I'm an autonomous adult? Why should I be forced to have testosterone in my body? Explain that one.
Since it started. So if some people aren't aware about the Unabomber was not given.
Planned Parenthood, oh, the baby killers. You can trust them. Baby killers? When did they kill babies? You realize that fetuses are not sentient, right? Like, they're not sentient, so they have no moral consideration, right? Because they don't experience qualia.
Informed consent on his experiments that happened to him when he was a teenager and in university, okay, which led to his demise. A lot of other experiments, no informed consent. I think there was an experiment of some children being, you know, sex changed, and the end result, when just before they turned 40 years old, both twins had committed suicide.
Okay, so there's an experiment from a really long time ago that was unethical. What does this have to do with... How is that related to what's happening today?
If you want to learn more about that, that is actually... I think it was John Money who did that. Yeah, John Money. You can learn more about...
Bro, they always reference John Money. Yeah, I know that all of the scientific literature and medical literature is in support of trans people, but guys, what about John Money? What about John Money, this one singular person that did an unethical experiment that, if anything, proved that forcing somebody into a box actually doesn't work, right? It's the case that there was a cisgender child, right, who identified as a boy that was forced to grow up and be a girl, right? And it turns out that when you force somebody into a box that they actually don't fit into, that makes them suicidal. This applies in both directions, by the way. If you do this to a trans person, if you try to force a trans person to be cis, the same outcome occurs. It is literally the same. Literally the same.
This on Wikipedia or just Googling David Raymer or John Money, which is basically the face of medical malpractice, you know, with psychology and in just experiments. And when I learned...
Yes, I agree that John Money did medical malpractice.
...about John Money in school, I was sickened. He's actually still credited in a lot of gender ideology books. You know, I've had to take...
Gender... Where is he being credited? As some heroic face of transgenderism? Where is this happening? Who is going around talking about John Money other than anti-trans people? Like, yeah, no, I don't go around being like, oh yeah, dude, I really look up the fucking John Money, some dude from a really long time ago that did one unethical experiment. Wow, incredible.
Courses about this type of stuff, and it kind of opened my eyes after I have learned about it. I think after, I did a paper on him after I was done and I read it all the way through. I wanted to puke. It made me so depressed, the fact that this is acceptable in any medical field. Like,
where is it accepted? Where is what John Money did accepted? Please explain that one to me. Where are cis kids being forced to transition? Tell me. I'd love to know.
it literally makes me shake just talking about it. Activist members know.
Yeah, dude. It literally makes me shake just talking about it. Let's replay that, okay?
It literally makes me shake just talking about it.
It literally makes me shake just talking about it. Dude, you sound dead inside. Wow, I can see you shaking.
Activist members know that the so-called gender-affirming care they provide can cause lifelong complications and sterility, and that their patients did not understand the implications.
When are the patients not understanding the implications? Where's this happening? They tell you all of this, like, all of the potential side effects. Yeah, you might end up being infertile permanently if you go on estrogen, you know? Like, it's not a secret. They even recommend sending sperm into a sperm bank before starting hormones. I didn't do this because I'm like, well, it's not worth the money, and I don't really plan on having kids, but that was my decision as, like, an adult, right? Now, that's with HRT. If you go on puberty blockers, that doesn't make you infertile, right?
Such as loss of sexual function and the ability to experience an orgasm. These leaked files.
This rarely happens. This rarely happens. You don't lose the ability to go to experience an orgasm from going on HRT, right? This is in terms of like a surgery that can happen, and that's one of the risks that you have to sort of contend with, right?
Will show overwhelming evidence that the professionals within WPATH know that they are not getting consent from children, adolescents, and vulnerable adults or their caregivers.
Where is this happening? So wait, evidence of that professionals within WPATH know they're not getting a consent from children, adolescents, and vulnerable adults or their caregivers. Well, it wouldn't just be the children would have to consent, but not just the children, right? But the doctor and the parents would also have to consent. Like what? What? They would all have to be in agreement. And there are certain medical standards specifically for minors that want to get medical intervention. This is literally just made up.
PATH is made up of doctors, psychologists, therapists, and activists. Although it has some UK members, it is based in the US. It's best known for its standards of care guidelines, which the NHS in England was previously aligned with. Scotland still is. WPATH was approached for comment. And of course, there was none. And guess who?
Wow, of course there was none. Yeah, no shit. Oh wow, can you believe that WPATH didn't respond to some retarded journalist that is extremely biased and basically just nearly lying, essentially, if not completely lying. Yeah, dude, I can't believe they didn't send a comment to some random fucking journalist, some literal nobody.
Who's on the WPATH website? Just take a wild guess. Just a wild one. This is from the WPATH.org website, and this is kind of
children can't consent to what? Sex? I agree, they can't consent to sex. But they can consent to necessary medical care, if you can believe that. Right? For instance, there are some teenagers that end up on antidepressants, myself included. Guess what? Without antidepressants, I'm a fucking insane person. I actually had a schizo arc on my channel publicly when I was off my antidepressants, if you can believe that. So yeah. Miss Fem, do you remember me? Yes, Zinxie, I do. I haven't forgotten. I can say I fell in love with your analysis. Let's go. Children can't legally consent to getting antidepressants? Like, obviously, they wouldn't just, like, get them, like, they wouldn't go to the antidepressant store and just pick up antidepressants, obviously, right? But, like, if a doctor prescribes them and the kid and their parents consent, then, yeah, they would get antidepressants. I don't see why it would be categorically any different for other necessary medical care, such as gender affirming care, which is also necessary medical care for many people. Well, what is the categorical distinction here? It's medical care. Yeah.
Kind of like a pamphlet you can print out. Well, the second page of it
Is consent the biggest work you know? Oh, you mean a word? No. The largest word I know is either anti-disestablishmentarianism. That's a classic. I almost know a different word. What is it? Floxinoxyhilipilification? I don't know if I pronounced that one correctly though. And I don't know what it means. So anyways, let's continue. It's nice to see another live stream, Femyoz. Let's go based.
right here. Oh,
You don't know what you're talking about. Wow, incredible counter-argument to all of the things that I have said. You have systematically deconstructed each and every one of my arguments that I've made thus far.
opening address by the chairman, John Money, professor of medical psychology, associate professor of pediatrics, Johns Hopkins Hospital, Baltimore, Maryland. It's important to note that this pamphlet was from 1973. And if you
Guys, I know that the scientific consensus supports trans people, but what about this one really old pamphlet from fucking 1973? Oh my god. Alright.
sat through this entire video
Your outfit is amazing, thank you.
and you still believe it's okay to give kids HRT or, you know, surgeries relating
Where are kids getting surgery? There might be a few generally it's the case they don't even get HRT, they just get puberty blockers. But yeah, if what transphobe made this? Pamela Wall is the account. It's like a kind of like a schizophrenic person.
to their sexual health or just their basic health overall, physical and mental. And you still want to
And mental, do you really care about their mental health? If you're in favor of not giving them access to necessary medical care that makes them less suicidal? Interesting.
believe you're right, please leave a comment. I want to understand why you feel it's okay or acceptable under any circumstance to do this to children, or just
To do what? To do what? Prescribe them puberty blockers which are reversible, and prevent them from going through irreversible changes of the wrong puberty? Because it decreases their suicide rate and makes them happier. And that's a good thing, actually. That should happen. Right?
just anyone who doesn't have the informed consent they should have. Thank you for watching this video.
Who isn't getting informed consent? Where is this happening? Again, the informed consent model, first and foremost, only applies to 18 and older, right? It's way more restricted for minors. It's really hard to get HRT, or not even just puberty blockers. Sorry, it's really hard to get puberty blockers, let alone HRT, let alone a fucking surgery as a minor. Minors don't really get surgeries. Yeah, in terms of informed consent, I don't know what the fuck she's on about. I don't know. Maybe there are other places that don't give proper informed consent, but I'm not aware of them. Simply because, again, I went to a Planned Parenthood. They informed me of everything that you would need to know. It's funny because I actually did a lot of research into it before going there, looking at all the potential side effects, and it was like pretty similar stuff, and a little bit of extra, right? Stuff that I didn't find from research. But yeah.
Please share it and like it and get this in the algorithm.
No, I will not like it. I will dislike it.
We need people more animated about this. So that way
Animated about what? You sort of schizo posting and saying that if you take HRT, you're gonna get cancer? With no source or evidence?
it can be somewhat checked. You have a great day.
Anyways.
Well, in case
we're gonna watch another video next. I guess you could already see maybe you can't see the title. It's, whatever. I need to pee again. Chat, I'm gonna be right back. I'm sorry. I really need to pee. I don't want to steal content again. As funny as it was to steal Lyreoz's stream, smash like, everybody. Smash like. I'm gonna be right back, okay? I'm a BRB. Very important, alright? Very important. Alright, be right back, chat. Be right back. And, sorry about that. I had to go. Sorry, where was I? I forgot. Oh, right, we were gonna watch a video together. Anyways. Shout out to my mods who, have been doing a good job moderating today. I'm just going through some of the, deleted messages to make sure it's, like, not, like, people that are, like, fans of the channel. I do this every once in a while. Boop, boop, boop. Just making sure. I'm just checking. I do this every once in a while. Yes. They are, Okay, yeah. Anyways, I'm just making sure. Shout out to the mods doing such a good job. But yeah, I'll do that every once in a while. Anyways, you're so pretty. Thank you. I worked so hard for this today. Hell yeah. I like your outfit. Why, thank you. Deleted messages because you can't defend your position. My position from what? People spamming the same message or repeating themselves or saying the incredible argument of you will never be a woman, which I've seen 1 trillion times. Oh, wow, dude. I wonder why they would get removed. Maybe it's because they don't add anything of value. W fit? Hell yeah. Let's go. Anyways. The next video we're gonna be watching is called Nintendo Makes Transgender Paper Mario Character. Games journalism is burning to this ground. Oh god, the horror. They had a transgender character. Alright, let's see what this is about.
Well, in case you guys were blissfully unaware, the video game journalism industry is basically just falling apart at the seams just as we're watching it in real time.
No way, really? It is? What could possibly be causing that?
The money is drying up, the advertising revenue is just not there, and it's pretty beautiful to see because honestly, these are some of the most vapid, narcissistic, toxic, the actual definition of toxic.
Yes, narcissism is when transgender character is added to video game. Yep, that is the definition of narcissism right there.
Type of people in any sort of news industry because they're all unhappy with their career choice because none of them actually like video games. They're just here because they can't get a job at CNN, they can't get a job at the New York Times, they can't get a job for any major news.
Okay. Maybe for some of them. I don't know. Also, I'm gonna check how loud my live stream is. One sec. And yeah. Children can't consent to what? Sex? I agree, they can't consent to sex. Alright, sorry, I'm just making sure the audio's level. Let's continue. Sorry.
News organization. So they get stuck covering video games, which is something they absolutely detest due to the fact that they hate gamers because they're mostly straight white men. At least they typically have.
They hate gamers because they're straight white men. All right. Hopefully this claim gets substantiated. It probably won't.
Have been up until a point. Real quick though, I am going to be live streaming as this video is uploading. We're going to check out Health.
I literally could not care less.
Blade 2, so if you just now got the notification for this video, give it a watch and then hop on over. I'll be on my live stream. So that being said, IGN has actually acquired a massive amount of video game journalist outlets in just the last few hours here. So it happened today, 9 a.m. This article from Games Industry Biz came out, and essentially what happened was IGN purchased the Game Network family of digital brands, which is the publications like Game Industry.biz, Eurogamer, Rock Paper Shotgun, VG247, Dicebreaker. Unfortunately,
yeah, we get the fucking point. Hurry up.
Fortunately, not Kotaku. I was hoping Kotaku was on this list because none of these outlets are going to be around in a year. Kotaku, unfortunately,
how do you know?
Is still kicking, and people like Alyssa.
You know, if that's true, if none of those outlets are around or most of them are gone in a year from now, I guess, you know, his video will age really well. If not, it'll age really poorly, and my reaction will age well.
Conte still have jobs, even though Jeffrey Rousseau over here at Game Industry Biz announced earlier today that he himself has been laid off. You have people like Cecilia D'Anastasio from Bloomberg complaining about it on Twitter, but unfortunately for these people, complaining about this stuff isn't going to change the reality that the money isn't there. They have chased off so many of their readers because they stopped focusing on video games, they stopped making game guides, which was their number one purpose for us video game players, was to go to them for information about a game. And
yeah, if you want information for a game, it's generally going to be harder simply because when you Google something, most of what you get is AI slop now. So that's most likely one of the reasons that they stopped, right? Simply because it's like, when you Google shit, you're like less likely to find actual articles written by real people, right? You're most likely going to find AI slop, right? So it's generally the case that it's going to be less profitable now.
They replaced all that with their politics and all their lectures about pronouns and everything else that we are just kind of getting hammered over the head with every day.
Where are you getting lectured about pronouns?
Nonstop by these people. Which is not surprising that today, Kotaku puts out this article here talking about the Paper Mario Thousand Year Door remake, restoring a party member's trans identity. Now,
cool. Why am I supposed to be outraged? Am I supposed to be mad? Oh no, there was a transgender character in Paper Mario. Oh god, the horror.
again, this is not a game that I played. It came out on the GameCube.
But why do you give a shit? It's a game you haven't even played. And you're crying because of there's one singular transgender character in a game that you haven't even played? What is this, like, fake outrage bullshit? It's like, yeah, dude, I really care about the gaming experience. Parentheses, I can't believe that they would include a transgender character in a game that I never played. But it's also, the game journalists that are disconnected from the gaming community. Wow, incredible.
But by the time I had a GameCube as a teenager, I wasn't big into Mario games anymore, so I never played this game. But apparently there is some localization issues, which we have seen before. Localization, again, being where they not just translate, but they also have to take into consideration cultural differences and translation issues where things don't have cultural relevancy anymore, so they have to, make it understandable for the target audience. Unfortunately, whoever does that has massive control over how the translation actually happens. And so where something might have had one meaning that was completely, whatever, just super subtle, they can take and stretch to make it whatever they want it to be. And
I don't think they'd be able to make it whatever they want it to be, right? Like, people would check and see, like, is this, like, an accurate translation, or is it, like, mostly accurate? Does this, does this benefit our product, right? Does this make our product better or worse or the same, right? That's what they're going to be looking at. And if it's the case that it makes it worse, then they're probably going to be like, okay, we're not going to add this, okay? Try again, or some shit like that, right? If it makes the product, more profitable or the same amount of profitable, they're probably going to be fine with it, right?
And so, of course, we have outlets like The Gamer running with this, talking about how it seemingly confirms that Vivian is trans, Vivian, this character here, which apparently was originally a femboy. So you have a lot of people, especially this that Park Place article, pointing out that in the original...
Okay. What I will say is the only argument that you could make for this, it's not really something I care about, but the only legitimate argument that you could make against them changing it to a trans character is that this could be like a form of femboy erasure, right? Like replacing of, like, not all femboys are trans, right? And I think that, like, if you have like a femboy character, well, why not leave them as that, right? Not all femboys end up being trans. I feel like that's like the stereotypical route, right? Is like you go from femboy to trans, but either way, it's really a nothing burger. I could not care less. Oh wow, did you know that some obscure character in a video game that I never played went from being a femboy to trans? Cool, I don't care.
Original English localization for this game, which was released in 2004, Vivian was depicted as a girl. However, as noted by YouTuber Short Fat Otaku during appearance on Side Scrollers, the original Japanese version of the game describes the character as an otonaku. Oh, sorry, my Japanese is non-existent. A takonako, or a femboy, basically a male who dresses up in women's clothes. I guess the Japanese version of a drag queen or a crossdresser. I don't know.
So it was the Japanese one first? So it was the case that it was made in English, and that originally was depicted as a woman, and then it got translated into Japanese, and then it was a man who dresses like a woman, and then it got translated back. Wouldn't that actually kind of make sense? That actually makes sense, because if it's a trans woman, it's like, okay, here's some, like, in-between area, right? It is a woman, like it was in the original, but they're trans, so they were a femboy. That doesn't seem like that much of a stretch, right?
I guess that's what they call a femboy, right? And so it says in this video, in the original party info and in the original Game and Goombella's tattle log, it says that Vivian is an effeminate male, otherwise known as the male daughter or femboy or a trap. Not trans, that's a delusional headcanon. His catch card uses the same word, again, not trans. And again, a lot of...
What is a delusional headcanon? Well, like, what...
People have pointed out that, unfortunately, this is where we get lost in translation. In, our U.S. English vernacular here, all these different things like cross-dressing, otakonako, new half, okama, genderbender, all these identities that they have in Japan, which, again, I'm not a big fan of. I don't get into all this.
So you're not even a fan of them. So why do you care? Yeah, you could argue that, yeah, like, for instance, these femboy type characters or whatever, are not necessarily trans, right? Not all femboys are trans. Some of them are. Not all of them though, right? But I don't believe that it's the case that in the translation they're like, yes, all of these things mean transgender, right? That's not what's happening, right?
This weird gender furry stuff. We basically lump them all under transgender nowadays in America. I mean, hell, even drag queens are being lumped in as transgender when they didn't.
Which is fucking stupid, obviously, right? Drag queens aren't transgender, like unless it's like a trans man or whatever, right? Like so somebody that went on testosterone, right? They were biologically born as a female, went on testosterone, and then became a drag queen. Let's say that could be that like genuinely that could be the case, right? But that would be like the only instance I could think of.
Used to be considered transgender for some weird reason. But then we've got Catgirl pointing out that in the original translation, Vivian is still a boy. So in the English here, it says, one of the shadow sirens, Vivian suffers from a bit of an inferiority complex. That's the translation for the...
This is like the thing that people complain about these days. Oh my god, they changed a character slightly, in like an obscure character in a video game I've never even played. Like, what is this weird, fake, moral outrage bullshit? It's like, do you not have anything better to talk about, right? Like...
Japanese, where it used to say a former member of the Shadow Trio, he may look like a girl, but he's actually a boy. And so again, there didn't used to be any of this idea that he was a trans character, that he was
okay, they slightly changed the character. Who fucking cares?
Actually a boy that thought he was a girl. It's simply this Japanese culture where you have this character, this person, who is a dude who just likes to dress
Why am I supposed to care? Explain the part. Where's the part where I care? Please
up like
tell
a chick.
me.
He likes to be effeminate. He probably paints his nails and wears makeup, you know? V, of course, the Romanian YouTuber says, guys, stop DMing me this. I know it's shocking that the progressives force their gender ideology in a video game and are now worshipping this picture like the Messiah, but really it's not surprising. They can't help themselves.
Obviously another schizo post.
They know their ideology is vastly unpopular, so they have to sneak it into your house somehow. And again, you see this person who's like, oh my goodness gracious, this is not an edit. We won so hard.
It's actually the case that our ideology is more and more popular over time, right? Like it's generally the case that like if we actually look at like Pew Research stats, you can actually see like for instance, like if I go to like if I go Google, right? Like how many people support trans rights? Pew Research, right? If I go research that, right? Pew Research Center. So if we actually look at this, right? So most favor protecting trans people from discrimination, even as a growing share say gender is determined by sex at birth, right? So 64% strongly in favor of protecting trans people, right? Percent whether person is a man or woman, right? So if we look at these, it actually is the case that, okay, the majority of people aren't going to be educated, so they're going to believe that sex and gender are the same thing, right? But they don't, most of the time, this isn't like some ideological position that they hold. It's just something that they haven't really thought about, right? So they believe that sex and gender are the same because they haven't really thought about it before, right? These aren't like hardline transphobes for the most part, right? Either way, let's see here. So if we look at this, young adults, Democrats are more likely to say society hasn't gone far enough in accepting people who are transgender, right? So we've got gone too far, obviously. Not far enough, right? And then about right. So a lot of this is like a something that's like politically divided, right? So it's like generally the case that like people who vote Democrat, or is it just Democratic politicians? Either way, hold on, let me read the thing. Young adults are the leading edge. Half of adults These views differ. Democrats and those who lean to the Democratic Party. Okay, yeah. So these are just like people broadly, right? That are political, not just politicians. Yeah, it's kind of a mixed bag. It's kind of a mixed bag. But yeah. So it actually is not. It's not like super unpopular to be pro-trans. Actually, if you can believe that. But this person wouldn't know that because they didn't do an ounce of research. They are biased because they live in an echo chamber.
And the game, the translation now says, the truth is, it took me a while to realize I was their sister, not their brother. Now their usual bullying feels heavier.
Wow, they changed one line. Who fucking cares? This is nothing.
So basically, Vivian's now saying, well, because now I realize that even though I'm biologically a male, because I'm not, actually their brother, I'm their sister, it just hurts worse that they bully me now. Some crap like that. I don't know. It's just insane.
So you don't even know. Again, because it's a game you didn't play, because you don't actually care. You're just moral fagging over the biggest nothing burger ever.
But of course, if you go on Twitter, I'm careful searching this tag Vivian. I was trying to find people talking about it, and all I got was like a bunch of prawn. There is so much fan art.
I mean, Twitter be like that.
So many people celebrating this as some sort of huge win because, oh, look, we got one. We've got another. We made
I don't think it's a huge win. I think it's a nothing burger.
Another trans character out of one that didn't used to be trans. It's like some sort of weird, like, victory in a battle that they're just celebrating. It's bizarre.
I just don't care.
It's the most asinine, mentally ill thing I've ever seen. The amount of...
The only thing that's more asinine and mentally ill is caring about it because it creates some sort of outrage in you, right? I feel like any normal person that looks at this is going to be like, okay, cool, I don't care. This is a nothing burger. It's like, yeah, okay, they changed one line of dialogue. Who fucking cares?
People that, like, just get so excited every time they claim another victim. And of course, this localization thing...
A victim of what? A victim? What? It's a cartoon character in a video game. How is it a victim? What? What are you saying?
I was talking about. We've seen it with so many different things. A recent attempt here from Bounding into Comics talking about Capcom attempting to run PR for Western localizers who are trying to keep games culturally sensitive and promoting inclusivity through language and representation.
It's crazy how, on one hand, you claim that that being inclusive or whatever, being pro-trans is like a really unpopular position. Well, if that was the case, why would companies have marketing campaigns that are the complete opposite? They're not doing it out of the goodness of their hearts, obviously, because they're corporations, and corporations are evil. But what they are doing is what makes them the most money. And what's going to make them the most money? Well, it's going to be whatever is the most popular. If it was unpopular to be in favor of being of trans people, right? Then why would companies promote transness? Like, it doesn't promote inclusivity or whatever, right? Unless it was popular. They only do it because it's popular. They're not the ones leading the charge. They're following whatever society dictates, really. To an extent. Now, in terms of exploiting workers, that's a different story. But you get the point.
And that's exactly what all this is, guys. It is just them trying to push an agenda, trying to appeal to the sensitivity readers, trying to make things more inclusive and diverse, and of course, adding context and meaning for things that never needed it or where that context didn't exist in the first place. Because, again, Japanese culture is not American. It's not Western. It's not like the rest of the world. They don't necessarily mean transgender if they have somebody that's a femboy or whatever.
Who fucking cares? This is nothing.
It's just a different...
They made a femboy character Transfem in one video game, and it was like an obscure character. Like, okay, it would be one thing if they were like, actually, Luigi is now transgender, and now her name is Luigi at, yeah, okay, I could understand getting annoyed about that. Yeah, that'd be fucking stupid. Actually, we have made, Mario a, black, disabled, transgender woman of color, and, you jump around in the wheelchair, it's like, yeah, okay, maybe then it's like, yeah, okay. I could understand being, like, annoyed at that, maybe. Even then, it's like...
cultural representation of their gender. And again, I don't get into all the gender identity stuff, guys. Again, I'm not judging. I'm just saying it's not my thing as far as, like, femboys and all that. All I know is we tend to, over here in the West, lump everything under these gender ideologies like trans.
Who is doing this? Again... A company isn't making a decision based on how they categorize certain types of people, whether or not they're trans, right? It's not like some sort of ideological position that the company holds or whatever. Companies only hold one ideological position in a capitalist society, and that ideological position is that the profit that they make ought to be maximized. That is the axiom that they abide by. That is their only axiom, right? That's it. That's all there is to it. There's not like an ideological position that they actually hold or care about in terms of actually we believe that femboys are a form of trans people, right? Some femboys are trans, and disproportionately femboys become trans women or trans femme, right? Myself included, right? I called myself a femboy for a while, but they're not doing it because they believe that femboys are all trans. They don't believe anything. They're just doing what makes them the most money. That's it. That's literally it.
Gender or demisexual or whatever, and it's just getting out of hand, especially because these localizers are basically rewriting history to suit their narrative, and it's getting exceptionally out.
Rewriting history in what, for an obscure character in a video game by changing one line of dialogue. Who fucking cares?
Out of hand. So I'm going to end right here. I'm going to hop on Hellblade 2. Come over, say hi. Let me know
No, I don't think I will.
what you think about all this, and I will catch you guys later.
Damn, that was sad. That was a bad video. But I'm glad I showed it. All right, we can move from playlist.
Hypnosis.
Ah, fuck. Oh, that might have spoiled the next video. Remove from playlist. Boop, boop, boop. Okay. So, let me drink some water and then we'll get into the next video. Chat. How many of you are familiar with sissy hypnosis porn? We're gonna be watching a video from about half a year ago. Can anybody guess what the title is? I want to see some guesses in chat. No? Why not? Give me some guesses. Nope, please stop, Femyoz. What are the guesses? Not me, but sounds fun. These aren't guesses. Cocks? The video is not about cocks. All right? It's not porn. No, it's not. It's on YouTube, all right? It's on YouTube. It has to be within the confines of TOS. Actual porn would not fit in that. Hypnotube? No. That's a good guess. Nope, it's not about bleeding vaginas. Nope, it's not about dicks. It's not about penises. Nope. The video that we're going to be watching is called Sissy Hypnosis Porn Made My Husband Trans. This is a real video. And it's 9 minutes long. So I thought I may as well give it a watch.
Hypnosis. That's the scariest part of this whole conversation here. Did this person get hypnotized into thinking they were something they were not?
Yes, that's definitely a real thing, dude. I was actually hypnotized through sissy hypnosis porn. That's exactly what made me trans, definitely.
Forced feminization pornography. The man is ostensibly forced against his will to be transformed into a woman.
Yeah, fucking based. Let's go. How often is this happening? Do you have any evidence? Oh boy, I'm so excited.
In the course of this, we had 3 kids. I was pregnant with my last one when I found the sissy hypno porn.
Bro, there's no way you take this seriously. Come on.
The first time.
Can you describe what that is exactly for those who don't know?
So it starts out pretty normal, pretty standard stuff, you know, like blowjobs, things like that,
Uh-huh.
or BDSM if that's your thing. It spirals out to, no, you want to be the one giving the blowjobs.
Hell yeah, dude. Let's go. Fucking based.
No, you don't want this penis that you have. You like it.
Wait, what? No, that's not what that means. That's not what sissy hypno porn is. No. Like when it comes to the sissy hypno porn, it's more along the lines of your penis is small and weak and pathetic, and you'll never be able to pleasure a woman with it. So we're gonna lock it in chastity, right? That's like entirely different. That's like a humiliation thing, right? It's completely different. Person doesn't even know what they're talking. They don't. Dude, clearly this person's never watched sissy hypno porn before. They have no idea.
Goes really in depth. There's a lot of mixed imagery, so very sexualized imagery.
Yeah. Whoa, dude. You mean to tell me that videos of porn are sexualized? Holy shit, dude. Can you chat? Holy fuck. They've gone too far. They have sexualized imagery on Pornhub. Holy shit. That's crazy. I can't believe that they would have sexualized imagery on fucking Pornhub, dude. That's crazy. Whoa, dude.
and then violent imagery, bright imagery, dark imagery. It's a very psychologically, it is hypnosis.
Oh yeah, dude. I was definitely hypnotized by the sissy hypnosis porn. Yeah, Femyoz sissy hypnotized me. True, Augie HRT. True. I showed Augie RFC sissy hypnosis porn, and it's never been the same ever since.
In the realm of sissy hypno porn, that
Wait, where is sissy hypno porn making someone think that they have to transition? Where is this happening?
is a whole other level of something. And what I just heard here was actually a little bit disturbing. And I hate when things like this are connected to the pornography industry, because it's not all what everybody...
Yeah, no, fuck, yeah. Oh, what's that? The exploitation that happens in the pornography industry? Who fucking cares? We don't need to talk about that. The real discussion we need to be talking about is the horrors of the sissy hypnosis porn. Oh god, the horror! They're making everybody trans. The porn is hypnotizing everybody into becoming transgender. Oh no.
Everybody wants it to be. It's not a monolithic arena. I don't understand how somebody can be watching this particular type of pornography and then all of a sudden become transgender.
Wow, it's almost as if the pornography doesn't make them trans, and that if they come out as transgender, they most likely would have been transgender regardless. Yeah, wow, incredible. Incredible.
There's something very off about that. And this sounds to me like somebody was hypnotized into believing they might be something they...
Where are you getting that from? Who is genuinely being hypnotized? Like, yeah, okay, maybe you're like horny, and like, you're in that like horny, blissful state while you're watching the porn, maybe. That's not being hypnotized, though. What? Nobody is being hypnotized and made trans. This doesn't happen.
Are not, and that is so incredibly dangerous. And also, being trans has...
Yeah, dude, sissy hypnosis porn is so incredibly dangerous. They're gonna get hypnotized and made trans.
Nothing to do with pornography. Now it's being equated to a porn addiction and pornography and all of those things, which is
Dude,
not...
the pornography made me trans, chat.
True. Big difference between fantasizing about being a woman, specifically in this space, and actually wanting or feeling that you are a woman, which is called gender dysphoria.
What do you think some of the reasons are that somebody might fantasize about being a woman? What do you think could cause that? Do you think it's the case that being trans and fantasizing about that would be mutually exclusive, or that if anything they would go hand in hand? Right? Like, it's going to be the case that, like, yeah, if you're a trans woman and you don't realize you're a trans woman yet, yeah, you're more likely to fantasize about being a woman because that's what you wish you were, right? And then you find out, oh wait, that I actually can do that. It actually is a mechanism through which I can achieve that. Now, if you learn that from porn, that's probably not the best place to learn that. But I don't know. Where is this happening? Like, this would be like, look, what's an example? Fuck, I was gonna use Puppy Play as an example, but I don't know, maybe, then again, there's people like Animal J. Smith that, maybe they are hypnotized into believing they're animals. I don't fucking know, dude. I feel like you already have to be like an insane person for that, though. You do realize that when it comes to like actual men, like not trans women in the closet, but like actual men, that are into sissy hypnosis, usually it's going to be some sort of subcategory of like a broader humiliation kink. So you might notice that they have other fetishes that go along with it, right? That are like all based on like humiliation broadly, right? That's sort of how that works. Like, it's not just going to be, they're not going to be made trans, right? Like, it doesn't matter if they take HRT or not, that the like the whole point for them would be like, oh, this is like degrading or whatever. No, I'm not speaking from experience, okay? I just know a lot about kink. Dude, this person was clearly hypnotized by the sissy hypno porn. Bro, they're literally being hypnotized right now, actually. They're being made trans. They're forced to transition here. I don't know why you're showing this. Damn, that's an incredible movie clip. I don't know why the fuck you're showing it. I literally don't care. Wait, Keffels has a law firm? Kidding. Kidding. Alright, sometimes sometimes an edgy joke will slip out.
My message to other women would be like, you can't stop someone else's internal battle. You can't even help them with it. If you are thinking you're helping with them with it, you're enabling them, is what you're actually doing.
Enabling them to do what? Watch the sissy hypno porn? Why is that? Only some people will know the reference I made. Or like, understand what Femyoz know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sometimes I'll make an edgy joke. It'll slip out. Alright. What's wrong with Keffels? Well, I used to be a Keffels supporter until I found out about how she scammed her audience out of $100,000. And, it's not really a lawsuit. Mudahar made a video about her. I do recommend watching it. I didn't agree with everything that Mudahar said, but in terms of the GoFundMe scam, he was pretty much spot on for the most part. I also covered it, so if you want like a more, I've heard of her, yeah. If you want like a more, I guess, progressive take on it, that still holds her to account, I do have some past live streams that are on it. So if you want to look for them, you can find them. But yeah, anyways, sorry, let's continue.
At this point, your husband hadn't, said I'm a woman. He was
no, it was just
in the porn addiction, and then
dude, the porn addiction made my husband trans, or maybe they were already trans. They were always trans, and they were always a woman, but they didn't come out, and they also just so happened to have a porn addiction. Is that unreasonable?
And I would know about it, and I would say things, and I would be told, no, you're not right. And I would talk to some people outside of that, and they would be like, well, is it just porn? And I'm like, well, no, I mean, he's talking to people, and he's spending money, and I know other shady things are going on. I said in my story, the lying.
Dude, the sissy hypno, dude, ever since my husband watched sissy hypnosis porn, he's never been the same. He's buying things, and he's started estrogen, and asked me to use different pronouns, and dude, he's been growing his hair out, and shaving his legs, and wearing different clothing, and he started voice training. He's really dedicated to the pornography lifestyle, dude. It's crazy.
Stealing that anybody else would do. That was all happening, and I was still being told.
Yeah, exactly. She's a woman. It's not her husband. It's her wife.
These people. Well, that's normal. Men do this.
See how this woman is saying other.
Wait. If they're saying it's normal and that men do this, then they wouldn't be trans. So if they're saying that they're a man and that it's normal for men to do this, then they wouldn't be trans. If it's the case that they are trans, how would you? What would make you think that the sissy hypnosis porn made them trans? Where is the causal link, right? Correlation does not equal causation, right? It's like, oh yeah, dude, I am transgender, and like when I was 5, I played Lego Star Wars, and you see, there was like that one Princess Leia Lego character with the boobies and out because she was wearing like the skimpy outfit from Return of the Jedi, and I saw that, and that made my pee-pee hard, and I wanted to be that ever since. It's like, well, you don't really have evidence of that being a causal link, right? Like, no, that's just like an assumption. Like, yeah, okay, you could maybe say, oh, there's some sort of correlation in this study with an N value of 1, because it's like, oh yeah, you just so happen to do that. But it's like, dude, what? Yeah, the Lego Star Wars to gay pipeline is so real. Dude, Lego Star Wars made me trans. I mean, it's literally no different from the logic they're using. It's literally no different.
Shady things were going on. He was connecting with other people around this specific fetish. I don't believe it was just the pornography that sucked this person into it. They were also engaging in other communities. Addiction is a real thing. I have an addictive personality.
Okay, but porn addiction doesn't make you trans. That's not how it works.
And I was addicted to drugs and alcohol for 30 years, so I do understand addiction can be many, many, many things.
And actually, there are a broad variety of different kinds of pornography that would fall under a similar category. Sissy Hypno, you might find, for example, videos on YouTube that have audio files where they're just sort of repeating these mantras over and over, or you.
Yo, where do I find these? I mean, what? Haha. JK. I'm just kidding.
Using really degrading and dehumanizing language about women in particular. It's almost always.
Yes, it's called having a degradation kink. That's what a degradation kink is. The whole point of it is that you get degraded. That's what the kink is being degraded. Yeah, that's the fucking point.
Focused on turning men into women and saying things like you are a dumb bimbo slut, or things called.
Yup, that's called being a degradee. Yup.
Sissy tasks. Go out into public. They might be asked to, for example, go to a lingerie shop, wear a chastity.
I'm not a fan of this. Like, if you're doing sexual stuff in public, I'm not like a fan of that. But whatever.
Device or a butt plug in public.
I mean, wearing a butt plug in public does sound kind of hot, but if other people can see it, then that's bad, obviously, because they didn't consent to seeing that, obviously.
Forced feminization is a little bit different and tends more towards the BDSM side of things, being forcibly penetrated.
As opposed to being a literal degradee and getting degraded. Apparently that's not BDSM anymore.
As the ultimate act of being turned into a woman, supposedly even eroticizes surgeries or the taking of estrogen, and encourages the audience to participate in that way as well.
Yeah, dude. I was a cis man. Then I saw some sissy hypno porn, and dude, dude, estrogen just fell into my lap actually, because of how effective it was. It fell into my lap. I'm like, dude, this is a sign from the sissy hypno god that I need to become the ultimate sissy.
I have mentioned that I have been criticized for talking about the overlap between pornography and the transgender movement. I have never explicitly said that porn turns someone trans. I have said that there are cases where you can see a very clear escalation into fetishism from pornography, and that it can cause dissociation, that it can cause identity crises. However,
that's not how pornography works. Pornography doesn't give you an identity crisis. Like, that's not what porn does. Like, what?
There are trans activists and academics themselves who will say such things, such as Andrea Long Chu, who in 2019 published a book called Femyoz, where he has a chapter explicitly describing his addiction to pornography. Sissy.
Oh, okay. Cool. So, okay, I don't get... What is the argument here? That doesn't make them trans.
Now, in terms of whether or not this pornography can cause gender dysphoria or cause a transgender status, there is...
No, it wouldn't cause gender dysphoria. It would be the case that you already have gender dysphoria. Maybe the porn makes you more aware of it, or makes you aware of like an alternative that makes you feel less dysphoria. But it's not going to give you dysphoria. You don't gain gender dysphoria from watching porn. This is not backed by any empirical studies. Like, this is just like made up, right? I don't know if this person is really an expert actually. Now that we're getting into this, like, this is very basic shit.
Research specifically linking pornography consumption and addiction among men to genital dysmorphia. I think it's more.
Yeah, but it would be genital dysmorphia in the opposite direction, right? If it's the case that that's linked, that actually doesn't surprise me. But dysmorphia and dysphoria are completely different, right? If it's the case that a man, like the average cis man who watches porn, is getting genital dysmorphia, it's going to be the case that it's because, on average, when they see, a dick in pornography, right? It's going to be like a really large dick. So they're going to see their own dick and be like, wow, that's way too small. And that's going to give them body dysmorphia. That is completely different. That is body dysmorphia in the literal opposite direction, right? Not to mention the fact that, like, not only is it like, okay, we got these porn stars with like massive 8-inch cocks or whatever, but it's that combined with the fact that like porn stars are shorter on average, so the dick to height ratio makes the dick look even larger, right? Again, like, if you're getting body dysmorphia as a man from watching porn, it's most likely the case that you're comparing your dick size to the perceived dick size of the people in porn, right? Which, yeah, that might make you think that your dick is smaller than it actually is, right? That's completely different.
More likely that there is a connection with pornography and men claiming a female identity than there is.
No, there is not a connection there. This is completely different. This is unrelated.
Is not. I think that men are much more sexually motivated than women are, and particularly when it comes to transitioning.
Who is transitioning because of a sexual motivation? Like if somebody is exclusively motivated by some sort of sexual attraction to transition and go on estrogen or whatever the fuck, you do realize that going on HRT from male to female, especially if you go on like puberty blockers, decreases your sex drive by a lot. So if it's the case that it's purely sexual, you would just stop doing HRT in a few months because you'd be like, well, this is fucking stupid. There's no point. I don't get any sexual pleasure out of this, right? Like you would see them like stopping transition after like a few months. So they'd be like, well, this isn't fun anymore. This doesn't make me horny, right? Yeah, dude, the greatest and totally most reliable source. Fucking Blanchard, dude. Even Blanchard, even fucking Blanchard, a pseudoscientist, understands that sissy hypnoporn doesn't make somebody trans, and that there's no evidence to suggest that's the case. Kind of. I mean, gender dysphoria is obviously going to be the most common when it comes to trans people. It's one of the main reasons a lot of us transition, but it's not inherent to it. It's not intrinsic to it. It's not two faces of the same coin necessarily. Oh, come on. You don't know whether it's real. You think that there's a genuine, like, oh yeah, dude, I don't know, man. Maybe the sissy hypnosis porn is making everybody trans. Yeah, dude, that's very reasonable. Oh, dude, that's actually what made me trans. Dude, ever since I you know, went on my phone, you know, went to Pornhub.com, I accidentally stumbled, dude, I actually just saw the thumbnail of a sissy hypnosis porn video. I was already hypnotized by that, and I'm like, dude, I gotta click on this, and dude, it made me trans. It actually made me so trans that like my body just naturally started producing estrogen. That's how it works. What are the convincing arguments in favor of it? What are the convincing arguments for sissy hypnosis porn making people trans? What? She never said porn. It's literally in the title. The title literally says, sissy hypnosis porn made my husband trans. That is what she is talking about right now. Oh yeah, dude. When did she ever say porn? In the fucking title? That's like the whole point of the video? Cheeto logic? Yeah, pretty much. It might actually be worse than Cheeto logic. It's like, you know what? No, you have a fair point. Because Cheeto did say that porn makes people trans. That's unironically his position. I guess this is like a more specific iteration of that belief. But yeah, no, this is literally the same as Cheeto logic. Hey again, Femyoz, hello, Talon. Yeah, anyways. Fuck, dude. I mean, I technically enjoyed the video, but only because it was really fun to laugh at. I enjoyed it for its unintended purpose, so I'm not going to be smashing like. No.
I will not subscribe. That is a bad idea.
Anyways. I am the only non-leftist lesbian. No one fucking cares. Yeah, this incredible psychological deep dive over whether or not sissy hypnosis porn can make you trans. What an incredible deep dive, truly. Wow, that's awesome. You really did an insane deep dive there. Dude, she loves me. She loves me. Dude, that's awesome, dude. I didn't know she loves me. You know, if it's the case that she's professing her love for me at the end of this video, you know, maybe she's not so bad after all. Maybe she really cares about me, the audience member. And you know, I'm really starting to rethink. Anyways, hey Femyoz, I hope you remember me. Your name is familiar, Carmel. I think you were in a previous stream chat. Why so political? Cause I enjoy politics. It's entertaining. Let's see here. Yeah, literally, there are cis women with lower voices, exactly. Now, generally cis women
Can't go down here. But in terms of like
what I normally sound like, it's like, yeah, okay. Yeah, she loves another woman. Guess she must be a lesbian. Yeah, dude, she's affirming my identity as a trans person. It's awesome by professing her love to me. Subyos or Domyos? I plead the fifth. Femyoz is the best moderators ever. True. What is your real voice? This one. Are you on Twitch? No. Anyways. Boop, boop, boop. I need to go to the bathroom again. You know what? We'll steal part of Lyreoz's live stream.
Person, as if you.
Dude, it's like so disconnected too. It's like, oh yeah, it's we're talking about random politics stuff, and then oh yeah, here's like a live stream about Rice Gum, dude. iDubbbz Rice Gum content cop retrospective, plus the King of Nothing cover up. Anyways, BRB chat. Okay.
You know me. Get off of my dick. All my videos are jokes. I don't know how he's gonna tell me what my videos are or
Wait, so he's doubling down on all my videos are jokes? So was your response to Gabby
Is he
Hanna
gonna address
a joke?
any of the point, like the Logan Paul like thing?
It's so
Is he gonna
retarded.
address that?
He just wants to have it both ways. He's just doubling down on this. Dude, half of this video is literally fucking ghost written. He's just doubling down on this retarded point, dude. Yeah, like your response to allegations, those are jokes too. It's just a stupid thing to double down on.
You know what I'm saying? Like, bro. Okay, guys, this video is getting too serious. You know, I'm just over here defending myself. It's not even fun anymore, guys. I'm bored. I need a little break. Damn, a lot does change in 3 years. You
I'm
seem to have your
bored.
life together. You have a stable job. Your parents are proud of you now and all that stuff. That's sick.
It's my first time in LA.
Your first time in LA?
Yeah.
Why are we in this house? I'm gonna show you around.
Yeah. Take these walls and rip them down.
Dude.
This is retarded. He doesn't address any of the points. Just like, well,
This was
funny.
funny.
Let's just take him outside.
This was funny when he had good points, but now it just comes across as gay when he's like just made retarded point after retarded point and just like is deviating to this. This was epic when he was actually like had a good point along with it, but now it's just fucking gay. Victoria's Secret. Is this guy like 12 years old? Holy shit.
Okay, anyways, I'm back, chat. Also, this technically isn't stealing content, I'll have you find. Because for those of you who don't know, this is actually not live. This is, like, pre-recorded. For those of you who don't know, the person in the top part of the screen is actually me. That was, like, a little over 11 months ago before I started HRT. And I pre-recorded this, and I'm uploading it on my, second channel called Lyreoz, for those of you who don't know. So, anyways... Sorry, I just had to pee pretty badly. Also, my Streamlabs is lagging. Hold on. I'm gonna see. Is there like a setting or something that makes it lag? Let's see here. Advanced, maybe? Boop, boop, boop. Auto connect. No. Enable browser source hardware acceleration. Enable media file caching? What if we disable that? Media file caching under advanced. Alright, we're gonna press done, and we're gonna restart Streamlabs, okay? And see if that fixes it. I have no idea. And we are back, chat. Hopefully that one setting being changed fixes it. I don't know if it will, but it's definitely worth a try. We're gonna do trial and error, right? Because I think it's like a Streamlabs specific issue, and it never used to be there. So maybe like one Streamlabs update, there was like a new setting that was added and automatically enabled. I don't know what it would be. Because it didn't used to do this. It didn't used to do this, right? But it does it now, and I don't know what causes it. But whatever. With that being said, any tips on how to change to a girl? HRT definitely helps. HRT definitely helps.
Hi, my name's
low T can be a reason for one's transition. Source? Do you have evidence of that being the case? Like if it was the case that the problem was low T, I don't be like, let me make it even lower, even though I'm a man or whatever, right? Like if I was a man and there was like an issue with low T, I would just take testosterone, but that would make the problem worse for me. So why would I do that? With that being said, I don't know what my T was before I started transitioning. I don't think I have that information. I don't think they, I wish Jalen got views like this. Yeah, me too. She also deserves to get views on YouTube. I don't know. She tried the algorithm maxing thing and it didn't work for her. I don't know. Maybe it only works on some channels. I have no idea. Is this pre-recorded? It is not. It's just that my content is so good that it looks pre-recorded. What the fuck is this thing? What thing? You're hot? Why, thank you. Have you considered sports? I actually was a swimmer for 8 years, so yes. Anyways, she has to goon max to gain subs. You know what? True. Dude, I'm waiting. You know what? I'm waiting for the Jalen gooning arc. All right, the goon maxing arc. All right. As soon as she starts appealing to gooners, she's gonna get like 5 trillion concurrent viewers per live stream. Yeah. Anyways, Femyoz is sexy. Why? Thank you. Why? Thank you. Anyways, let's see here. You only got 244 views. Do you not understand that like concurrents only show like who's currently watching, right? Rather than like the total number of views. This is a short live stream, so like in terms of like the views you get, it's actually quite high, but with like a low average view duration, right? So like if I go here, right? You can see that it's the average view duration is 44 seconds long because people just scroll by a lot, right? It's sort of how the algorithm maxing thing works, right? But concurrent viewers are like a more important metric in my opinion, right? Like currently I'm getting 262, which isn't terrible. It's not bad. It's pretty good actually. It's pretty good for this channel. I'll drive your view duration up. Thank you, Isaiah G. I appreciate that. But yeah, difference between concurrence and actual live viewers. If you can believe that. I know, it's crazy. You never would have guessed it, but yeah, anyways, where was I? Right. We're gonna be watching another video. Yeah, so, spoiler alert, all of the videos we're watching, I think, I'm pretty sure, unless I added something, after this, are, trans-related. All I really had to do was search transgenderism on YouTube and find, like, the most ridiculous-looking videos. So, yeah. So, the video we're gonna be watching next is called The Transgender Question. It's just like the Jewish question, but instead of talking about Jewish people, it's like transgender people. Okay, anyways, let's watch the video.
Hi, my name is Father Mike Schmitz, and this is Ascension Presents. Okay, those of you who are men who are watching this, those of you who are women who are watching this, like, to be a woman. Guys, what does it feel
What? What are you saying?
like to be a man? Flip it around and say, men, do you have any idea what it feels like to be a woman?
What? What are you saying? Do you have any idea what it feels like to be anybody that isn't you? This literally doesn't make any sense. Like, do you have any idea what it feels like to be a person that you are not? Well, no, because it's gonna be the case that, like, yeah, everybody has, like, a different experience, right? Like, no woman knows what it's like to be another woman. No man knows what it's like to be another man. Right? I don't know what it feels like to be a man or a woman that isn't. Also, oh no, am I lagging? I saw the reconnecting screen. Yeah, I don't know what it's like to be anyone other than me, right? Like, whether it be another woman or a man. I don't know what it's like to be either. Because I only experience what it, this is like a fallacious question right off the bat.
And women, do you have any idea what it feels like to to be a man. No, the reality is, of course, we don't. We have no idea what it feels like to be a member of the opposite sex. All we
We don't know what it feels like to be a different member of the same sex either, though. So what is your point?
all we have, this is crazy, all we have is gender stereotypes. Here's what I mean.
No. What? This is built off of an entirely fallacious line of reasoning.
There are stories about, here's a young boy and his parents say, well, we're treating him like a girl. He really is a girl because he identifies as a girl. Why? Well,
what?
Ever since he was little, we didn't have to tell him he liked dolls more than he liked.
Where is this happening? Who sees a gender non-conforming child and is like, yep, they must be trans? Where is this happening? Please find me examples. Right? The only way you can know if somebody is trans is whether or not they tell you. It's like the only way you can really know. Or if they make it really obvious that they have gender dysphoria or some shit like that.
Trucks. He liked,
He talks so damn fast. Who, me or the other guy? Or both? I have the video a little bit sped up. I can slow it down a little bit.
Dresses more than he liked jeans. He liked pink more than he liked blue. And you think of that, wait a second, that's how you know that your little boy is actually a girl?
No, that's not how you know. What? Where is this happening? No, that's not how you make that determination. The only way you could really make that determination accurately is if they tell you. Yeah, by the way, I'm a girl. I actually want to go by Samantha instead of Sam, right? Something like that.
Because he just happens to like things that are traditionally associated with girls?
No, that would be gender roles, not gender identity. That's like you're conflating two different things right now.
It's just something that's arbitrary. Skirts, that women wear skirts, is arbitrary.
Wait, I agree with this. I agree that it's arbitrary. But does this person actually believe that? For instance, how does he feel about femboys? Is he like perfectly okay with femboys? Is he like, it's okay if like somebody is like a femboy, like they put on the thigh highs and skirt and they're like a man. But like when they become trans, it's too far. Because I mean, this person is a priest. I don't know.
That women play with dolls or over trucks is arbitrary. In fact, I think about this.
I agree. Yes, it is arbitrary. That's why we don't use that to make that determination as to whether or not somebody is trans. We don't determine it based on what somebody likes. We determine it based on how somebody identifies, right? That's why we base it off of gender identity, right? We categorize people based on how they identify themselves rather than based on the activities they like.
One of my older sisters, growing up, she was what you would call back in the day, since I'm an old man, what they call back in the day, they called her a tomboy. Why? Because she loved hunting, she loved fishing, she was incredible at sports.
Yeah, tomboys still exist. There are still people that we call tomboys. That's still a thing. It hasn't gone away. How old is this video? Yeah, it's been, oh my god, it was posted in 2015. 2015, so it's been almost a decade. And like, yeah, tomboys still exist. This is literally just made up.
The field, she's in medicine right now, she's a doctor. The field that she's in right now is a field traditionally associated, dominated by men. Her husband is a stay-at-home dad. Now, she is hard charging, she does a lot of, she takes, she's really smart, she takes the bull by the horns, all these kinds of things that are masculine traits. Now, wait, is she a man? No.
No, because she never said that she was. She never identified that way. She identifies as a woman. So, no, she's a masculine woman, right?
Why? Because she's a woman. She's the mom of her kids. My brother-in-law, he's paid.
Yeah, but she's a woman based on the way she identifies, not based on some sort of biological construct, right? Gender is not biologically constructed.
He's gentle with his kids, stay-at-home dad. Traditionally, things associated with women. How do we know he's not a woman? Well, because he looks at his body. His body reveals that he's actually a man.
No, wrong. This is a conflation of sex and gender, right? Your body doesn't reveal your gender, right? Now, generally, it's the case that there's like a correlation there, right? Like, generally, a biological male is going to be a man and vice versa. A biological female is generally going to be a woman, but this isn't always the case, right? There's like a distinction, right? Where, like, what we're dealing with here is like the social categorization, right? So this is like a fallacious argument.
Here's the crazy thing, is if my perception doesn't match up with reality, it's not reality that has to change, it's my perception of reality.
What is wrong with my perception of reality, though? Again, when I call myself a trans woman or see myself in that light, I don't believe that I am a biological female. I'm aware that I'm a biological male. I can look down and see I have a dick. But there's no false belief, right? That's like the entire argument that he's trying to make here, but it doesn't really work, right?
It has to change. We all know this when it comes to, I'm sure some of you have this experience of people in your life who have suffered from something like another kind of body dysmorphia.
Wait, hold on. You're conflating two things once again. Dysphoria and dysmorphia are not the same thing. Dysmorphia actually does refer to some sort of false belief, right? So if it's the case that you have like, I don't know, like an anorexic person that thinks they're obese or some shit like that, right? You've got like an anorexic person, they look in the mirror and they think that they're obese even though they're really skinny and need to eat more, right? Well, that would be some sort of false belief. They would have a false perception of what their body looks like, right? Being trans does not entail that, right? Gender dysphoria does not entail that. When you have gender dysphoria, you don't look down, look at your penis, right? Like, let's say you're a trans woman, you look at your dick and think, yep, that right there is a vagina. I see a vagina, right? That doesn't happen. So this doesn't really work, right? That would be the equivalency, right? You know that you have a penis. You know that you don't have tits before HRT, etc. Like, it's not, there's nothing that's physically present. There's nothing about my body that I'm unaware of, right? I guess technically I am unaware of my chromosomes in that it's most likely the case that I have XY, but I've technically never tested them. I could have XX male syndrome. Small chance. Fun fact. I guess, but not really important.
Something like anorexia. There's a young woman that I remember working with years ago. It was painful.
But you think you should, that's where you're wrong? Why is that wrong? To think that I should so that it aligns with my brain. Why is that a bad thing? I don't really get the point.
She was in the hospital because she was so thin. She was 98 pounds, but she still perceived herself as being fat.
Yeah, so the categorical distinction would be that she had a false perception, right? She saw her body and had a false perception of it. She saw that she was fat when she was skinny. A trans woman doesn't see herself in the mirror unless she's like way like into her transition. It's like, okay, well now I do look like a biological female, maybe, right? Like, I'm not saying I do, right? But Blair White might look in the mirror and be like, well, I do look like a biological female, right? Even then, she doesn't think, oh yeah, I am a biological female. It's just like I look this way, right? With that being said, no, I don't look in the mirror and have some sort of false perception of my body. I can see a biologically male body. I like mostly biological. I guess I do have titties. But yeah, no.
No, I still feel fat. I still feel fat. Like, wait a second, but your perception and reality is off.
No, what is my perception of reality that's off? Because I don't perceive myself to be a biological female. So what's the issue?
It's not reality that has to change. It's your perception of reality that has to change. That's an act of love. In fact, there's this other.
My perception of reality. So my perception of reality right now is that I'm mostly biologically male, right? That's my current perception. Is he saying that needs to change? That's the logical conclusion to it. If my perception of my physical body needs to change as a result of me being trans, the logical conclusion to what he's saying here is that I need to look down and see a vagina. This doesn't make any fucking sense. This argument is completely illogical.
Version of body dysmorphia, this kind of misperception of one's body. It's called BIID. It stands for body.
But I don't misperceive my body. I see that I'm a biological male. So what's the argument here? Are you saying that I should see myself as a biological female? What are you saying?
Integrity identity disorder. And what BIID is it's when someone looks at, like, say something like their hand and says, this isn't my hand. It feels foreign to me, or these legs feel foreign to me. In fact, there was a documentary I watched a number of years ago about a woman who she perceived herself to be a paraplegic. She perceived herself that her legs didn't work.
Okay, but that would be like a false perception because the legs do work, right? I don't have a false perception about having a dick though. So I don't get what the point is. It's like, oh yeah, dude. I look down and I just see a big old stinky vagina. Like, no.
And so that's how she lived her life. She got around in a wheelchair. She transferred herself from her bed to a wheelchair with, like, a pulley system kind of a thing. But the reality is her legs do work. Her perception was off. And so what happens is this: when someone's suffering from this,
yeah, but I don't have a false perception of my physical body. Try again.
Kind of body dysmorphia, BIID comes in and says, doctor, this is not my hand. It's not my real hand. Can you amputate it?
Hold on. When has a trans person ever come in and said, yeah, dude, this isn't my real penis. It's not mine. I don't have a penis. Can you amputate it? It's a fake penis. Like, what are you talking about? Again, there's no false perception.
Around the world are instructed, no, that's actually their hands. Don't amputate a healthy limb. Their perception is wrong, not the reality. But when it comes to sex, we all lose our brain.
Is there any evidence of it being the case that, like, if somebody has that perception of themselves, right, and they get their hand removed, does it, like, benefit their mental health? Is there some sort of utility being served there? Right? Because that would be like the main symmetry breaker as to whether or not that should be something that's offered, right?
And we all lose our minds. And a man goes in or a woman goes in and says, doctor, These external genitalia are not mine. They're not actually a part of me. I perceive that they shouldn't be here. And apparently,
well, that's a completely different line of argumentation, right? That they shouldn't be here versus they aren't here, right? These are completely different and disanalogous, right? There's a difference between seeing something that isn't there versus seeing something that's there and saying that it shouldn't be there. These are completely different.
we're okay with doctors saying, okay, well then we'll have sex reassignment surgery or gender reassignment surgery.
Well, there's more that goes into it than that.
And yet, that seems to be kind of covering over the real problem, just like amputating a healthy limb. Because
What is the real problem? The real problem is gender dysphoria, right? And if it's the case that getting genital reassignment surgery reduces or maybe in some instances even eliminates dysphoria, same thing with HRT, etc. If that's the case, then yeah, that would be like the best treatment. That's like the only treatment that we actually have that works. So I don't get what the point is.
Bring over the real problem. In fact, that's the conclusion that a guy named Dr. Paul McHugh came to. He was the chief psychiatrist of Johns Hopkins Hospital. So this isn't like a crackpot doctor.
Paul McHugh. Who is Paul McHugh? Hold on. Let me go to Google, all right, chat? All right. Paul McHugh. Who is this guy? Who is this guy? American psychiatrist? He was born on 1930. Dude, this guy's old. He's a fossil. Opposes allowing transgender people to receive gender-affirming care. He's described homosexuality as an erroneous desire. Supported the same-sex marriage ban. McHugh misrepresents scientific literature on sexual orientation and gender. Yeah, definitely a reliable source of information right there. Definitely not a crackhead.
This is the chief psychiatrist, ex-chief psychiatrist of Johns Hopkins. He dealt with a lot of these cases of people who identified as transgender. They saw themselves as a member of the opposite sex. And with sex reassignment...
No, I don't see myself as a member of the opposite sex. When did I ever see myself that way? Please, find me one example.
Surgery, he said, yes, some of these patients experienced a satisfaction of that reassignment, but they were still disturbed. They were still hurting. And he...
As in, like, it didn't cure their dysphoria? They still had some dysphoria? Okay. Or it didn't fix all of their life problems? And again, this is coming from somebody that wanted to ban same-sex marriage in 2008, right? So we're just dealing with, like, some old fossil that's, like, a bigot or whatever, right? That's, like, been discredited. That isn't, like a legitimate source of information. That's just, like, his political belief. Yeah, I don't know why you would cite that as, like, actual evidence. It's like you definitely cherry-picked somebody that agrees with you. That makes me wonder, does this person also oppose same-sex marriage? I'm guessing he does. I'm guessing he does. And that he would also be in favor of banning it. So maybe he just didn't see the bias in that. I don't know. Yeah, either way, I've never had a false perception about my biological sex. So, yeah. I don't know, man. Kind of interesting how that works.
He came to this conclusion. He said, we had to stop doing sex reassignment surgery because, he says, we found that producing satisfied but a still troubled patient seemed an inadequate reason for surgery.
Wait, so the patients were satisfied? So if all of the patients were satisfied with their surgery, then what is the issue? What? So, like, it would be one thing if, like, oh yeah, dude, like more than half of the patients actually regretted it and wished that they hadn't pursued it, and there were medical complications with, like, whatever, like, a fifth of them, or some shit like that. Nope, nothing. Just, they were satisfied, but, you know, they weren't satisfied enough, because they still, had some problems in life. Okay, well, so does it have to fix all of your life problems for it to be worth it? What would it take for him to believe that it's worth it?
Surgically amputating normal organs. Because I could change these external factors, but the reality is, at the heart of everything, I'm still a man or I'm still a woman. And when it comes down to it...
Wait, at the heart of everything, I am still a woman, right? Like, I can't change that. I can change the external characteristics. This is literally an argument for my side, which is that you can change the external characteristics better than you can change the internal one. And internally, I'm a woman, so what do I change? Well, I can't change the fact that I'm that my brain, like, what do you want me to do? Like, magically redistribute all of my brain matter so that my brain is more male, so that it's more aligned with my body? No, that's physically impossible. There's no such thing, right? But I can change my body, so that's what I do.
That's the message of love. This is not a message of judging. This is not a message of criticizing. This is not even a message of...
There's no hate quite like Christian love.
Trying to blame anyone or make them a monster. No, absolutely not. These are people who are hurting. Anyone, the people in my life who have been hurting from anorexia or any kind of body dysmorphia, or even this kind of sense of identifying with members of the opposite gender, all of that comes down to someone who's hurting. So what are we called to do as Catholics?
Wait, before you were saying opposite sex, now you're saying opposite gender. So before you said that people were identifying as the opposite sex, now he's making the distinction? Or is he using them interchangeably? I'm guessing he's using them interchangeably. But it just doesn't really work as an argument. It just doesn't really work.
Well, we don't have to judge because no one's calling us a judge.
Welcome back, Elena K. Sorry I'm not reading that much chat.
No one wants us to judge. We don't need to judge. What we're called to do is called to walk with people. I mean, that's one of the best things we do as Catholics is we walk with people. We listen to them. We hear what they're really saying. And then we're able to just not have...
No, when you say you hear what they're really saying, you are hearing your faulty interpretation. That's what that means.
To yell at anyone and not have to criticize anyone. Just
don't worry, we don't yell at anyone. We politely misgender them and tell them that they're invalid and should do things that increase the rate at which they commit suicide. We do that very politely and politely and respectfully. We politely and respectfully defend the Catholic priest who molests children. We don't need to yell at anybody for that.
Be able to say, let me walk with you. I don't have to give you what you want in order to love you, but I am called to walk with you in order to love you. That's why it's easy for me to say this on a video, to say it.
Again, there's no hate quite like Christian love.
Here we're called to do this, but what really happens is this. When Catholics, when those who belong to Jesus are willing to get into the messiness of someone's, someone's brokenness, someone's wound, it doesn't matter what it is. Listen to...
Again, another fundamental misunderstanding of trans people. We're not fundamentally broken, right? We do need medical intervention because we have oftentimes, right? Like, especially for those of us with gender dysphoria, like, yeah, we need some sort of medical intervention to prevent that, to fix that, the same way you would for any other medical condition that can be life-ending in many instances, right? Yeah.
To them, to love them and walk with them, that's what we're really called to do. And when it comes to Bruce Jenner...
Yeah, I love you so much that I'm going to advocate for you to not have the ability to decrease the rate at which you commit suicide. I'm actually in favor of increasing the rate and the likelihood that you commit suicide because of how much I love you.
When it comes to anyone else, it comes to the people in your life and in my life, the best thing we can do is not simply share the truth with them, but it's also to walk with them. So who's God calling you?
I don't want this fucking ghoul, this soulless ghoul to walk with me. No, thank you.
You to walk with today.
Stay away from me. Also, is this guy a Catholic priest? Please stay away from children too. Please do not go to the local playground. Don't go to Sunday school. Stay away from the kids, please.
Okay. Doesn't have to be with regard to this kind of stuff. It can be with regard to anything. Who's the broken person in your life?
You're the broken person because you think there's something wrong with being trans. There's nothing fundamentally wrong with being trans. Again, transgender simply refers to identifying with the gender that you weren't assigned at birth. That's all it really means. That's not broken.
Broken doesn't mean wrecked, doesn't mean ruined, doesn't mean bad. It just means wounded. Who's the wounded person in your life?
The only thing that wounds me, I guess, in the context of this, is gender dysphoria. That's like the only, but I can stop that from wounding me by transitioning. So this argument falls flat on its face once again.
That God's calling you to listen to love, and to walk with today. From all.
Dude, what in the schizophrenia? Least insane Catholic fucking priest, fundamentalist freak, whatever the fuck he is. Father Mike Schmitz discusses the differences. That's what it says in the description. Father? Dude, what? Gay ass shit. Father Mike Schmitz? Dude. Bro has a daddy kink for sure. He wants to be called daddy in bed. Anyways, what do we do next? What do we do next? You know what? Okay, we're gonna do that one next. Sorry, I'm reordering things. I know I said that I already ordered all of the next videos in the way that I wanted to do that, but I think that I want to reorder it. Move that. Move. Ooh, that's a good one. That's a good one. You know what? Yeah, we'll go with that next. And yeah, sorry. Sorry, I'm taking forever. Let me remove the video we just watched from the docket. And yeah. With that being said, the next. Also, thank you so much, Patel Crafter, for the $5. You beautiful fucking bastard. Can the cute maid go spinny? Absolutely. Absolutely. I will go spinny. That's what I'm gonna do now. Let's see here. Boop, boop, boop. Do. There you go. Hope you got your money's worth. Thank you very much. Your contribution will not go unnoticed. Anyways. You should really listen to what he said in that video. I did, and I disagreed with him because he made bad arguments. Do you think that just because I disagree with someone that I'm not listening to them? Or is it the case that I'm listening to their arguments and then debunking them? Either way, the next video we're going to be watching is called Quick Hot Take. Don't look to therapist to help. Not only is it grammatically incorrect, clearly, not only does this ugly, balding TERF lady not look to therapists for help, but she also clearly doesn't look to English teachers for help either, or Grammarly, or anything like that for that matter. So let's see what solutions she has to offer. Maybe she doesn't have any. I'm so excited.
So I have a real quick hot take here. I was thinking about this morning, actually thinking about this a lot. I think that as far as transition goes, as a medical procedure to help people feel emotionally better.
Yep, that is objectively what it is.
I don't think we should be looking to therapists or therapeutic organizations or.
So just ignore all of the entire medical field. Just ignore what the actual professionals have to say because my anecdote, okay.
Or the mental health community at all to solve this, help this, or fix this because.
Okay, then what solution do you propose that's better than actual professionals who study that shit for a fucking living?
They basically created this.
Created what? Did they create trans people? No, trans people have always existed.
This is on them. Every single medical doctor I've ever been to has asked, have I seen a therapist? Have I had the okay by a therapist?
Oh, okay. But it wasn't created by therapists. It wasn't created by the medical field. Now, a treatment for gender dysphoria and gender incongruence, that you could argue was created. But that would be like saying that that'd be like if say for instance the people that created chemotherapy to treat cancer. It's like, well, did they make cancer? No, they made the treatment. Cancer's existed already, right? Regardless of whether or not there's medical intervention, all we can do is decide whether or not we treat it, and obviously the correct course of action is to treat it, right?
They hold the keys to this. They've always held the keys to this.
The keys to what?
Okay. So I think we should be very, very suspicious of therapists. And
I mean, obviously there are going to be some bad therapists out there, right? And you could be skeptical, but you have to have some sort of alternative, right?
Organizations that are based on, ran by therapists or have a lot of therapists involved.
Okay, what do you suggest then?
That goes the same for academics. I think we have to be very careful about academics.
Fuck academics, fuck therapists, fuck anyone that's scientifically minded, because my anecdotes and TERF talking points should clearly supersede them. Incredible argument.
Academics and sexologists. Sexologists, I think, are probably the worst.
Okay.
The next question is, well, who then? I don't know. I don't have the.
Okay, then if you don't have a solution, then what is the point of this? Guys, don't look to a therapist for help. Okay, who do I look for help? I don't know. Just, anybody that isn't a therapist. But don't go to the therapist for help. Just go to everybody except for the therapist if you need. What? Therapists help people professionally with their mental health. Joe Schmo down the street doesn't. So who do you think if in terms of like needing advice for your mental health, who do you think you should go to? A therapist or Joe Schmo down the street? There's only one correct answer there, by the way. Unless Joe Schmo is a therapist, I guess. Or if you can't afford therapy. That's different, though.
Answer necessarily of thinking about it, but like seriously, I think you cannot look to the person that created the mess to fix the mess.
Created what mess? Created what mess? What mess did therapists create? There was an existing mess, which I guess in this instance, because it's all she talks about is gender dysphoria, right? That's the existing mess. Medical professionals try cleaning up the mess that already existed, not one that they created, one that already existed. Whether or not there's medical intervention, gender dysphoria exists. Medical professionals didn't invent gender dysphoria. They discovered it and categorized it. That's it. And they came up with treatments for it. But it existed regardless of whether or not there's like a medical stance on the issue, right? It is independent of a medical stance.
I think they have too much at stake.
What do they have at stake?
And I think they have too much buy-in.
Too much buy-in to what? Are you saying because it's a for-profit model that there might be issues with it? In which case I agree, all right? Maybe we should decommodify the medical industry. You know what? I'd actually be in favor of that, but that's not what this person is arguing. They're not a socialist by any means. They're probably not even a market socialist. In fact, I almost guarantee they're not. They're not talking about the problems with, well, I mean, they're inadvertently talking about a problem with capitalism, but that's not even their intent. So that was just a short video that I thought, you know what, it looks stupid, so I'll click on it, and I was not disappointed. It was stupid. It was a bad video. And I'm glad I watched it because of that.
Essentially, transgender ideology.
Oh, no, I didn't mean to play it yet. All right, 1 second here. Remove from playlist. All right. The next video we're going to watch is also a little bit short. It's called How to Debunk Transgender Madness in 2 minutes. Well, first of all, the video is 2 minutes and 2 seconds, so you didn't even do it correctly. You didn't time it correctly. It's more than 2 minutes. It was also made 6 years ago. In 2017 is 6 years ago? What the fuck? Since when? Jesus Christ. Oh, man. That's weird. That's really weird. Well, I guess 2017 on January 1st, 7 years ago. But you get the point.
Essentially, transgender ideology holds that people can be born into the wrong body.
Like as in the body doesn't really match with their brain? Yes, this is objectively true, by the way. It's most likely the case that it's caused by hormone washing that occurs within the womb, so it's gonna really depend on the extent to which the fetus is exposed to certain to androgens when it experiences hormone washing in the womb, right? So it could be the case that there's like a disconnect between the extent to which the body is exposed to androgen versus the brain. Right, that's what ultimately causes that. This also includes non-binary people as well. It explains that simply because there's not like a certain threshold where it's like you magically go from completely male to female, right? So if it's in like an in-between area for the body, you end up with intersex. In terms of the mind, the same thing, right?
It's simply not true. Human sexuality is binary.
No, this is wrong. It's literally not binary. If we're talking about sex, it's bimodal. So you're wrong already. Like when we're describing sex, we use a bimodal distribution. That's like the scientific consensus, right? To claim that it's binary is to claim that intersex people don't exist, right? Because intersex people aren't just male or female, right? They don't fit into either of the two categories dictated by a binary, right? So you would need at least a third category that's all-encompassing of people that don't fit the other two. So you need at least 3. I would categorize it as like a spectrum, right? That's what a bimodal distribution is. But even if you have like an arbitrary cutoff point, you would still have to include a third category.
Okay, we know this because in nature, reproduction is the rule. And
sure, yeah, generally things reproduce, okay.
And human beings, we engage in sexual reproduction.
So because human beings produce in sexual reproduction, sex is binary? That this does not logically follow. Not only is it the case that intersex people exist whether you like it or not, but there are also people that are auto-fertile, meaning that they have the capacity to produce sperm as well as the capacity to give birth. Now, if everybody was auto-fertile, this wouldn't even break the rule that she established. If everybody was auto-fertile, we would still be able to reproduce as a species because everybody would be able to give birth and everybody would be able to get somebody else pregnant, right?
Need a man and a woman to do that. Women.
No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. Again, if there are two autofertile people, now these obviously they're rare, but they exist. If you have two autofertile people, yes, you could have, like, let's say they both are women, let's say. Like, if they have to be categorized as one or the other, and let's say autofertile people, we have arbitrarily decided that they're women, okay? They would still be able to reproduce with each other. So, what can I say?
Are XX. Those are the sex chromosomes. Women have two X's. Men.
So if it's solely contingent upon chromosomes, then how would you categorize somebody that has Swyer syndrome, for instance? So if it's the case that, for instance, you have a biological female that's born with XY, right? But they're androgen insensitive, meaning that like the XY chromosomes don't inform their body to produce testosterone, for instance, right? If that's the case, how would you categorize them? Do you categorize them based on chromosomes and say, well, you might enjoy being a biological female, but your chromosomes dictate your biology ultimately, so therefore you're forced to transition to a guy? Or is it not actually chromosomes that dictate that? Is that not actually the defining characteristic?
Have an X and a Y. Those are genetic markers. They're genetic markers for female and male respectively.
Generally, it's the case that yes, XY chromosomes is heavily correlated with being biologically male, right? But again, this doesn't debunk transgender people existing in the first place, right? Because again, when a transgender person refers to themselves as the gender they identify with, they're not making a propositional statement about their biological sex. I have never claimed to be a biological female, right? So this entirely relies on not recognizing the sex-gender distinction. So this doesn't debunk transgender people existing.
Effectively, okay? Binary, that's the rule, and it's self-evident.
No, it's not self-evident. If it was, then why do intersex people exist? To say that something is self-evident is not an argument.
Gender, someone who identifies as transgender, however, that's not a problem in their body. Gender identity, all identities, they're in our thoughts.
Okay, yeah, so if there's a disconnect between the brain and the body, which one is easier to change, right? It serves more utility to just change the thing that you can change rather than the thing you can't. You can't change the mind. You can't make my mind male. You can change my body to make it more female. It's not female, right? Don't misconstrue that, right? I'm mostly still biologically male. But I do have some... Keep in mind, sex is technically just a collection of different sex characteristics, right? So for instance, me having a dick is a biologically male aspect of me. Me having titties, I'm growing titties, like legitimately, is a biologically female characteristic. The estrogen in my system is a biologically female characteristic. Again, I'm mostly biologically male, but not entirely. You can change, like, sex is not completely immutable. This is like that's also something that is failing to be recognized here.
Thoughts and feelings, those are not hardwired, they develop, and they may be factually wrong or factually correct.
Okay, so if it's the case that I transition, if I'm a trans woman, what is factually wrong? Because I don't believe that I'm a biological female, so what's factually incorrect?
The definition of a delusion is a fixed false belief. So,
okay, what's my false belief? Again, this doesn't debunk anything. What is my false belief in regards to my gender?
So if I persistently, consistently insist that I am Margaret Thatcher, or persistently, consistently insist that I am a cat.
I've never, first of all, if somebody is referring to themselves as a cat, right? Or saying that they're a cat, that's in reference to a physical reality. That's the categorical distinction. It's just disanalogous.
Or I'm an amputee trapped in a normal body. I am delusional. And in fact, there are people who believe they are amputees trapped in a normal body.
So in terms of the amputee argument, it doesn't seem to be the case that like if you were to like remove their arm and make them actually amputated, that it benefits them, right? So the symmetry breaker there would be utility, right? It doesn't serve utility to recognize that as like a legitimate pursuit for like medical intervention, whereas for instance, transitioning decreases the suicide rate of trans people, so that is worth pursuing, right?
They are appropriately diagnosed as having body identity integrity disorder. If you want to cut off an arm or a leg, you're mentally ill.
So if that's the case, like again, does cutting off an arm or a leg serve any utility? Does it make them happier? because it's not the case that it does, right? There's no evidence of that.
If you want to cut off healthy breasts and genitals, oh, then you're transgender and you.
So the you're not cutting off genitals, right? You're inverting them, right? You're doing a surgery, to remove the breasts, say, for instance, if you're a trans man, right? You're not removing something that has some sort of like actual real function in your life as a man, right? It doesn't serve you utility to have breasts if you're a trans man necessarily. It would serve you more utility to get them removed because it has been shown to benefit people in terms of mental health if they're trans, right? That's, again, the symmetry breaker. Is one thing actually benefits people and serves utility, the other doesn't.
You don't have a mental illness. Individuals with disorders of sex development are being used as pawns in the fight for...
Are you talking about intersex people? It's not that they're being used as pawns, it's just an example of something that disproves the gender binary. So if you're going to assert that there's a gender binary, and then there are people that don't fit the gender binary, then that disproves your entire argument. It's not using people as pawns.
Basically, a civil right.
Like it would be like if somebody was arguing, if somebody's argument was contingent upon, well, there's everybody in the world is white. Okay, well, what about black people, right? It's not that I'm using black people as a pawn. I'm just pointing out that they exist because it completely destroys the notion that only white people exist, right?
To mental illness. There's no such thing as a civil right to a mental illness, but that is in fact what we are dealing with.
Hold on, the mental illness would be gender dysphoria, right? Because that's like an actual thing that causes harm. Being transgender in of itself isn't, right? It doesn't cause harm to identify as a gender you weren't assigned at birth, right? So there's not really an argument here.
With the transgender rights movement.
So, yeah, I'm very disappointed. I thought that she was going to be able to debunk transgender madness in 2 minutes, but she failed to do so. All of the shitty talking points she made were easily refutable in a fucking live stream format. It wasn't something I really had to think about. The first time I'm viewing it, it's like, yeah, it takes like 1 second to debunk everything. Maybe more than 1 second because I do talk a lot, but still. Anyways. Boop, boop, boop. So, let's see here. Remove from playlist, close, and let me drink some water. Literally read the chat. Oh, I'm sorry I'm not reading chat 24/7. You do realize that there are like stream segments I'll do where I read chat, right? Where I pay more attention to chat, right? This is the segment-oriented stuff, though, that we're doing right now. I guess you could say it's more of the content side of things, rather than the, whatchamacallit, the, just chatting side of things, right? Feel like you can't please everybody, at once, simply because, you know, some people will complain if I'm just chatting. It's like, Femyoz, is this all you do? It's like, no. And then when I'm doing a video segment, it's like, why are you ignoring the chat? It's like, make up your fucking mind, jeez. I do both, all right? I do both. With that being said, I saw a video that showed up. I watched part of it. I'll watch the entire, maybe not the entire thing, but at least part of it with you. It's called, I Have a Weird Question for Trans People. This was actually thought-provoking, at least from what I saw. So I thought I may as well share it. So warning, cis guy pondering, grace to see about gender. Don't worry, no TERF free afoot, promise. I have a weird question for trans people. That's me. The question is for me. Okay, we've got the beach. Okay.
Hey there, welcome to That Dang Dad. My name is Phil, and tonight I have a weird question for trans people.
Okay, hi Phil, hit me up.
Now, hold on, don't freak out. This is not me going mask off or being creepy, I promise. Also, if you're not trans, I think you should contemplate this question about yourself too. You'll see what I mean in a second. I'm certain I'm not the first person to have this question or think through this scenario, but on principle, I haven't actually researched anything as I write this sentence, as well as this next one. I will do so as soon as I pop this question, and then maybe all of us can take 5, do a quick Google search, and come back with our thoughts. You ready? Okay, here goes. If you are a trans person and you have transitioned in any way, socially, medically, maybe just internally for now.
All of them for me. Hello.
If you are in any particular way living as your authentic gender, what would that look like for you if you were transported to an uninhabited island in the middle of the ocean?
So in terms of, so let's say I'm in the middle of the ocean, right? I'm transported to an island in the middle of the ocean, no social interaction, anything. Well, first of all, I'd probably go insane because, you know, solitary confinement. But aside from that, in terms of the gender aspect of it, well, that's interesting because I've already been socialized by society, right? I've been socialized, so all of my, a lot of my characteristics would be elements of that, right? I'm guessing that, I would still pursue medical transition if it was possible in this island scenario, right? If I wasn't able to, if I didn't have access to the necessary medical care, that would give me dysphoria, right? I would still have dysphoria as a result of that, right? So I would still want to medically transition, right? But there wouldn't be like a social element of that anymore, right? That'd be like the main distinction.
Forget worrying about food and shelter. Assume all your physical needs are comfortably met. My question
I hope that would include HRT.
is, what does gender actually mean if you are completely outside of a society, outside of a...
So I don't believe that there would be like there wouldn't really be any gender, right? It would just be sex, right? But I would still want my biological sex to be that one that more closely resembles a female, if nothing else, right? Again, sex isn't immutable, and if there's a mechanism through which I can change it to an extent at least, I will do that. I will use that, right? So there wouldn't be any gender, it would just be sex. But that wouldn't negate the need for me to transition. Maybe it would for some other trans people, I don't know.
a community, just totally alone. I was thinking about this topic because despite my best efforts, I am still occasionally exposed to the gormless ravings of TERFs and right-wing chuds, but I repeat myself. And I feel
Tell me about it.
like the anti-trans movement has a very muddled, very unsophisticated view of gender, full of
very true
superstitions and half-remembered myths from childhood. I mean, these are the people who think anyone in the world cares about what some archaeologists in the future might think about our bones. Get real.
Oh my god. Yes, this is actually so true. It's like the common like TERF / transphobic talking point. Yeah, I know that you have been transitioning for multiple years now and have been identifying this way for ages, and everybody in your life that you care about sees you as a woman and refers to you as such. But did you know that in 1,000 years when archaeologists dig up your grave, they're going to say that you're a biological male? Oh, okay? Even if that happened, why would I give a shit? Not to mention, they would, if anything, they wouldn't entirely be able to tell, right? Because you don't finish male puberty until you're in your late 20s, right? So I never finished male puberty, technically speaking, right? I stopped it at 19, right? And I've been on HRT for a bit over 11 months now, right? So, yeah, it's hard to say.
But their goofy thoughts on gender, for me anyway, still invite a kind of introspection. Not because they have anything of value to say, but rather, if I think they have the wrong thoughts about gender, then what are the right ones?
I would argue that the right way of putting it would be like the correct thoughts. I don't know if there's I wouldn't say that gender is like an objective thing necessarily, right? It could be, it is derived from an objective thing, right? Which is sex, right? But it's not the same. I would argue what's right is what serves the most utility, right? So maximizing human happiness, or like happiness for the greatest number, right? I would argue that that's it, right? Just maximizing human happiness broadly, right?
And of course, we've probably all heard, oh, gender is a social construct before. That's a fairly
Yes, it is. If I was in the middle of on like a desolate island by myself, there wouldn't be gender, other than like any gender that I would be informed of back before I was on the island. But if I grew up on the island, there would be no concept of gender. There would only be sex, but I would still want to medically transition.
Standard, though possibly dated rebuttal to anti-trans material. At time of recording, I remain a Butler bro, so I'm also a big fan of their theory that gender is a performance, an active style of living your body in the world.
Yeah, I mean, it's entirely the social element of it, right?
But as I was thinking about that the other day, this weird idea started percolating in my mind. If gender is a social construct, then what happens if there is no society around to construct it?
Then there's no gender.
If gender is a performance, does that necessarily require an audience?
Yes, kind of. even if you're your own audience, right? Again, that would have to be informed by anything you've learned from being in a society that recognizes gender. This is actually quite interesting because this is a lot of this line of argumentation, or not argumentation, but reasoning and / questioning is fundamental to a gender abolitionist worldview, right? I'm a gender abolitionist, so yeah, it is entirely possible for at some point in the future there to just not be gender, right? Now, what I mean by that is not that there's no gender expression, right? Necessarily. Now, I don't believe that that gender is like an intrinsic. Look, in terms of sex, right? Like in terms of biological sex, right? I believe that ultimately what causes like an incongruence between gender and sex is that gender is derived from sex. So there's like an association made in people's minds, right? Including mine, right? I've made that association for a long time. In terms of, I guess the how would I phrase it? What's a good way of putting it? This is actually making me think. I'm guessing that because there's like an incongruence between your brain and your biological sex, meaning your brain, for instance, is wired for the body of a biological female, but your body is biologically male, right? I believe that's ultimately what causes dysphoria. And then that dysphoria is amplified when gender, which is associated with sex, plays a role, right? That's my view on it. That's my view.
How would a trans femme or trans masc person live out their femness or maskness in total isolation and totally outside of the systems and structures that exist all around us?
I mean, I guess based on past experiences with these structures, but let's say I had no experience, right, as a trans femme. I guess the only thing that I would do is go on HRT, most likely.
Such as on a deserted island, out in space, something like that. In fact, my weirdest version of this thought experiment is about the singularity, the hypothetical future event when all human consciousness will allegedly be uploaded to a cloud-based paradise. If you were a subjective entity with no body in an empty server, what would gender look like for you?
That's actually a really good question. That's a good question. I have to think about that. I would argue because if your brain is uploaded to a server, right? It's generally the case that a brain is going to be wired to interact with some sort of body, right? That's generally going to be the case, right? So in order for it to function on a server, there would either have to be some sort of simulated body, right? That the brain experiences, let's say. Or it's the case that the brain is rewired so that it doesn't necessarily even account for a body. In which case, there wouldn't be gender or sex, or if there is gender, it would be solely contingent upon any past experiences with it, if there are any, right? I think that that's a decent answer.
And just to be clear, this isn't something that I think is a gotcha against trans people or the concept.
No, it's definitely not. It's a good question.
Of transness. I believe that trans people are the gender that they say they are, full stop. That's
correct.
Why I found this thought experiment interesting. But anyway, give me 2 seconds to Google this and see what I see. Hopefully I'm not doing baby's first trans discourse. But if I am, this video will probably not be made, so if you're hearing this, I must have found something interesting. Anyway, un momento. Okay, so, as expected, I am not the first person to think about Trans Island. Apparently, the desert island is the site of lots of trans discussion. What stood out to me from a cursory initial foray, though, was that the desert
I think I have heard the question before, but I never really engaged with it that much.
Desert Island was being used slightly differently than how I'm using it. In various Reddit threads, it instead functioned as a kind of thought experiment like, if you were on a desert island with no social pressures or threats, would you still transition?
Yes, I would.
Meaning, does your desire to transition feel like it comes from something deep inside you versus as a response to how other people see and treat you out in the world?
I can't speak for other trans people, but for me personally, yes, I believe that there's something innate for me. Potentially. I'm not even 100% sure. Like, for instance, if it's the... Actually, I could be jumping the gun here. It could also be the case that, based on the information I've been presented about gender, right? I guess you could say that maybe because I associate the gender I am with a certain biological sex, that necessarily means that I perceive myself as needing to be needing to transition to the other biological sex to the extent that's possible, right? Obviously, you can't. I'm not a biological female, nor can I ever be. But you get the point, right? I hope that's making sense. I hope that's making sense.
Some people use this as a thought experiment to find some kind of validation in their transition, feeling reassured that their transness was quote-unquote real because they would
Whether or not your transness is real or not is not contingent upon whether or not you even have gender dysphoria necessarily, right? Or whether or not you would transition on like a deserted island where there's like no society to interact with. I will say that transition to me would be less important, right? It would be less important on like a desert island, right? If I'm not interacting with anybody. So like it wouldn't matter that much. I would care more about I don't know. It's really hard to say because even now my perception of sex is in part informed by the gender that is associated with it, right? So that's actually really hard to say.
still transition even if no one was around to perceive them? Unfortunately, others seem to use this in a gatekeepy way, implying that if you wouldn't transition on a desert island, you weren't really trans.
Which is obviously a dumb line of reasoning, of course. It doesn't make you not really trans.
Interestingly, in one blog post I read, and do not take my citation as endorsement of this person, please, the author expressed frustration with the desire to even try to talk about transness divorced from social pressures and expectations.
No, I think it's a reasonable thing to talk about, right? Like that's reasonable to ask. Like that's a genuinely reasonable question because it does sort of ask, okay, well, what's the root of the issue here? Like, what is transness intrinsic to? What causes it necessarily? Is it solely contingent upon for instance, like social forces, right? This is one of the reasons I make a distinction between being transgender and transsexual. Though they are heavily correlated, it's not always that one necessarily dictates the other. For instance, if I was on the desert island, I wouldn't be transgender because there would be no gender to transition to or from, right? That would be the social element. But I would still be transsexual, which is interesting to think about.
They write, "It is a fact of our human condition that we cannot escape our embeddedness in the social world. There is nothing untouched in us by other persons. Nothing we have did not originate somewhere in another human life or lives. The idea then that upon arriving at Desert Island we drop everything we have ever known about human life is ludicrous. When we look at our body here or there, we look at our body with eyes shaped by years and years of having to look at our body in a social world under social circumstances."
See, but that's the thing. It's completely evading the hypothetical. I mean, I don't know. I understand the point that's being made here. It's like very difficult to determine what the response to that hypothetical would be, because your response to it is going to in part be informed by things that you understand as a result of the way you were conditioned, right? I guess that's the point being made. Either way, this is a good video. I'm gonna watch the rest of it later. I'm gonna smash like. It's by somebody named That Dang Dad from 9 days ago as of streaming, and it's called I Have a Weird Question for Trans People. I highly recommend you go check it out. For PC users, I'll copy the link, paste it in chat, add it to your watch later, and yeah. Oh fuck, we lost concurrent viewers. See, this is why I don't like to react to content that I agree with, because then we lose viewers because it's like, no, it's too thought provoking. We can't have that. Not that the other stuff can't be thought provoking, but there's not enough tension to keep people sticking around. Interestingly enough. Yeah, we were getting like 300 when we were talking about the other thing, and then right around here it goes down because there was no contention. Interesting. Is this a live stream? Of course it is. So you like the tension? I mean, I do, but the audience likes it even more. See, a segment like the one I just did is something I find interesting, but that the audience doesn't necessarily. Anyways. Fuck, I have to refill my water bottle soon, as well as go to the bathroom. What's transsexual? It's basically, pursuing medical intervention to, change aspects of your biological sex. By that I mean, like, things like hormone replacement therapy, right? So naturally my body produces testosterone. I've replaced it with estrogen, as well as sex reassignment surgery, right? Anyways. With that being said, you know what? I need to go to the bathroom. I'll play more of the video while I do that and refill my water bottles. Because, I do have a disproportionately trans audience, so... And the video is technically made for them. Anyways.
Our eyes and our visual apparatus are not just for seeing bare physical reality, they're for telling us what is useful and what is important. When we go to Desert Island, we know what a hammer is and what it is for, and unfortunately, we still know what breasts are and what they are for. There are no carpenters on Desert Island and no men, but what does that change? The hammer still holds the possibility of driving a nail. The breast still holds the possibility of damning us to inhumanity, so long as it is attached to the body. While still not coming from the exact same angle that I am, that post does conjure up 2 important points. Number 1, don't waste too much time obsessing over an impossible hypothetical, which, fair enough. And 2, whatever gender is, performed, constructed, or otherwise, it is still firmly related to one's intimate, individual relationship to their own body at the end of the day. Now, cis people who stuck around, first of all, hey, thanks. Second of all, I'm not sure where you're personally at with gender, either your own or others, so very, very quickly, let's talk about social construction and gender performance. In the 1987 paper, Doing Gender, Candace West and Don Zimmerman write the following. We argue that gender is not a set of traits, nor a variable, nor a role, but the product of social doings of some sort. What then is the social doing of gender? It is more than the continuous creation of the meaning of gender through human actions. We claim that gender itself is constituted through interaction. Doing gender means creating differences between girls and boys and women and men, differences that are not natural, essential, or biological, and once the differences have been constructed, they are used to reinforce the essentialness of gender. If we do gender appropriately, we simultaneously sustain, reproduce, and render legitimate the institutional arrangements that are based on sex category. If we fail to do gender appropriately, we as individuals, not the institutional arrangements, may be called to account for our character, motives, and predispositions. So this is one take on the social construction model of gender. The idea that gender is a set of norms and expectations within a culture or a society that justifies some existing social order based on, in this case, primary sex characteristics such as genitals, the ability to impregnate, or the ability to get pregnant, and so on. Judith Butler put their own spin on that in Gender Trouble, where they write, gender is the repeated stylization of the body, a set of repeated acts within a highly rigid regulatory frame that congeal over time to produce the appearance of substance, of a natural sort of being. Gender ought not to be construed as a stable identity or locus of agency from which various acts follow. Rather, gender is an identity tenuously constituted in time, instituted in an exterior space through a stylized repetition of acts. The effect of gender is produced through the stylization of the body and hence must be understood as the mundane way in which bodily gestures, movements, and styles of various kinds constitute the illusion.
Okay, chat, I'm sorry. Oh my god. I didn't realize it was gonna take as long as it did to refill my waters. I actually feel terrible. No. I'm sorry, chat. I realized it was, if it was taking that long, I would have to like play some. I should have played something more low effort. I feel bad now. That was bad. Dude, that was like an actual Hassan moment. I'm not gonna do that again. Alright, that is... Fuck. Okay. I was like, listening to it and I'm like, oh, fuck. I need to hurry up. It's like, this is like, a lot of video playing. I'm like, no! Hi, hello, Reese Halsey. Hope you're doing well. Do you have any other platforms besides YouTube? Yeah, but I don't really use them as much. You're such a hypocrite. Why? Because I criticized Hassan for playing content. Yeah, no, I agree. Well, I didn't realize, because, like, normally, okay, when I go to the bathroom, it's like, okay, it's like, whatever, like a minute or something of content, and then it's like, I can respond to all of it by doing my, yapping thing, where I talk for extended periods of time about the subject matter. But, yeah. Alright, with that being said, interesting video. I highly recommend you, go look at it. It's from That Dang Dad. It's called I Have a Weird Question for Trans People. Search it up. Feel free. Fuck. I'll probably link it in the description below when I'm, for the VOD, when I'm done, hopefully, if I remember. And yeah, sorry. You're such a furry. How am I a furry? Explain that one to me. Anyways.
And maybe know they were born.
Let's see here. Let me how's the stream doing? All right, let me just look at something. 1 second. But they can consent to necessary medical care, if you can believe. Okay, sorry. I was just making sure that like the volume was the same. Anyways. I know you see my messages. Which ones? I don't read every single chat message. When I'm looking at something else, that means I'm not looking at chat generally. The chat is roasting themselves, Lamau, just projecting. Oh, the people that hate me? Yeah, absolutely. Why is anyone watching this? Because it's the greatest live show of all time. What do you mean? It's entertainment. It's content. Anyways. Let's see here. Can you oil up and twerk? I'll be sure to get right to it. Take a look at their profiles, and like 9 out of 10 of them are children. Oh yeah, unsurprising. That's why I don't take them seriously or respond to most of them. 23.2k subs. Let's go. Wait, how many did I have at the start of the stream? It was like 21.7k, I want to say. I don't know. Is there like a way of... look on my phone. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. It's nice having 2 full water bottles. Oh, makes me feel so much better. Like, whenever I'm, like, running kind of low on the second one, it's like, I get all anxious. I'm like, no, I want to run out of water. It's like, I know I can go refill it, but it's like, still. Hold on. How many did I have yesterday? I was at, 22,747. 23,262. Okay, so we're not doing terrible. We're not doing terrible. How long have we been streaming for? Almost 5 hours, a little under that. Could be better, could be worse. Could be better, could be worse. Interesting. Smash like, everybody. Alright, we're gonna watch one more video, I think. And then that'll be it, most likely. Which one do I choose? I'm not sure. Do I do the Catholic? Nah. No. You know what? I think we're gonna do...
One of the most common sins I hear
We're gonna do a video called, Is Masturbation a Mortal Sin? So, it's from a channel called Breaking the Habit. Is the habit, masturbating? Now, obviously, we established earlier in the live stream that we are all, worshippers of the masturbation god. Of course, the great masturbator. But let's see what this guy has to say on the matter.
One of the most common sins I hear confessed in the sacrament of penance is that of pornography and masturbation. I can't tell you who's saying it, but I can say it's a struggle for a lot of people. Some consider it merely a bad habit they know they should stop, while others see it as a sin so grave it removes them from communion with the church.
And for me, it's none of the above. Isn't that crazy?
Who's right? As with men...
Neither. Unless they're, like, goon maxing to, like, an extreme or some shit. Like, they're, like, legitimately addicted to porn or something, and they're just gooning, like, 7 times a day or whatever the fuck. Then, yeah, maybe it's something that needs to, you know, a habit that needs to be broken. But if you're just, if you just, you know, every few days or some shit, it's like, yeah, who cares?
Many things in Catholic moral theology, it depends. This is Catholicism in Focus.
How does it depend? The objectively correct answer is no, it's not a mortal sin. That's fucking stupid. God, the intro is so cringe. It literally looks like one of those fucking generic, like, stock video intros or whatever. It's like you go onto, like, a website or whatever, and it's like, yeah, here's the fucking template. That's what it looks like.
Over the past few decades, the barriers limiting access to pornography and the stigma
Yeah, that intro was a great time waster, I agree.
attached to masturbation have all but disappeared. Now it takes nothing more than internet access and anyone can watch pornographic material.
Fucking base, let's go.
For many people, these practices are normal, healthy, and entirely unproblematic, even for children.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Look, it depends on how you consume porn, right? It really depends. Like, it's not going to be healthy no matter what, right? There are going to be some instances where it's like, yeah, you're addicted to porn. The same way that eating, say, for instance, I don't know, junk food is bad for you, but like, if you don't eat too much of it, it's like, it doesn't really matter. Or just eating food in general is good for you, actually. But if you eat too much of it, even healthy food, it's not good for you, right? It's all about moderation, right? Like, porn in of itself is not bad. But if you consume too much of it, then yeah, obviously, if it's like, hindering your ability to live the rest of your life. If it's like constantly on your mind, you're just constantly internally gooning, you're goon maxing, then maybe yeah, it's a problem, but that's not everybody that watches porn.
Yeah, no. Despite this cultural shift, the Catholic Church has remained steadfast in its long...
I do find the fact that minors can literally just open up Google and see all this shit kind of concerning, though. Yeah, I mean, I do wish that, like, at the very least, like, actually, I have seen this on Pornhub, where it's like a thing where it's like, it pops up and it's like, are you over 18? And you have to like check yes or whatever the fuck, right? So at the very least for that, you have to like actively like search for it. I think that, but yeah, there's like shit where it's like you could literally Google it and see porn. So I do think that it needs to be a little bit, I don't know. Look, I don't want it to be like something where you have to like fucking ID verify or some shit like that. It's like, no, I don't want to verify a fucking my ability to watch porn by using my real life ID. I don't want that. That's retarded. That's a waste of my time.
long-held stance condemning the practice as selfish and disordered. Both the magisterium of the...
Why is it selfish and disordered? Like, unless it's actually causing some sort of hindrance on your ability to, like, do other things, like, I don't see what the issue is. So, like, for instance, if it's the case that there are two scenarios, okay? One of them is you can sit in a room by yourself and watch the wall. You can stare at the wall and do nothing, okay? You're not accomplishing anything. You're not harming anybody, etc. Or you can go to the bathroom or grab your cum sock or whatever the fuck and goon max for 10 minutes, right? What is the harm of choosing the latter option? I don't know. The latter option sounds like a better one to me. Maybe that's just me.
The Church, in the course of a constant tradition and the moral sense of the faithful, have declared without hesitation that masturbation is an intrinsically and seriously disordered act.
Speaking of things that are supposed to be taken seriously, I can't take this person seriously. I'm sorry. Saying that, what was it? Intrinsically and seriously disordered act. Yeah, no. It's not like a, yeah, dude. It's a seriously and intrinsically disordered act to fucking goon for 10 minutes. Oh, wow, dude.
Declared without hesitation that masturbation is an intrinsically and seriously disordered act. Two important
Why? Who does it harm?
categories are used here. First, it is an act that is disordered, meaning that seeks an end which is incompatible with its purpose.
Wait, how is it incompatible with its purpose? I'm guessing the argument he's going to make here is that, well, you see, the reason that you are able to shoot hot loads out of your penis is as a direct result of sex being designed by God in order to allow you to reproduce, right? But it's whatever. If you masturbate, though, it doesn't prevent your ability to get somebody pregnant. It doesn't prevent you from using it for its quote-unquote intended purpose. You don't have a finite amount of cum where it's like you masturbate too many times and then you just run out. Like, that doesn't happen, right? So there's not like it doesn't prevent you from doing that. So even through his own framework, it doesn't make any sense.
All objects have an end or purpose for which it was created. Use a hammer to drive in nails. To use it as a weapon or paperweight would be disordered. For sex...
Yeah, but why is that bad, right? Like, let's say I use it as a paperweight. Okay, yeah, why is that bad, right? Exactly. There isn't a reason for that, right? So why would that be disanalogous, right? Is it an immoral action to use a hammer as a paperweight? Because that's not its intended design. Of course not. Of course that's not an immoral action. You would have to be an insane person to claim that it is, right? He literally just destroyed his entire argument without even realizing it.
Sexual activity, the end for which it was created, is twofold: procreation and unity between married couples.
Oh yeah, well, hammers were actually created to put nails into things and not to be used as a paperweight. So by using it as a paperweight, you have engaged in a mortal sin.
To act in a sexual manner outside of these ends, say for pleasure alone by oneself, would be a disordered act. But simply being disordered in itself does not necessitate that something is gravely ill or even always wrong. Occasionally eating to excess is disordered, but it is far from grave. And
well, I think that the example you used earlier, right, with where it's like, well, you know, what if somebody used a hammer as a paperweight, right? It wasn't designed for that, right? But it's not an immoral action, right?
Eating as an act in itself is a good thing. For this reason, the church has also designated masturbation as serious and an evil that is intrinsic.
Yeah, but why is it evil and intrinsic?
Serious is obvious, signifying that it is no run-of-the-mill sin, but one with grave...
It's a grave action with negative consequences? What are the negative consequences? Like, if you're just like, yeah, I'm just gonna, like, masturbate and watch porn once a week, what are the negative consequences? Who does it harm? What is the objective and measurable harm here? Or is it just you made it the fuck up?
Grave implications, while intrinsic notes that there is something inherent to the act itself that is evil.
Yeah, but why? Why, though?
No matter the situation, no matter the intention, it is wrong. These terms
Yeah, but why?
are often used together, but it's important to distinguish between them. Killing is a serious evil, but not an intrinsic evil.
Yeah, because there's like an objective and measurable harm there. That's the difference.
As self-defense is justifiable. Lying, on the other hand, is intrinsically evil, always wrong, but not necessarily serious.
No, not necessarily. It's not intrinsically wrong. Like, for instance, if it's the case that, like, say, it's World War II right now, okay? You're in Germany, okay? And you're helping a Jewish person hide in your attic, okay? And then a Nazi police officer knocks on your door and asks you, hey, is there a Jewish person in your attic? You don't tell them the truth. You lie and say, no, there's not. That's the morally correct thing to do in that instance, right? So no, it's not intrinsic, right? It's just generally the case that lying is not preferable to telling the truth. It's preferable to tell the truth that generally serves more utility, right? But not always.
For the church, masturbation is intrinsically and seriously disordered.
Again, by his own moral framework, in terms of like the lying thing, in terms of like the intrinsic thing, by his own logic, it would be more morally correct to tell the Nazi police officer that there's a Jewish person hiding in my attic than to lie to them, according to his own moral framework.
Meaning that it deals with a grave misuse of an action and that
How is it a grave misuse? What is the objective and measurable harm?
it is always wrong, leading
Yeah, but why?
many, quite naturally, to conclude that doing so constitutes a mortal sin.
Yeah, but why? Why though?
This is not necessarily true because that is not how
How is it true at all? How is that even like even close to a reasonable line of argumentation?
mortal sins work. As I discussed in a previous video, designating something a mortal sin requires 3 criteria be met. The action deals with grave matter, is active.
Grave matter. Ah, yes, the grave matter of masturbating for 10 minutes by yourself in your room. Oh God, what a horrible act. So grave and serious. Except you can't explain why, because there's like no objective or measurable harm.
Upon with full knowledge and results from one's full consent of will. We've already
Okay. Well, it's not grave. I guess I do have a full knowledge of the fact that, yeah, I like to, you know, sometimes I'm a little bit of a gooner sometimes. Not really that much anymore, but...
established that the church considers masturbation dealing with grave matter, so we look now to full knowledge. Many people...
Wait, so you acknowledge it's not grave matter, right?
Upon with full knowledge and results from one's full consent of will. We've already established that the church considers masturbation dealing with grave matter.
Oh, he's saying it is? Never mind. All right, I misheard that.
So we look now to full knowledge.
But why is it grave matter, though? You haven't established this. You have not proven that it's a grave matter. You've just presupposed it to be the case without any evidence.
Many people know exactly what they're doing when they look at pornography and masturbate. They know that it is wrong for them to do.
No, I don't. There's no reason for me to believe that.
That they are participating in an industry that encourages extortion, abuse, slavery, and even abortion, and that the effects are severe.
This is a nothing argument. Like, no, watching porn does not, like, necessarily... If you, say, for instance, engage with any, whatever, like, if you buy say, for instance, like a shirt or something that was made in China, right? You are using a shirt that requires the exploitation of child labor, right? But you wouldn't say that's a moral sin, right?
But this is not always the case. According to the Catechism, there is what is described as unintentional ignorance, when one does not know what they're doing is wrong or understand the gravity of their actions.
Yeah, well, it's not that I don't know that what I'm doing is wrong. It's that it's not wrong, and there's no reason for me to believe that. Understand the gravity of my actions. I understand that there is not really any gravity. Like, if I just go masturbate for 10 minutes. Again, he's talking about masturbation, not even masturbating to porn specifically, right? So if it's the case that you're, I don't know, or what if you're gooning to erotica, then what? There's no, like, exploitation of sex workers at hand. So what would the argument be there, right? Like, for masturbating in of itself, right?
The imputability of their offenses can be diminished. In this situation in particular, we know that there are some who are very young or have mental or emotional limits that prevent them from fully understanding the gravity of the situation.
No, it's not that I'm young or retarded, okay? I am a little bit retarded, but in the, but I don't know. Look, here's the thing, okay? No, the reason I don't, wait, hold on, let's replay this, okay? Let's replay this.
Can be diminished. In this situation in particular, we know that there are some who are very young or have mental or emotional limits that prevent them from fully understanding the gravity of the situation.
What if you understand the gravity of the situation to be insignificant? Like, what if you're like me, and you see that there's, like, no objective or measurable harm to, like, just spending 10 minutes of your day sometimes masturbating? So if it's the case that I don't see an objective or measurable harm, does that count? Like, you do realize that not everybody shares the same worldview with you. Not everybody is like, oh yeah, dude, I understand the gravity of the situation, parentheses, it's really bad, it's so bad to masturbate, the gravity of the situation is so immense, right? Most people actually don't think like that. You have to be an insane person to think that.
In such cases, it cannot be a mortal sin. This does not, however, excuse what the church describes as feigned ignorance and hardness of heart, willfully turning from a virtuous life or doing what is required to understand natural moral laws. You can't just
natural moral laws? Wait, what determines that they're moral?
Plead ignorance to try to get away with things. At some point in your life.
Well, I'm not pleading ignorance. I'm saying that, like, there's no reason for me to believe that it's wrong. Just because you tell me something is wrong doesn't mean I believe you.
There are certain things you should just know. What is far more...
What? Why would I immediately assume that watching, or not even just watching porn, but, like, masturbating as an action is wrong? Like, that doesn't make any intuitive sense to me even, right? Like, what would the issue be?
Far more ambiguous in the eyes of the church is the criteria of complete consent of will. While we don't believe that anyone is ever without free will, there are constantly forces impeding and acting upon us. Paragraph 1735 of the Catechism teaches, imputability and responsibility for an action can be diminished or even nullified by ignorance, inadvertence, duress, fear, habit, inordinate attachments, and other psychological or social factors. Is this something that happened while you were sleeping or just after waking, a time when you
No, I don't believe I masturbate in my sleep. Thank you very much.
were not fully conscious of what you were doing?
No, I'm conscious of what I do, if I do it. Like, what?
Is it the result of a deep-seated habit that has a tight grip on you for years?
No, not really. It's like something I do, like, once a week.
Are you under immense psychological stress? Did someone force you to do this?
No, I'm not forced to masturbate once a week, no.
If any of these are the case, the designation of mortal sin likely does not apply. Now, this is not to say that claiming it as a habit frees one from any guilt or that it's all of a sudden okay.
Why would I feel guilty, though? You haven't established that. Like, what's the objective and measurable harm? You've failed to make an argument here. Like, you're saying that it's a very grave matter, but why is it grave? Who does it harm? You've just said that it causes harm, but you haven't pointed to anything that's like intrinsic to masturbation, right?
Far from it. Even if it is a situation of diminished consent, it may not technically be a mortal sin, but it is still participation in grave evil, which
Yeah, but why is it grave evil? Like, his entire argument here is literally, yeah, guys, I can't explain why it's grave evil, but, like, just trust me, it is. It's actually grave evil because I said so, and my source is I made it the fuck up. That's literally what this is.
can do great harm. One's freedom may be limited, yes, but it is never extinguished. There is always the ability
Freedom to do what? There's no objective or measurable harm here.
to ask for help, to give all of your will to resist, to
Resist what? Something that causes no harm?
do what is necessary to avoid the near occasion of sin. No matter the situation or circumstances, there is still a responsibility to do what you can to avoid evil. And so,
Yeah, but why is masturbating evil? Why? You're just saying it's evil without explaining why. You just presuppose it to be the case. Isn't this kind of preaching to the choir? Like, what's the point of debunking an obvious puritanical propaganda video? Entertainment. And to show that, yeah, there's like genuinely people that are like this. Okay, look, I can't explain why the earth is flat, but just trust me when I say it is. So, look, here's the thing, right? The point of showing this is to show why, going off of blind faith alone, in terms of determining your worldview, your actual philosophy, etc., is a fundamental flaw, right?
So, is masturbation a mortal sin? Sometimes yes, for sure.
Yeah, there's no argument being made here.
There are some who know what they're doing is wrong, give little...
It's not wrong, though. That's the issue.
resistance,
That's like
feel no contrition.
That's like the entire point of the disagreement.
This undoubtedly separates one from God and his church and must be taken extremely seriously.
Oh, yeah, dude, the serious matter of masturbating. Yeah, that's no laughing matter, chat.
But in other cases, absolutely not. There are loads of people trying their best, wanting nothing more than to please God, only to find themselves deeply gripped by addictive...
What if I just don't care and don't believe in God, then what? What if I just like to masturbate once a week? Explain to me why I shouldn't do that.
Behavior. This is not the same situation. It may be the same action and certainly has negative effects on one's soul, but it doesn't cut one off from God.
Negative effects on... What are the negative effects on the soul? Is this something that's been measured? Can you demonstrate it? It's something you can prove?
To those people, I say this. Relax. Seek the help you need. Keep trying
What if I just don't care?
as hard as you can. Come to confession and trust in the mercy of God. He will not cast away anyone who desires to be with him.
So that means... So, okay, so he won't cast me away as long as I goon max while desiring to be with him. So what was the point of this? If we look, I know Fembro criticized me for looking at something that's really obvious, but I want to make something clear, right? Why it might actually serve some utility to debunk something like this, right? If we look at the comments, it's really sad. It's really fucking sad. I'm 19 years old. Please pray for me. I'm struggling with this sin. 919 likes, 83 replies. Keep trying. Go to confession weekly. Somebody says helicopter. Oh my god, that's actually kind of funny. I'm praying for you, my brother. God bless you. People believe this shit. Notice the priest is... I'm praying for you, brother. Notice that this quote-unquote priest is not counseling his people who need him in his comment section. Instead, he's busy arguing with people who don't validate his ego. Well, bro, what? Okay, he's not your therapist, to be fair. I'm a woman and I've struggled with these sins since I was 12. As a 28-year-old, I go to confession regularly, at least once a month. And in the past month or so, I've been going once a week and working on praying and improving. See, these people are like genuinely, like, this is sad. This is sad. I want to let sexual sin go. See, they feel ashamed of this. And it's just sad. I've struggled with this almost all my life. Okay, this person's saying they had an addiction, which is fair enough. Then that's something that genuinely would need to be addressed. But you shouldn't feel like you're like morally doing something wrong other than hurting yourself. Like anything beyond this is like bad for me is like too much. I've struggled with this since I was a younger teen. Even if you're not a religious person, you can't deny the bad effects on the body and mind. In the case of addiction, sure. In the case of addiction, it's not just that, well, it is, well, okay, if we're talking about the soul, right? Like, what evidence is there even of there being a soul, let alone something like this hurting a soul, right? There's nothing tangible there. There's nothing you can point to. There's no evidence of that being the case. Anyways, I thought I would go over that. Simply because, whatever, it was entertaining. We've been getting, dude, we spiked in concurrence. Interesting. So the content that I react to is in part what determines whether or not I get a lot of concurrence. That's interesting. The YouTube algorithm is kind of doing its thing after all. Let's see here. Hold on 1 second. Be right back, chat. And we are back, everybody. We are back. Lyreoz. Oh yeah, sorry. I had to like restart my Streamlabs. It's Still a little bit on the laggy side. I don't know. It must be building something up, right? It must be building something up, like some sort of like data or something that requires me to restart it. Also, thank you, Mikado Yuki, for the $1. You beautiful fucking bastard. Basically, why most churches believe masturbation to be a sin is because the Bible says that spilling seed outside of procreation is wrong, with the exception of wet dreams. I agree with you, as I doubt Aphrodite has any problem with masturbation. True. Yeah, it's like, well, this book that has no evidence of being an accurate representation of reality. So that's bad. Also, thank you. Thank you, Felix Chaplin, for the additional $1. I'm dying and in need of a pussy donor. If you want to save me a life, give me that pussy. Hell yeah. Also, you're a mega bottom. Shut up. I'm not a mega bottom. Anyways. First of all, God made you a boy. A source. Stream at 720p. It'll save you so much bandwidth. No, it's not about bandwidth. It's not a matter of bandwidth. Like, the software end of things itself, it slows down, right? Like, as in, like, it builds up. It's not that, like, it's not that my Wi-Fi is lagging. That happens too. When it does, though, it's like nothing would, it wouldn't be able to stream at 360p. But, if it's, like, really bad, I'll, like, turn, I turned the bitrate down, though. GPU L? I don't know. I think it's Streamlabs L. I think what's causing it, ultimately, is that, like, after streaming for a while, I don't know, maybe it, like, records the video, and, like, once it gets to, like, maybe it's using memory. So if it's the case that it, like, stores, like, 16 gigabytes worth of video or whatever, then maybe, I don't know. Then maybe because that, like, fuck, I don't know. I'll have to see. Okay, recording. No. Replay buffer? No, that's not on. Fuck, I don't know, chat. I don't know. Why is it lagging? What causes it? Anyways. I don't know. We'll figure it out eventually, okay? We'll figure it out eventually. But, yeah, who knows? Who knows? I feel like it was better when I disabled one of the things. Alright, anyways, sorry. A bit of a distraction. Smash like, subscribe. If you really want to support the channel, make sure to use the Streamlabs link in the pin message. Streamlabs.com/Femyoz. Any and all contributions are very much appreciated. The VOD saves it onto YouTube servers. It doesn't process it on your end. Only the live feed. I don't know. Well, I know that that would be the case on YouTube's end, but I don't know how. Like, I was checking to see, like, if, like, maybe it was, like, the, I don't know. I don't know how it works. Either way, can I donate half a cent? I think the minimum donation is, like, $1. Because, like, if it wasn't, like, somebody could, like, send, like, 100 1-cent donos or some shit. And then it would be, like, really annoying. It's, like, notification sound for, like, 1 cent. It just wouldn't be worth it. That would be, like, an OP way to, like, leave hate comments. Just, like, pay a cent. And I would, like, barely get anything out of it. It wouldn't be worth it, because it'd cuck the content. And, the next thing I'll try is changing the process priority. When it lags inevitably again. Anyways. Smash like, everybody. Press 3 little dots. Smash like. It might be a GPU problem because I tried streaming on my shit-ass laptop one time and the same issue happened. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's something that makes Streamlabs run less efficiently now than it used to. But it's like when you restart it, it's fine. But like, if you let it get to a certain point, it gets so bad that I literally have to restart my PC. So like, I have to notice when it like starts lagging like a little bit. Like, and I base it off of like, because like it shows like the audio levels, right? So if that's like really delayed, which I can tell if it's like peaking while I'm not talking, or it's, it looks like it's silent while I am, etc. Right? That's how I sort of tell if it's like lagging, if it looks delayed, choppy, etc. But yeah, it's kind of an issue. I don't know what causes it. Anyways. W smash outfit, let's go. Based. Why are you here, bro? Why wouldn't I be here? What do you mean? Are you gay? I'm a little bit fruity. Hey, my little bottom. I'm not that much of a bottom. Shut up. Where did you buy those ears? Amazon. I worry you are consuming too much anti-trans content, hun. Yeah, but my arguments are so strong and my position is so impenetrable that it doesn't matter how much anti-trans content I watch. I could watch like 5 trillion hours of anti-trans content and debunk it live and destroy all of the arguments in the free marketplace of ideas. You know what I mean? Like, I don't feel invalidated by any of the content simply because all of the arguments are really bad and easy to debunk. But it won't hypnose you to be straight. Still one of the best YouTubers out there is you. Thank you, Charlene Adams. I really appreciate that. I appreciate that. My pronouns are she, her, but don't spam it. That is fair, but just be careful. Yeah. There's a reason that, like, after a while, I stopped interacting with, like, a lot of the negative chat messages or whatever. Not because I have a problem roasting transphobes in the free marketplace of ideas, but because it got really repetitive, right? So there's probably going to be a certain point where, like, after reacting to a certain amount of anti-trans content or whatever, I'm going to get bored of it as well. It's going to be like, these are the same fucking talking points that I've already heard, and we'll have to find some other insane shit to laugh at. You know what I mean? I don't know. Something I've noticed is when I do the react content, when I react to some insane content and make fun of it, it gets more concurrence but less donations, I think, which is interesting. So I'll have to keep that in mind. That's really interesting. I think I was too focused on the content aspect today. Yesterday I was more focused on the donation aspect than the content aspect, kind of. But I don't know. I need to find the right balance. Because obviously, if I don't get any donations or whatever, it's like, okay, I can't do this as a career. It's unsustainable. You get the point. But yeah, who's a cute little bottom? Not me. I would never be. Well, I think if I'm like in the middle of doing a segment and somebody's like interested in it, right? Then they're not gonna donate because it'll interrupt the segment, potentially. Unless they don't want it to. I don't know. Maybe if I'm doing a segment, I'll be like, I'll read it if you want, or whatever. I don't know. And then it'll just make the donation sound and I continue. I could debunk your points. I doubt it. Look, I don't do call-in debates anymore. There's been too many N-bombs, okay? Too many people saying the N-word. So, can't really do that as much anymore, which is sad. I don't know. I just don't want my channel to get fucked. Oh yeah, dude, I'm absolutely terrified. Because what if somebody said the N-word? Okay, yeah, anyways. I donate, but I donate everything to Palestine. I don't know if I believe that, but alright, fair enough. You don't have to donate, obviously. Were you happy with who you were, initially? Like, as in, was I unhappy about, like, secretly being a woman? Yeah, but I've accepted it. So I can't really change that. Anyways, I wish I donated. I mean, fair enough. I have money, start twerking, ayo. Yeah. It's like, look, I already have, like, enough random spurgs added to my Discord back from when I did fucking call-in debates, right? That's the thing, though, is when you're, like, a larger content creator, you can't do call-in debates anymore, right? Especially not with the YouTube Shorts thing. It's a complete waste of time. Like, if whatever, some small percentage of the time people say the N-word or whatever, it's like, yeah, you kill N-words or whatever they say, right? It's like they're trying to get the stream taken down or whatever. I can't risk that anymore. Because if people are doing it too much, it's like, it's just not worth it. But, yeah, no, at this point, I only debate, like, content creators, simply because it's like, okay, if it's, like, a content creator, they're gonna be incentivized to not, like, say something that's, like, TOS, because if they do, then they won't be able to get on other people's streams, right? Whereas if it's, like, kind of a random, then that's not the case. You ain't destroying anybody? Rewind the VOD. Anyways, we just put people spamming religious shit in timeout because it's useless and repetitive. True. Thought I would read that one out loud, just for anybody wondering. It's just a waste of space. The N-word is funny, though. It's funny, but at the same time, I care more about my YouTube channel not getting fucked than I do about somebody's right to say the N-word on my live stream. So look, that was one of those things where it was funny. It was funny the first few times it happened. Content creators have something to lose. Exactly. Like random viewers don't have anything to lose, right? It's like, oh no, worst case scenario, they have to like make an alt account to troll somebody if they become too infamous. Oh god, the horror, right? Whereas if like it's an actual content creator, like that's like their reputation or whatever. And if their reputation is saying things on stream that are like against TOS, then it's going to be the case that they're not going to get on anybody's streams anymore, right? So they're incentivized not to do it, right? That's why I you know, saying it in chat is not going to get me like that's a lot different from like just saying the N-word in chat and then whatever, getting your channel hidden doesn't have the same effect as it being said on a live stream, right? Because like the Autobots will detect, oh, this is a part of the content or whatever, right? It may not actually recognize like the context behind it, right? Whereas if it's like a random chat message, it doesn't work. Yeah, 1v1 Discord roast. Dude, that sounds so fucking boring. Bro, I guarantee you're a squeaker, no thanks. And you're spamming, so bye. That sounds really fucking boring. And there's like a 50% chance that that they would say the N-word. Yeah, that does sound boring, exactly. Yeah, let me fucking have a roast battle with some random 12-year-old in chat on a live stream. That sounds like a really good idea. They might not be old enough to know what the N-word is, to be fair. So maybe it's less than a 50% chance. Your personality is so forced. Oh, believe me, I don't have to force anything. I don't have to force anything. I could force it, but I don't really have to. It doesn't really take much effort. Rose sold his soul into testosterone. Dude, if I could sell my testosterone, if there was like a testosterone sucky outie device, right? Rather than like puberty blockers or whatever. If I could just like use the official certified NHS approved testosterone sucky outie machine and then sell my testosterone, I would do it. Dude, somebody needs to invent the official testosterone sucky outie machine so that I can sell my testosterone. You didn't do anything wrong? This is true. I've never done anything wrong. I agree. Please stop this trans shit. No, I don't think I will. What would I get out of not being trans? Anyways. Why dress? What? Like, why do I wear clothes? Like, why would I dress in clothes? So that I'm not naked on live stream, because that would be a TOS violation. Anyways. Yeah, people be spamming and then like, what the hell, man? Why did I get timed out when I was spamming the same message? This is a violation of my First Amendment rights. It's like, yeah. Because yes, notoriously, the First Amendment that says, the Constitution protects you from getting banned in a YouTube live chat for spamming the same message too many times. Anyways. Do you believe in cultural appropriation? I believe it's overblown, if nothing else. I believe it's kind of a non-issue for the most part. Soylent is the anti-testosterone drug. Yeah, that's like what Tipster takes. He snorts that shit for maximum input. Anyways, what should I text my crush? That's a good question. If you have a crush that you're about to text, you should text them, hey, sexy girl, wanna watch me crawl on all fours and grovel at your feet? Yeah, that's what you should say. You'll get mad pussy if you do that. Let's see here. That's Tipster's Riz? True. Well, that's how he gets all the goth mommies. What do you mean? It's so effective that he gets all of the goth mommies. Of course you would do that. No, I would not do that, alright? Look, I can be down bad for people, but not like that. I'm not Tipster. Are you on medication, bro? I am on medication. How did you know? I'm actually on estrogen and spironolactone. Are you a goth mommy? No. Sadly, I am not. my greatest apologies. Yeah, hey, sexy girl, you want to get on all fours and grovel at my feet? Yes, yes, sure. Sure. Well, part of why it's anti-Riz is because of the context, obviously, and like the way it's worded, right? Whereas like in another context, like there could be like a similar situation where it's like, oh yeah, here's like some like degradation kink shit or whatever, but it's like fine because it's in the context of like you've already established something with that person, right? Whereas like if it's you get the point, all right? You get the point. Tipster obviously doesn't understand this concept. Is that a woman? Smash? Hell yeah, it's a woman. Anyways, do you want to have sex? Yeah, but not with you. Sorry. Or maybe there's a non-zero. I don't know what you're like. Maybe you're like the hottest trans girl ever. That towers over me and would pin me to a wall instantly or something. Smash? Yes, Lily. I would. Yes, probably. Sex me, Femyoz? Yes. How do I ask out my best friend? I just be honest with them. Just be honest with them. Just tell them how you feel if you trust them. That's my best advice. And then you'll find out if the feelings are or aren't mutual, and then if they're not, and they're like genuinely your best friend, it's like, yeah, that you'll still stick together, and yeah. Hey there, lady who is attractive in a sensual manner. Would you like to place your elbows and knees on the ground and worship my 700 pounds of fat? Oh my god, that is literally, dude, that's literally tipster. Actually, no, it doesn't sound disgusting enough for it to be tipster. That's more like Voshriz. Or like, no, it's Voshriz from before he, was doing YouTube or whatever. And like the old Discord messages. Whereas tipster would be like, hey baby girl, you want the tip? Goth mommy can get it. I mean, I am a sexy busty trans girl. Hell yeah. And I for sure tower over you, and I would definitely pin you to a wall. Well, there you go. There you go. Hi again, Femyoz, remember me? I do. Your name is familiar. Vosh Riz is you look like a child. That's how. No. You're misunderstanding, Fembro. His Riz is more along the lines of, damn girl, you really look like a short-stacked goblin. That's really hot. That's his Riz. And that's how he flirts with, who's that, like, one woman from TLC that, like, was stuck in the body of an 8-year-old, but she was technically an adult, but she looked like a child? Yeah, he'd be flirting with her. Femyoz is very pinnable. You want to prove it? That's lolly shop. That is also lolly shops. Well, yeah, no, yeah, I would say that lolly shops is would be more honest about it. So like, yeah, if it was food shops Riz, like, yeah, she would say that, or like Mr. Girl, but Mr. Girl would like frame it in like a weird, like semi-ironic, like, haha, JK, I'm not actually a pedophile, unless type of way. That's how he would frame it. But yeah, Vosh would frame it as short-stacked goblins. Another tipster documentary dropped, by the way, and it makes him look worse. Was it like the skeleton guy? Yeah, I saw that. Femyoz, I'm slowly getting the hang of the commentary community. Yeah, don't get too invested in it, okay? Don't become like a commentary spurg, okay? Just don't get too invested in it. It's a bad idea. As long as you're not too invested in it, it's fine. But having a general understanding is obviously fine. That's like where I'm at. But yeah, just don't become the next Spondyle, okay? Don't become Spondyle. Don't become who are like the other commentary spurgs? I don't remember. They're pretty irrelevant. Anyways. How do I ask my best friend out? Sorry, I didn't hear. Oh yeah. If you're asking your best friend out, just be like honest with them. Just tell them how you feel, and hopefully you'll find out if it's mutual or not, if the feeling is mutual. If it's not, worst case scenario, it's like if you know, they're genuinely your best friend, it's like they'll understand. They'll be like, hey, feeling is not mutual, but we're still friends, and you just move onward, I guess. Why are they using mid outfit instead of other clothes? Because I can wear whatever I want. It's a free country. No, I'm not a Therian. Also, I love your voice. Thank you. Thank you. Damn, the voice is actually mad good. Why, thank you. I appreciate that. Anyways, where was I? Still can't believe the Apollo Legends shit. He was more scary. He was more sorry about not factually reporting his friend's death than using said death for clout and views. Oh yeah, I saw that part and I was like, oh my god, this wasn't even in the Toastify video. Like at first I thought the video was like redundant. Like I was like, okay, we're just watching the Toastify video, but like worded differently. But then it actually got better. It got better. And I'm like, you know what? Here's some stuff that I didn't really know how bad it was. Hello, Scorpy. Welcome to the greatest live show of all time. That actually made me mad. Yeah, it's like does Tipster even have any real emotions? I mean, I know that he gets like insecure and shit. I know he's capable of that. But it's like when it came to like the like him feeling remorse for I don't know, jumping the gun and being like, yeah, actually, my friend was dead, even though it wasn't confirmed. It's like, it's so content creator brained, all of it. Both initially jumping to that conclusion, and then the way he apologized also felt content creator brained. It's like, I'm sorry, I didn't get the facts right. It's like, it's not a matter of being factually incorrect. It's the fact that you assumed that he was dead and committed suicide when you didn't know that. You could have done something potentially, right? Which Keemstar correctly pointed out, right? Yeah, it's fucking weird. It's fucking weird. That pissed me off. Like, all of it was content creator brained. He was thinking of it only in the context of a YouTube video. The problem with it wasn't that he may have been able to do something to prevent the dude from committing suicide. It's that he got the facts wrong, and people rely on him for the news. That was the real issue, was the content. I still want to stream at some point. I just don't know what I would do. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. I mean, if you want content ideas, I guess you could hit me up, and I could, like, talk to you. But, or just copy my format, maybe. He cheats on his wife. He lies for pedos and scammers. He defends Lolly. He backstabs and disrespects friends who defend him. Yeah. Like, looking back at, like, the way he treated Boblax, it's like, I understand why Boblax does the Tipster bullying streams. It's like, yeah, Tipster was a terrible friend. Like, Boblax was there for him. There were so many instances where Boblax, or even Augie and Nick Diorio, but especially Boblax, could have just, like, completely thrown him under the bus or been like, you know what, you've gone too far here. We're going to dissociate from you because you're bad optics, whatever. But they didn't. They stuck by him. They even defended him. Like, they were like the best friends that they could be. But apparently they were too toxic because sometimes they made jokes about him. But the thing was, is it wasn't just them making the jokes. He was making the same jokes. They were just doing the same thing. Like, people were making jokes that he made about himself, but then that made him insecure. Because, like, and I'm just guessing here. This is just conjecture. But I'm guessing that it has something to do with him making jokes about himself in, like, a, haha, you know, I'm being ironic kind of way. But then when somebody makes the same jokes, he's like, wait, do people actually view me this way? Do people think this is real? Wait, no, they can't, no. It's like, that's my interpretation. Either way, that's my take on, are we talking about Vosh? No, we're talking about Vosh's #1 warrior / defender named Tipster. The big fat man who orders 2 large Dr. Peppers every time he goes to Jack in the Box, even though there's literally free refills, and he eats everything in the restaurant. I don't know why he needs to, but he gets 2 nonetheless. 2 large Dr. Peppers. I don't even know how you might drink that much Dr. Pepper, alright? It always bothered him. He just wanted to suck as much clout off of them as possible. Yeah, literally. I think that he thinks, or at least he used to think, that once he gets the clout, that it doesn't matter, and that the clout sticks with him regardless of where he got it from, and that if he like, whatever, backstabs his friends, like, his audience will stick with him. He thinks that it's he thinks that it's his audience, right? That he owns the audience or whatever, and that the audience is his and will therefore side with him. But that's not necessarily the case. His audience is comprised of people that watch both him and content creators he associates with and are people that can generally think for themselves to an extent, right? He's not even a clout vampire, more like a tick because he's so bloated. Real. Well, it's not even... It's not just about clout either. I think a lot of it has to do with like this need for validation that he has, right? It's like this weird need for being validated by like by people like Nicholas Diorio and Bo Blacks, etc. Like the entire commentary crowd. Wasn't it the case that once he because he did like he showed up at like because he was like a meme on H3's soundboard or whatever, and he showed up at the whatchamacallit in person to repeat the meme, not realizing that he was literally just the butt of the joke, and that was the point of having him there. And like he just had no idea, like just genuinely no idea. And he temporarily unblocked everybody just to see like, oh, you know, what are people saying about me? Do they know how uncool I am? And then they just saw everybody like clowning on him and making fun of him and shitting on him. And then he reblocked them. It was quite... He was too stupid to use an alternate account. Like, if you're that insecure, use an alt. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. Anyways. Let's see here. The sad e-boy posts, Lamau. Look, it would... Yeah, here's the thing. It would be one thing if he was, like, a teenager, okay? Or fuck, even if he was my age, it would be cringe and kind of embarrassing, but it's something to move past, right? Isn't he in his 40s now? Isn't he like 40? Like he's a 40-year-old man. Like he should be better than this, right? He's 40. Or he's almost 40. I don't remember. Anyways. Hell, either way, that's my take on Tipster right now. But yes, I did see the video, and it just makes me dislike him more. I don't know. It's like a lot of this stuff has already been out there, and I don't know. It's like that Madagascar penguin anime crying meme. I don't know what that is, but that's probably true. Why are you doing this to yourself? Doing what? Algorithm maxing? Because it's fun. It's fun and good content. Anyways. Got baptized twice to say protect trans rights. Fucking base, let's go. Hell yeah, dude. Anyways. Why are you streaming? Why aren't you streaming? That's the real question. I need to go to the bathroom. We're not watching a video right now, so, I don't have anything to play. You know what? We'll play my own content. Alright? That's what we'll do. We'll play some of my own content. And, yeah, hold on one second.
And maybe know they were born in a certain set.
Nope, not that. Alright, first of all, let me remove 2 videos from the playlist. I already watched them. Remove. These are for, like, tomorrow or something. View my channel. What's a video? What's an old video of mine? You know what? Let's watch the Femboy debate. The debate over whether or not Femboy is a slur. I'm so excited. I forgot about this video. It's from a year ago. It's from over a year ago, March 5th, 2023. We're gonna play this while I go pee. All right? Because I really do need to pee. Oh god, you can see the razor burn. I was over shaving. It's bad. Don't do that, by the way, chat.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the show. Now, I don't get angry very easily, but today we're going to be talking about something that makes my blood boil. Today I am going to be answering the question of, is femboy a slur? I'm not even being ironic. This is an actual position that people have. Did the word femboy start out as a slur? Yes, it actually did. Nobody is disagreeing with that. What I do have an issue with is people using that as some sort of argument. It takes a special kind of moron to disregard the fact that the meaning of words changes over time. No one is using the word femboy to negatively describe anyone. If a word is almost exclusively being used to positively describe a group of people. In what world is that word a slur? You have to be a complete idiot to think that it is. And yet you will have these idiots on Twitter who will virtue signal and morally grandstand when they clearly don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They just want to feel special. They want to get brownie points on Twitter for being the most woke or whatever, when in reality, that's not what woke actually is. These people are the antithesis of left-wing ideology, because at the end of the day, they just make the rest of us look fucking awful. Woke scolds who cry about non-issues and claim that the word femboy is a slur are just pushing people away from the left. You do realize that the more you gatekeep over these non-issues that you have made up in your head, the more people you are pushing away from the left. And you want to know where those people go when you push them away from the left? They go to the right. And guess what kind of politicians right-wingers will vote for? You guessed it, ones that are genuinely trying to ban gender-affirming care. So if you actually care about left-wing ideology and you want left-wing politics to succeed, then stop pushing these bullshit ideas that
So I agree with everything that I'm saying, though I will say that the argument is a little bit disconnected, right? So I said that something along the lines of this goes against leftist ideology, but then I started talking about optics. Leftist ideology isn't solely contingent upon optics. I do agree that yes, they are bad optics, but them having bad optics is not the reason it's anti-leftism or whatever, right? It's antithetical to the actual ideology itself, right? It's antithetical to being in favor of people being able to express themselves however they want, right? That's what it's antithetical to, right? So the argument here is a little bit structured a little bit poorly. Why does your voice change so much between boy and girl?
Because of voice training. I don't know if my voice right now sounds like what it did back then.
that are not grounded in reality and trying to gatekeep. Whether you realize it or not, you are actively harming the entire queer community.
Whether you realize it or not, you are actively harming the entire queer community.
God, that actually takes so much effort now. That actually takes effort. Not so much effort, but quite a bit. Bro, you're such a W streamer. You kind of inspire me to keep going with transitioning. I'm so glad to hear that. And good luck on the transition. And I'm glad you enjoy the content. My friend had no idea what LGBTQ was, and had a crush on a boy. She got social media, and all of a sudden she became a lesbian furry. It's either the case that, if she became a furry, I mean, that has nothing to do with anything. A lesbian, I'm not sure if that's the case either. I'm guessing it's the case that she's technically bisexual, right? So if she had a crush on a boy, but prefers women, right? So it's generally going to be the case that some people might lean more one way than the other, so they might colloquially refer to themselves as a lesbian. Like, I'm technically bisexual, but I also refer to myself as a lesbian, simply because most of the people I'm attracted to are women, right? Anyways, that's a little bit of a side tangent. Transgender is valid, true. You stream every day. I try my best to. Let's see here. Gotta go. I need to sleep. Keep up the streams. You're valid. Thank you, Skylar. I really appreciate that, and I hope you've enjoyed your stay. Anyways. Welcome to Earth. Hi. Am I, like, new here or something? Is that why I'm being welcomed? I have no idea. Femyoz, she said yes. Oh, congratulations. I'm actually really glad to hear that. Congratulations, Dolphins VR, on the success. It's a good thing that you asked her out. Congrats. Between a couple hours ago and now are your peak hours. It's not just about peak hours, right? Like, there is a very specific, there are very specific reasons for why content may or may not get more concurrence, right? Like, I noticed that depending on the content we were watching, the views changed, right? So if you look right here, you see this dip? This was when I was reacting to content that I agreed with, right? And then back to content that I disagreed with, right? And then the just chatting stuff, keeps things fairly level, right? So I'm guessing it's the case that, like, if the views were to, like, drop off, right, and then I didn't react to other content, that it wouldn't have gone back up as much. It wouldn't be at the level it's at right now, right? Because it does base it off of like the overall watch time and whatnot, I believe. What do you identify as? I'm a woman. But yeah, I think that part of what's making this stream more successful, even if this is like just chatting stuff, it's like more I'm guessing it has something to do with this stream already has precedent for having higher watch duration. I'm guessing what's happening here is if you increase the view duration, it'll promote it to more people and it'll lower the view duration. I'm guessing it's trying to keep it's showing it to the amount of viewers that causes it to stay around this view duration, right? Because the view duration stays the same, the concurrence changes. So this is it showing to more people, right? So I think it tries to keep it around like 44 to 46-ish. That's usually what the average view duration is. So it's going down a little bit in terms of like the concurrence. So I'm guessing that 44 seconds is like the bottom of what it wants. So it's like if it's showing it to too many people, as in like that's the view duration or whatever, that it's not going to promote it as much versus if it's the case that the view duration is higher, so like 46 seconds instead of 44, it's going to start pushing it to more people and it'll balance out. I believe that this number might also, obviously it's going to be contingent upon like the average view duration of other videos, right? So this number obviously isn't like an end all be all, but that's what I'm gathering, right? Anyways, what is view duration? Yeah, so like the average view duration is like for like the average amount of time that somebody watches this. So like if somebody is scrolling by and they watch it for a second, that's gonna decrease the view duration. If somebody scrolls down and then they stumble across this and they stick around for like an hour, that's gonna increase it, right? So yeah. Thanks for giving me the courage. Of course. Don't give me too much credit though. You're the one that asked her out. You're the one that actually had the courage. I might not have. I don't know. I'm not that courageous, especially not in person. Anyways. Femyoz kinks are rope bunny, puppy play, some masochism, sub. That's how many I got on Femyoz. God damn it. Nuh-uh, that's not true. Source. Anyways. Are you trans? Because I am too. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Shark Boy VR. Let's go. Based trans. Am I late? Maybe. Maybe you are, maybe you're not. But yeah. I've also noticed that, after I switch my content from, one thing to another, right? So I go from reacting to, like, cringe conservative content to, like, just chatting. The concurrence fluctuates, like, a lot more than otherwise would, I believe. At least from what I can see. Maybe because I'm looking at it more, but whereas if I look at it over here, it's like not necessarily the case. Is it ASMR hour? Maybe soon. I don't know. Now what's interesting is that like I'm noticing the oh, that's interesting. So like this number was going down like below 200 or whatever, but like I guess the lowest it is over here is 243. That's really interesting. Huh. I don't know what I should trust more. I don't know what's more accurate. Either way, interesting. Yeah, I have no idea. Please purr. There you go. I'm gonna end stream soon. Hopefully get some sleep. If not, I'll find more content to react to. I guess I do have stuff in the docket already. But yeah. With that being said, we're in a sad time period. Why is it a sad time period? W purrs, hell yeah. Let's go. Fucking based. What the heck? What the heck? Anyways. Why is a man wearing a wig in a maid outfit? Even if I was a man, who the fuck cares? I'm just saying. What does our world come to? It's like a better, more accepting place now. I guess you'll have to get used to it. Damn, so unfortunate, huh? Must really suck living in a world where you're allowed to be yourself. I can't call you cute anymore. I mean, look, calling some random person cute on the internet is, it is what it is. I mean, if that's like a boundary, then fair enough. But yeah, good luck on the relationship. But yeah, read the Bible? Why don't you read the Quran? Have you ever read the Quran? What the hell, man? You haven't? Why not? I'm just saying. Now, I actually am more familiar with the Bible than you would think, because I used to be a Christian, if you can believe that. Until I realized it was a bunch of bullshit. That's neither here nor there. That's a discussion for another time. Sorry. It's 11:09 p.m. here. Yo, we have this we're time zone buddies. We have the same time zone. That's crazy. You look like my stepbrother. Don't tell me you're stuck in the washing machine. Please don't be stuck in the washing machine. Only some people will get that reference. What's the pic on your wall? It's Bald Martin. It is Bald Martin. How do I tell my parents I'm trans and demisexual? I'm not sure because I'm not too familiar with your specific situation. I might make it into a video. I might do like a bunch of research, gather what like the best ideas are for specific scenarios, like the most common ones, and then upload that. But that would require me to do some research because I'm not like the best advice person intuitively. I get the reference, hell yeah. Yeah, the step bro, I'm stuck meme. See, you guys get the reference. If you don't get the reference, you might be too young to watch my content and should probably leave. I don't know. Then again, I feel like there could be like a boomer that also doesn't understand it. Hi, I'm a femboy. Hello, Evan Hoth. We support femboys over here, so welcome. Welcome. My chat can be a war zone, though, I will say. There's a lot of people that hate me. Are you open to debate? You struck me as a critical enough thinker to debate with sometime. Here's the thing, right? I used to do call-in debates, but there are a lot of people who just want to say the N-word. So we don't really do that anymore. But if I see somebody that's like frequently arguing in good faith or whatever, then I might have them on. I don't know. If they're like a consistent viewer, because then that's like, it sort of weeds out the people that actually don't care about different ideas. Anyways. Like, an example of this would be somebody named Sapphire. I don't know if they're watching me. They're kind of an A-log, sort of. Not really, but like a little bit sometimes. And, yeah, I don't know. But like, they were arguing in good faith in chat, and they sort of stuck around. So I had them in a call and debated them on trans issues in the free marketplace of ideas. Anyways. Let's see here. Can you do a makeup look? I don't know how to do makeup yet, but at some point I'll probably learn. Let's see here. You can screen me if you have social media. I can reach out. Look, if I see you in chat frequently, like and you're like making like some actual arguments or whatever, that like require me to like spend more than 1 second forming like the most obvious response ever that debunks your opinion in the free marketplace of ideas, then I'll consider it, right? Because then I can ask you very pointed rhetorical questions that would be a lot more difficult in the context of you just being a chatter, right? But usually I don't even have to ask any pointed rhetorical questions for most chatters, because it's like they're saying the same NPC talking points, so I either just won't engage because I've already addressed them, or I'll just briefly whatever debunk them for shits and giggles. But like it's gotten to a point where it's like it's the same talking points so many times where it gets to a point where you know, you get the point. You get the point. You are so determined. You've been on here for every day. Hell yeah, and thank you. I appreciate the recognition. For Gicks and Shiggles. Gits and Shiggles, yeah. Shits and giggles, gits and Shiggles, yep. Anyways. Hey, 30 male, you're just married my wife, but she's trans. Was straight my entire life until her. What does that make me? She passes in as a 10, you're still straight. You're attracted to her femininity, right? So it could be the case that, like, you just don't have that much genital preference, or it's the case that, she's gotten bottom surgery, whatever it may be. No, it's a straight relationship because it's a man and a woman. Even if it wasn't, it literally wouldn't matter, right? Because there's also nothing wrong with being bi or gay. But, yeah. No, I would argue that that's a straight relationship. It's weird how people join chats to spam hate. Especially Christian people, aren't they worshiping a forgiving God? It's only a forgiving God when it's convenient, when it can be used as like a talking point in favor of the religion or whatever. But it's a selectively forgiving God. Anyways. Femyoz, you got any tips for what? What if the tip that I have is the tip? AKA tipster, then what? Don't ban me, I didn't finish that. Wait, what? Why would you get banned? What? Are you dissing Christians? Because they show up and be annoying. Finally, I found a femboy. I have some bad news. I retired the femboy label like a few weeks ago. I'm a trans girl now, but I still have the femboy aesthetic, so... I like femboys, me too. Who doesn't like femboys? That's why I was one of them for the longest time. But yeah, I've been on an HRT for 11 months now. And yeah. It's not all Christians. Oh no, I agree. There are some good ones out there. Femyoz, guess what? What? Let's see here. How do I tell my parents I'm gay? I don't know. It really depends on your circumstances. Look, I'm not the main advice person. I'm sorry. I don't know. If you're worried about like your parents being like homophobic or whatever, and you want to have like an out, you could say, I think I'm attracted to women or something like that. Right? If they're homophobic, that doesn't mean that you're not attracted. Like you could frame it like to a point where it's like, well, I'm attracted to both type of thing, right? If it gets to that point where that's necessary. I don't know what your parents are like, so it's hard to say. That's my best advice though. Anyways, I'm gonna get pack out in this bitch. All right, good luck with that. I'll wait. Anyways, I wish you could see a pic of me and my wife. She looks impressive. I don't doubt you for a second. Trans women are hot. I too find them very attractive. Especially the dominant ones. Oh my god. It's like, damn. But, do you have any tips on how to tell people about your name without being a pest? What do you mean by that? Tell people about your name? Like, say, yeah, this is my name? I don't know, just be honest, I guess. 302 concurrence. It actually went up on my end. It was at like 402. So we're doing pretty well today. We're doing pretty well. I think part of it has to do with the me creating a docket beforehand of content to react to and make fun of, right? So like selecting for stuff and then reacting to it towards the beginning of the stream. But it also doesn't do well in terms of like donations from what I can tell. I'm guessing it might have something to do with people not wanting to interrupt. Then again, I don't know. I guess it's kind of random, to be fair. We'll have to like see. We'll have to see. I meant to say he's not a girl. I meant he and said yes. Oh, fair enough. My bad. I didn't know. I like your ears. Why thank you. No clue why you get so many Russian viewers. I have no idea. Is there like a Femyoz fandom over there? I guess so. Love you, Femyoz. I work with kids, so being queer is kind of eh. You remind me of what a wonderful community I'm a part of. Much love. Thank you. I'm so glad. The one instance where your muted comments are actually correct. Miraculous, actually. Muted 20 seconds now? Yeah. Voice meter be like, bruh. Yeah, we've been streaming for a little over 6 hours now. We're basically at exactly the 6-hour mark. Maybe a little bit less than that in the VOD. Because we had to restart Streamlabs a few times due to lag. Femyoz POV, goth dummy mommy, goth dummy mommy thighs. That's, what do you mean? I wish that was my POV, to be honest. Are you trans? You better believe I am. Okay, stop spamming though. Stop spamming. I saw the goth mommy thing. You said Sexons? No, I didn't. Is that your real hair? You better believe it is. Go back on mute. That's not very good content. Yeah, that was like one of the only instances where like the mic muted comment was real. See, that's the thing. I could just look at I can see the comment, right? But I can also see like the audio level thingy, and there was no audio showing, so it's like, oh, okay, they're right. So it never works on me. Do you watch Hasanabi? No, I cannot stand him. I tried watching some of his stuff just so that I can like widen my political perspective and I guess expand upon my ability to speak with like a good rhetorical strategy. But no, he's insufferable. I can't stand him. But he supports your ideology. Like, does he call himself a leftist? Yes. But you do realize that like not all leftists believe the same things, right? Like some leftists believe in different things and have disagreements. Hassan is insufferable because he doesn't do any research, right? You can have decent ideological positions, but be really shit at research, right? He constantly gets the facts wrong. A lot of this is in the Willie Mac shows videos about him, by the way. Like he just will straight up lie if it's convenient for him. He's annoying. He constantly uses labels rather than creating actual arguments with substance, right? He's a very label-oriented person, right? So if it's the case that, and let's say he's right about something, okay? Let's say that, for instance, there's something that, I don't know, is like fascistic, right? Let's say something is like an aspect of fascism, right? He won't make an argument for why it's bad or why it's fascistic. He'll just say, this is literally just fascism, right? He'll just say labels that sound impactful, right? It's rhetorically effective for some people, but as somebody that prefers things that are based on actual substance, it just doesn't do it for me. I just kind of find it very annoying and like surface level, and I hate it. And he gets that combined with getting facts wrong. Sorry, I had to let my cat in. Look, that's the thing about Hassan. He gets facts wrong all the time, right? Like, quite frequently, actually. Like, he's always getting the facts wrong. And, yeah. It's kind of a problem. It's kind of a problem. Your own rhetoric has zero substance. I feel like you, I could be wrong here. I'm gonna go out on a limb. I guess you haven't been watching for very long. Also, thank you, Dead Horse, for the $11, you beautiful fucking bastard. I work overnight and usually sleep through the first part of the stream. But love and support what you do. Also, good Hassan take. Thank you. I appreciate that. One of the many benefits of being me is I always have a good take. But yeah, thank you for the dono. Jesus was a myth. True. There you go. That's the best I can do, I guess. Femyoz, can you flex? I can't. Look at my gigantic muscles. That's right. Anyways, way to dodge that. Dodge what? What am I dodging here? Is there a chat message I didn't see? Don't have to? So you just admitted that you haven't watched any of my content or seen me make an argument before or seen that much of it. You haven't seen what my rhetoric consists of or the kinds of arguments I make when reacting to content I disagree with, for instance. Right? And you admitted to it, so it's like, what point are you making? Like, is it like a vibes-based thing? Like, I feel like you look like you're probably the type of person to make those arguments that Hassan makes? Or do you think that, like, leftism is, like, exclusively, like, an aesthetic decision? Where it's, like, people believe things for the sake of aesthetic. And nothing other than their aesthetic, right? There are some people like that. I'm not one of them. If I was, I wouldn't present myself the way I do. I wouldn't be like an edgier leftist, right? I would frame things the way that people like Hassan does, I guess. But I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. He makes bad arguments. And he gets facts wrong, right? I'm one of those people where if I'm presented with counter evidence to something that I currently believe, like I will change my position. So yeah. Either way, what can I say? Looking manic AF? What do you mean? I don't think that's true. With that being said, yeah, what do I even say in response to comments like that? Hold on, let me turn my volume up. I'm getting more tired. Okay, interesting. We're losing concurrence. Interesting. So YouTube is catching up to the fact this is more like I guess that's a little bit too much. We'll do 69. It's the funny sex number. Better? Yeah. Prefer $1,000? Okay, but you gotta donate the $1,000 first. What are you attracted to? Hot women that will pin me against a wall and dominate me. I mean, what? Haha, JK. Just kidding, chat. If you're trans, does that mean you got neutered? No. Why would you assume that to be the case? When Fizz isn't streaming? Wait, what? What is that in response to? No such thing as gender? There's only... Okay. I've seen that before. Just because something is a social construct doesn't mean it doesn't exist, though, right? Like, for instance, being a sports fan is like a socially constructed category, but you wouldn't say like, oh yeah, sports fans aren't real. They're like a figment of your imagination, right? You wouldn't say that, right? Bubblegum is pink. This is true, but the real question is it bubblegum pink? All right, gotta go check on some testing. Bye, y'all. Goodbye. Goodbye, Kimberly C. Hope you've enjoyed your stay. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and leave you here watching past me. But what if I don't come back? Yeah, that's right. What if I leave you and the stream ends? That would be a really funny prank. BRB chat.
When you do this, you are just complaining about a series of syllables that is only being used as a positive thing. Every single word in the English language is just a series of syllables that we as a society have prescribed meaning to. The only meaning that words have is the meaning that we all collectively agree they have. If everybody woke up tomorrow morning and suddenly decided that the N-word no longer has any meaning and just means silly goose, then it would no longer be a slur. It would just mean silly goose. Now, obviously, that's a very hyperbolic and extreme example, because realistically, that's not gonna happen for a long-ass time, but I think it illustrates my point fairly well. Words only have meaning if we all agree that they have meaning. And as of right now, pretty much everybody, except for whatever, a select few dumbasses, collectively agree that the word femboy is a positive description of somebody. It is no longer something that is hurtful. But Femyoz, what if you were to call a trans woman a femboy? That would be transphobic. Yeah, no fucking shit. Calling a trans woman a man would also be transphobic. That doesn't automatically mean that the word man is a slur. Like I said, words only have meaning if we give them meaning. They don't have any meaning unless there is context behind them. And that goes beyond just historical context. I would argue that historical context is probably the least important element. And the most important element is the context of the sentence it is being used in. That is the most important. But these mentally insane people on Twitter who are completely deranged and haven't touched grass within the last 12 years of their lives, because they're not very intelligent and can't complain about any of these actual real-world issues that exist, such as, I don't know, the state of Oklahoma trying to pass legislation that aims to ban gender-affirming care for anyone under the age of 26, and yet you have these clown buffoons, these mega hyper dotards, who are—
God, I love that phrase. Mega hyper dotard. Oh, certified hood classic. Smash like, subscribe, donate if you want more content. The donators are the people that help keep the channel afloat, which today are Dead Horse 84, Felix Chaplin, Mikado Yuki, and Batal Crafter, and Conline Cat. Your contributions never go unnoticed. But yeah, the more donations I get, the more I'm able to do this. Yeah, so if you want more content and you have a few bucks you can throw my way, very much appreciated. I need to donate to $1,000. Hell yeah. Let's go. But yeah. Femyoz, your voice has really changed so much. It's really cool from a singer. Hell yeah, let's go. Is that why people ask if I'm good at singing? And assume that I am because I'm like good at voice training? I have no idea. I've never thought of myself as like a particularly good singer. Why should someone donate to me? If they want to, yeah. Why wouldn't they? Also, thank you, Batao Crafter, you beautiful fucking bastard, for the $5 dono, saying W stream indeed, and thank you very much, W Batao Crafter. The Antichrist is already here. Yes, I am the Antichrist. I am Jesus, but like in reverse. You have such a pretty girl voice. Aw, thank you. Yeah, my guy voice was like Ben Shapiro. My girl voice is like better, I think. I think that my old voice kind of sounded like looking back now, it kind of sounded like nails against a chalkboard. I think that's what it sounded like. It was just very I don't know, awkward almost. I don't know how to explain. Just purr, bro. Also, I need to do a spinny for the 5. Actually, I owe 3 spinnies. I think. Yeah. Sorry, I almost forgot. I'm tired. Should have reminded me, chat. Should have reminded me. Just saying. There you go. Hope that was good. I'll do even a little extra one, because why not? There you go. Gotta iron your outfit? I mean, probably, but that sounds like a lot of work. So cute. Thank you. But yeah, remember, chat. Every $5 equals 1 skirt go spinny moment. I'm just saying. Want to see the skirt go spinny? $5. And it happens right away. If I forget, just remind me. Only spinny if you want. I'm donating to support your degenerate lifestyle, said with all love. Aw, thank you, Dead Horse. Yeah, it's just like a little bonus to incentivize it. But yeah, I really appreciate all the support. Yeah, same. Hell yeah. In that case, it's like a little bonus for you then. It's bonus content. Satan is daddy? So true. I agree. Want me to donate or Cash App? I accept donations directly from Streamlabs, right? So you'll notice in the pinned message, it says donate here, and then there's a link. It's streamlabs.com/Femyoz. If you're on mobile and can't click it, it should be fairly easy to remember. It's just streamlabs.com/Femyoz. If you need a clickable link, you can just click on my channel. The first link in the About section is my Streamlabs link. And yeah. But how are you all doing today, chat? All right, this is the chill part of the stream. We already destroyed the transphobes in the free marketplace of ideas. So where do we go from there? I don't know. W Satan, so real. That's so real. That's so real, chat. That's so real. Oh my god. But what this tells me is that when I talk at like a lower voice, I'm like more calm or whatever, that makes concurrence go down. I think. Because yeah, we were like averaging like whatever, like 250 or something, really good numbers for what I normally get. We were averaging over 250 if anything. I think. Yeah. And sticking around in the 300s sometimes, you know? But yeah. Do your guy voice? How much money we talking? You want me to just do everything you say for free? Okay, alright. If you insist. Anyways, where was I? How do you even know if Satan was a guy? Yeah, what if it's the case that being transgender is like demonic and satanic or whatever, why wouldn't Satan be trans? Or was Satan assigned female at birth and then became male in order to disrespect God or something. I don't fucking know. TF, did I just hear? You used the wrong here. You used the wrong here. The hell is that phone? Oh, you like my pop socket thingy? I hope you do. You better like it. You will like the pop socket. You will think that it's based. Okay. Yeah, that's right. I'm using my manipulation tactics right now to push transgenderism and woke ideology, dude. So it's crazy. It's crazy how that one works. Smash like, everybody. Smash like. Press the 3 little dots. Smash the like button, and you will make me happier for it. It will make me a happy camper. Anyways. Fuck, what was I gonna say? I don't remember. Either way, do you want 1,000 or 2,000? I mean, if I get to choose, obviously 2,000, but either one would be acceptable, of course. Yeah, is Satan actually AFAB Christians? That's what I want to know. Well, then again, if that's the case, that would mean that if Satan is a trans man, they would actually be gendering him correctly. Let's see here. Femyoz being a dom right now, ayo. I wouldn't say I'm being a dom. I'm just not that horny. I mean, I don't know. Maybe that would change. Double up to $4,000. That's, you know what? True. The more the merrier. That's all I can say. Look, the more donuts I get, the more content I get to make. That's all I'm saying. Like right now, this isn't like a stable job / source of income or whatever, right? Like it's not enough where I can like whatever rely on it. But that's Anyways, I still remember EP horny days. I mean, yeah. I mean, maybe something could get me in the mood. I mean, I did run out of progesterone. That's part of it, but I can still get horny. That's actually something really annoying. Can I just complain for a minute? My endocrinologist, right? Or yeah, like me and my endocrinologist decided, let's up the dose of progesterone from 100 milligrams to 200 milligrams, I think. I don't know. I just know it was doubling it, right? And so I go, you know, I get whatever, my refills of stuff at Walgreens or whatever, right? And so I let's just say it's been like I think at least 2 weeks now. Around 2 weeks, I think, at least. And I haven't gotten any. It's really annoying. I've like requested a refill twice with a message attached saying I literally didn't get any. And it says, please wait up to 48 hours for a response. It's been way more than 48 hours for both of them. Yeah, so that kind of annoyed me. It's like, it's kind of, it gives me a little bit of anxiety that I won't get any progesterone until, I don't know, a while from now. And yeah, I don't know. Let's see here. XY chromosomes based on what? What if I have XX male syndrome? Then what? Am I officially a real woman, or what? I want boobies, same. I hope it doesn't like fuck up my boob growth or something. I don't know. Let's see here. Don't send hate comments. He is the alpha wolf. I am the alpha wolf. I am the true Sigma Alpha male Giga Chad strong jawline superior canthal tilt haver yeah, you get the point. Is it progesterone that makes you horny? It's part of it. But if you say the right things, you could get me horny. It just takes a little bit more effort, probably. I don't know. Bro can't even say it right. Say what right? What did I mispronounce? I can pronounce most things correctly, I think. Like anti-disestablishmentarianism, I pronounce correctly. More like subby puppy. Shut up. I'm not that subby, alright? You're the subby one, chat. Yeah, chat, you hear that? You guys are all submissive bottoms. Yeah, fuck you. That's right. What even is that word? What, anti-disestablishmentarianism? Why don't you look it up? Should be fairly easy to spell, right? It's just anti-disestablishmentarianism. Just sound it out. You know what I mean? It shouldn't be that hard to spell anti-disestablishmentarianism. Or what's another cool word I like? Floxinoxahilipification, I believe. Yeah. TBH, it's not that hard. It's not. If you understand how to break it down in your head, it's really not that hard. It's not that hard to pronounce either. But, I don't know. This generation is doomed. So true, King. The West has fallen. Billions must die. Don't you hate yourself so much that you change your gender? No, I stopped hating myself and went on HRT in order to affirm my existing gender. I'm just saying. I'm a real girl? Yo, same. That makes two of us. It's crazy. What even is a real girl? What are the criteria? Anyways. What will you do if you regret changing your gender later in life? I won't. I have zero regrets. I never will have any regrets. But like hypothetically, if my brain magically completely 180'd or some shit, and then I decided that I am a man or some shit, if that magically was able to happen, which it's not going to, but if it did, I would just detransition. But that's not going to happen. So, you're not a biological woman? Did I say I was a biological female? Or did I just say I was a woman? There's like a distinction there. One refers to like a societally constructed archetype, right? So, woman refers to the feminine archetype in society. That's not the same thing as being a biological female, right? Dolphins VR, please stop spamming schizo posts, or I might have to time you out. What are you wearing? Oh yeah, this is the outfit I fucked your dad in the ass with. I just realized I'll be in live for 2069. Yeah, me too. Probably. I don't know. Maybe I die. Who knows? Anything could happen. Truly, dude. What if I'm immortal? What if I'm like about to die, but then it's like it turns out I was secretly the main character this whole time, and because I'm immortal, nothing can kill me. And then I take over the world using my magical superpowers that I just discovered. Dude, that'd be crazy. Almost 15 minutes till midnight? Yeah, it'd be like that. I don't know. I gotta end stream soon. Probably by midnight. I don't know. Don't hold me to it. Femyoz show, no true man. Bro is not the main character. What the hell? I'm clearly the main character. Why else would I be me? What the hell, man? I'm clearly the main character. You're not even recognizing my main character status? What the fuck, man? But what the voices inside my head tell me I'm the main character. Why would you deny that? That's not cool, man. This is what gender dysphoria looks like? No, this is what the best treatment there is to gender dysphoria looks like. I'm on HRT. Fun fact. Jesus is the main. Why is Jesus the main character? Says who? What if I'm literally transgender Jesus? Dude, you actually just you reaffirmed my existing position. You know, I was actually secretly transgender Jesus this whole time, and yeah, I think I did fairly good at hiding it, but yep, it's me. Once the man, now the daughter of God. Yeah, dude, shut up, side mission. My God, don't diss Jesus like that. What do you mean? I'm not dissing myself. Why would I do that? That's so disrespectful. How to come out as Jesus, dude? What if my gender is what if I'm Jesus Christ gender? What if I identify as Jesus Christ? What do you mean? And now I'm the second coming of Christ, dude. You're the ones that are disrespecting me and my gender identity, all right? Like, in my previous life, I literally died for your sins. And you can't even respect me when I come back? What the hell, man? Bro. They don't even have... Chat. These new guys, they don't even believe in the dimensional merge, man. What the hell, man? It's crazy. We will find you. Is that a threat? You can't choose who you are. I agree, but for the opposite reason. If I could, I did everything in my power to avoid being trans, but I just am. I can't help it. Was Jesus a bottom G as well? Yeah. Dude, Jesus was dude, in my previous lifetime as Jesus, I like as the first incarnate of Jesus, I actually was like the ultimate BDSM connoisseur. Yeah, I'm trans too, yo, based. Yeah, gay isn't a choice, otherwise I'd be gayer. So true. So true. What does the word trans mean? To be transgender simply means to identify with a gender you weren't assigned at birth. And then to be transsexual refers to like the medical process of transitioning, right? Which, those are the definitions that I've found serve the most utility because it accounts for the sex-gender distinction. Let's see here. I'm trans 3, let's go. I'm trans 4. You are absolutely disgusting? Dude, what do you mean? I'm literally... Dude, I'm transgender Jesus. What do you mean, man? I died for your sins. And now I'm back to spread the word of fuck, I don't know. The word of Tipster, okay? Dude, I'm here to tell you all that Tipster is actually a really cool guy. And that you should support him on his journey to get on my 1,000 pound life, his ultimate life goal. What's a more effective way to explain there's more? What's the most effective way to explain there's more than two genders in a meaningful capacity? I don't know. I mean, for me personally, I point out the hypocrisy, right? Like you might notice I always bring up intersex. There's a reason for that, right? Because they believe that sex and gender are the same thing, and that there are only two genders. I point out the fact that these are like mutually exclusive, right? Because sex in of itself is bimodal, right? Not binary. Because of intersex people, like, and I ask them, okay, well, how would you categorize someone who's infertile, right? Because there are at least some instances, I guess not that many, because being autofertile is more of a rare type of intersex, but like, how would you categorize them, right? And they can't, right? So if it's the case that sex and gender are the same thing, then it's also going to be the case that gender must also be bimodal rather than binary. If it's the case that they're not the same thing, then they would have to construct an argument for why it is obligatory that gender, which is socially constructed, meaning we define what it is, serves the most utility if it's defined as a binary, right? Which you can't make an argument for that because it doesn't serve the most utility. That's usually like the line of reasoning I like to go down. I hope that helps. Did you see Boogie cut half his backyard with inspirational music? I did not, and I never want. Dude, that sounds awful. I don't want to watch that. Dude, Boogie. Okay, I feel like Boogie is one of the worst lol cows, right? Because it's like, it's not the type of cringe where it's like funny, like it can be funny, but most of the time it's just like I genuinely feel cringe. Like he's just painful to watch. You know what I mean? Like it genuinely hurts to watch type of cringe. And like at that point, there's no point, right? I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Do you dislike straight people? No, why would I? Do I dislike some straight people? Sure, but I also dislike some gay people or some people of any category, I guess. You're a lol cow. Thanks, Chris Chan, with a 4 instead of an A. Very cool. Dude, I can't believe that Jesus Christ Chan Sonichu Prime resurrected herself would call me a lol cow. Do you know who Airsoft Fatty is? Kind of. I just remember iDubbbz made like a documentary about him like a really long time ago. And then like apparently he's like a lol cow or something. I don't know or care about him. I want to donate to you when I get paid. Thank you, Kai. I appreciate that. Obviously, only donate what you have the means to, if you want to, of course. It does help support the channel, and any and all contributions are always appreciated. Anyways, I would save your money. Who, me? Yeah, I try to save my money. I try not to spend it unless I have to or really want something, I guess, but yeah, I don't know. Anyways, but that's because I don't have that much money to begin with. Do you masturbate? No, women don't masturbate. What do you mean? Can you give my cousin Nick a shout out? He has autism and would really appreciate it. Yeah, shout out Nick. Anyways, you're built like a furry? What is a furry built like? What do you mean? I don't have a fursuit, so I don't know what you mean by that. 69 genders, true. That's like it serves the most utility because it's the funny sex number. Yeah, that's why. Let's see here. Find God. How about you find this permanent mute for spamming? So many people use your instead of your. Yeah, your possessive versus you are. Yeah. It's usually people that hate me that have the worst grammar, due to the IQ gap between the average Femyoz fan and the average Femyoz hater. Let's just say it's pretty substantial. It's pretty substantial. People that dislike me are generally just shitters and like 12-year-olds, I guess. With like anyways. But it's like, I don't know, it's like if you're just spamming emojis, like you just like you're not contributing anything, you're just, I don't know, wasting my time, I guess. Either way. There's no point. The IQ gap is like playing only ranked and then going to pubs. Yeah, literally. Literally. Hello, hope you're safe. GG. Thank you. I think I'm safe. Probably. I probably am not even gonna die. Smash like, everybody. We low-key hop on your stream to diss you. Who's we? Like, I'm guessing that the main way you're discovering it is through either scrolling through shorts or like the vertical live feed, right? I don't think you were deliberately looking for my content. Like, do you just like actively search for trans people to watch the live streams with and then boost their engagement or something? If so, that's kind of weird. I mean, I guess I won't complain because it's free watch time, I guess, but yeah, I don't know. How does she, they pronouns work? It basically means like I'm cool with being referred to as either she, her, or they, them. That's all it means. Anyways. Let's see here. What is this autistic special ed? Naked roll mat? Mole rat? Wait. Naked roll mat. Fuck, I can't. Maybe I am autistic. I can't even fucking pronounce mole rat looking ass. As opposed to a clothed mole rat? I'd like to know. I'd like to know. I'm not naked. I don't think. Maybe I am. Chat, am I naked? Can you explain they, them? Yeah, it's like the gender neutral pronoun, right? So like, he, him pronouns are like the masculine pronoun that are associated with men. She, her pronouns are the feminine pronouns that are associated with women, and then they, them are just neutral, right? So they, them could be used to refer to somebody in like a neutral, like a gender neutral way, or it could be used to like refer to like a plurality of people, right? Because in that instance, the gender will also be ambiguous, right? So if it's the case that you have multiple people, you use they, them plurally, because it's like, obviously the gender will be ambiguous if you have a plurality of people more often than not. And then, like if an individual person's gender is ambiguous or they're non-binary or whatever, usually you'll use they, them, or at least that's what normal people do. I don't know. Maybe you avoid saying they, them. Maybe you're one. I don't know. There are a few people that genuinely don't say they, them, kind of, in terms of how they speak. But that's like, there are very few people that are actually committed to avoiding using the singular they, them, right? Even though it's grammatically correct still to use it in a singular context. But I don't know, if you're one of those people that points to someone that's too far away to tell the gender of, they look pretty ambiguous, and instead of saying, oh yeah, look at that person over there, I wonder what they're thinking about, you're like, look at that person over there, I wonder what he or she is thinking about. But that's more syllables. That's like 3 times as many syllables for the he or she versus they. I mean, come on, let's be real. We all know what's more efficient here. What's up, I'm a femboy. Hello, OP. Femboys are based. Welcome. Welcome. Is drag a gender? No, that would be like a form of gender expression that sort of bends gender norms a little bit, but that's a little bit different. My pronouns are gatekeep /gaslight /girlboss. Yo, same. Dude, I'm actually, chat. I don't know if I've disclosed this, but I'm gonna come out, alright? Dude, my pronouns are actually U/S/A, and my gender identity is actually non-binary. Dude, I just owned the libtards. I just owned the libtards in the free marketplace of ideas. Can you believe that? It's crazy. Bosh Betrans, I'm sorry, but I guess I'm just not the biggest fan of short-stacked goblin porn, and I don't really want to be a horse either. I don't want to fuck someone as a horse, so I think I'm in the clear. I don't know. Not judging by you furry, I'm not a furry. Yeah, imagine owning libtard. Well, I am a leftist, so maybe I do that at like a small amount, but I don't know. People overstate like how bad liberals are. It's like you'll find there's some communities on the left where it's like, yeah, liberals are basically the same as fascists, and it's like, no, they're not. Like, shut the fuck up. You sound retarded, and you probably are if you think that liberals and fascists are basically the same. Like, if you think there's functionally no difference between Joe Biden and Donald Trump, there's probably something wrong with you. So happy you finally figured it out, Femyoz. Yeah. True. So true. Pretty, why thank you. Why thank you. I try to be. Anyways. Let's see. A transgender woman is a man that turned into a woman. Well, they wouldn't be a man, right? They would have been in like a biological male. And if they medically transition, they're still mostly biologically male, but it does become more ambiguous in terms of like the sex aspect. But yeah, it's important to remember that like the distinction between sex and gender is fundamental to an understanding of what these terms are actually used for and how to maximize the utility we get out of them. Femboy is also an expression. Yes, it is. It is a form of gender expression, which is typically predominant in men or trans women that are closeted or don't realize that they're women yet. So yeah. Are you attracted to guys or girls? I'm technically bisexual, but I lean way more towards women than men. I guess I'm just attracted to femininity. People might bully you, believe me. I am aware. Play a killer game of Scrabble. I'm too tired. Maybe tomorrow. I don't know. Well, we might do that for like an hour or something. Then again, I don't know. People might draw things that are like TOS. I don't know. I feel like we just get like a bunch of shitters like drawing like swastikas, which don't get me wrong would be kind of funny. Like I can't lie, but it's like, I don't know. Like if we're having random people in chat join, it's like, it's people from YouTube Shorts. I feel like there's too many people. I would have to do like a horizontal stream for that to work, or something, where it doesn't show up in YouTube Shorts. Otherwise, it's like if there's too many shitters, it's like. Anyways. Do you get mad at people who ask stupid questions? No, I just ignore them. I just don't care. If I got mad at every time somebody asked a stupid question, I would be raging the entire stream, I swear. The YouTube Shorts algorithm be like that. Sorry you're suffering from gender dysphoria? No problem. I mean, I'm doing the best I can to treat it. And so far, the treatment's going pretty well. Gorlock the Destroyer? No, we watched her yesterday. We watched Gorlock yesterday. I guess we technically watched like a really short video from her today, but favorite book? I don't know, man. The Communist Manifesto. There you go. That'll make the conservatives mad. They'll be like, "See, guys? See? Dude, dude, Marxism and woke ideology are destroying America. The West has fallen. Billions must die." Even though I've never read the Communist Manifesto, to be honest. I should at some point. I'll do it as ASMR. Is Gorlock trans? I hear people saying that, but you know it's the... Oh, we're talking about the other Gorlock. The original Gorlock the Destroyer is trans. But then there's also like the detransitioner lady, like the TERF lady, who's like a different person that I call Gorlock because because she's built like Tipster. She kind of looks like if Tipster and Jeff Bezos had like a retarded child together. It would be that woman. It would be that woman. Not all trans people suffer from gender dysphoria. Oh yeah, that's absolutely true. That's absolutely true. Non-gender dysphoria having trans people are valid, right? Like you could just be a trans person that like identifies with a gender that you're not assigned at birth and not have dysphoria, and you're also valid, right? Hell, I didn't even know that I had dysphoria until after I started transitioning and was able to make a comparison, right? Because I had had dysphoria for so long that I didn't think of it as dysphoria. I just thought it was like the norm and downplayed it because it wasn't as severe as what other people described. But like in retrospect, it's like, yeah, that like being on hormones, it makes me feel so much better. And now that I look back, it's like, yeah, it was really obvious that I was trans. I feel like one of the reasons I go to dysphoria a lot as like something I talk about isn't because it was like how I figured out I was trans myself. It's just like a way of articulating a comparison, right? But a lot of trans people don't even have that reference point, even if they have dysphoria, right? So, I don't know, maybe I should avoid constantly talking about it through the lens of like dysphoria, because I don't want people to get the wrong idea. I'm not a trans medicalist. I felt so happy when I transitioned. Yeah, me too. Well, that's the thing is a lot of it is like a comparison, right? So it's like once you transition, you feel really happy by comparison, and then you look back at how miserable you were before, and then it's like, oh, yeah, that was dysphoria for a lot of people, right? But it's not going to be obvious until you see it in retrospect. Or you might view it a different way. You might just not have dysphoria. You might just be happier if you transition, in which case that's also valid. It still maximizes utility. I need to pee. It's like midnight, so maybe I just leave and disappear for the rest of the night or something. Could you imagine if I just disappeared and just the stream ended while I was in the bathroom? I just abandoned you, chat? That'd be crazy. And then it's just like you can't even tell because it's just the chair and nothing is moving, so you don't know. I'm trying to make you paranoid, chat. I'm trying to Uno reverse abandonment issues onto you. Just kidding. Only joking, of course. Anyways, BRB. Or maybe I won't. Okay. Oh, wow. Concurrence went down. Oopsie. I also gotta take my hormones. That's the other thing I have to do. Otherwise, I will be very sad. Alright, sorry, I just have to take my, my antibiotics and femtonol. Sadly, we ran out of titty Skittles and it won't refill. Hey, yes, hello, Ash. Hello. Can you meow for me? Meow. Hope that was satisfactory. Let's see here. Why you leave the room? Because I don't know. It's not like I ever have to like piss or anything. Because women don't pee, obviously. Yes, let's go. But yeah, I'm back now. HRT is magic. True, it is magic. If you want to help fund my HRT addiction, make sure to use the Streamlabs link in the pinned message. Streamlabs.com/Femyoz. It helps me, spend more time doing this, right? That's like, it'll, especially for the summer, because that'll be less time I have to spend doing a summer job if I'm making money from this. And, yeah. Are you out of Femyoz estradiol? No, thankfully I'm not out of estradiol. That would be bad. No, I'm out of progesterone. It's so annoying, because, like, we upped the dosage to 2 milligrams, but for whatever reason, it won't. It just never got sent to Walgreens or some shit. And then I tried requesting a refill with a message saying, yeah, I never got any, and nothing happened. So, black market prog is an option. I don't know. I don't know, man. Yeah, RIP prog. It's really annoying. But yeah, I was looking forward to taking additional prog, and now I have no prog. It's really sad. Have you seen Chappelle's Netflix special? No. Can you shake it? Shake what? My my TI-84 CE plus calculator? Let me see. Yeah, I can shake it. I'm like shaking it around. Yeah. I'm pretty good at it, I think. Smash like, subscribe, donate. Anyways, what am I even saying? What time is it? It is currently 12:08 a.m. So, we're gonna be ending soon. ASMR tapping. I'm not in an ASMR type of mood today. But, maybe we'll get there. Maybe we'll get there. I don't know. Is this all you do every day? I want to get to a point where it is, but no, at least not yet. Please remember to check Discord. Oh, right. Fuck. I forgot to do that. I'll do that after stream, hopefully this time for real, for real. Let's see. Oh, wow, somebody noticed Bald Martin in one of my videos. Sorry, I was looking at the notifications. Fuck, what was I doing? I genuinely don't remember. You know what? Who cares what I was doing? It doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter. Boop, boop, boop. How many subs are we at currently? We are currently at 23,461. Not bad, not bad. Plus 11.6k in the last 28 days. That's crazy. Oh my god. Bro, that sounds like the biggest non-reaction ever, though. Like, damn, that is crazy. It's like it's like how Keffels reacted to, being swatted or whatever. Like, she was like, I have been swatted and doxxed and maligned by Kiwi Farms. I am terrified for my life. But that's neither here nor there. I'm not Keffels, so I don't know. I'm really tired though, so what can I say? But yeah, no, I think Keffels was more than just tired. I think she was on something. She was on something, and it was more than just prescribed medication. I mean, we already know that. We already know that. You owe 1 spinny? Wait, no, I don't. I already did all the spinnies. What do you mean? What do you mean? I don't owe any more spinnies. I can do spinnies if I want to, though. But I did all the spinnies. But yeah, 1 spinny equals... 1 spinny equals $5. Can you meow exactly 23,461 times? If I got paid enough money, I might consider it. I would if I got paid money, alright? There we go. That would be the compromise. Oh my god, I'm getting tired. Smash like, everybody. Smash like. Smash like. Smash like. Smash like. Femyoz, I am EP. But yeah. I don't know how, I keep yawning. I'm tired, sweetie. Aw, it's okay. You can go to sleep. Brush your hair. Okay. There you go. Hair brushed. Checkmate. Conservatard. Yeah, let's go. Common Joe Biden W. As an anarcho-Bidenist, I approve of this message. Femyoz, I am EP. OMG, I love that brush. Hell yeah. I think I got it for like a... Was it a birthday or Christmas gift? I don't remember. I will pay 0 rubles. Skill issue. Ha. Imagine being broke. You can't even donate to a famous YouTuber like me. Streaming in front of 107 of my 101 just went down. Awesome. Of my closest friends and family. Yeah, we are all Femyoz. We are all Femyoz. Dust something for God's sake. Oh, because I'm wearing the maid outfit, right? Why can I smell it through the phone? You might have like schizophrenia, or maybe like your phone speakers broke and exploded or something, and now it smells bad. But I think you're just imagining stuff. Is that a choker? You better believe it is. But yeah, I hope you like it, chat. I hope you like the outfit. Or you're having a stroke? Yeah, this is what people having a stroke looks like. It looks like calmly sitting in front of a camera and talking to chat. That's exactly what a stroke looks like, actually. How did you know? Give a 360, I'm tired. I'll only do it for $5. Look, I have to pay while fit checks simply because if I don't, it'll happen too frequently. So plus I have to incentivize donations. Keep that in mind. I love the choker too. Also, thank you for Big Eyes for the $3. You beautiful fucking bastard. You were gonna make me act up. Hey, if you need to act up, you need to act up. Happens to the best of us. I don't blame you for that. It's okay. We all act up sometimes. But you'd probably love it. Love what? I love the choker too. Hell yeah, let's go. W based choker enjoyers. Let's go. Can we get a fit check? You know what? Because I got a $3 dono, and I think there were like probably at least 2 other $1 donos from earlier. I'll count it. Just because I'm feeling nice. Just because I'm feeling nice. You know what I mean? I hope you better know what I mean. You better know what I mean. Anyways, let me make the skirt go spinny. Just this one time. Because I will say, making the skirt go spinny, pretty fun. The way there's like a flow to it, you know what I mean? You don't always get with other skirts. Like the way it like expands outward without exposing anything, you know what I mean? W spinny, hell yeah. It's like this thing was made to go spinny or something. There you go, show more skin. That's a good idea. Yes, love the outfit, hell yeah. Yeah, exactly. We don't choose to be transgender. Looking good as usual. Aw, thank you. Maybe I should show more skin. I don't know. And I'm getting tired, so... I love your energy, Pookie. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. And, Sorry, I just had to drink some more water. Stay up and skibbity. Is that so? I mean, I can't stream for too much longer. I can't stay up too much more. But, hold on. Let me, oh god. Sorry, I just have to be careful. Because if the skirt, for instance, folds upwards, right? Then I would accidentally expose something. And that wouldn't be good. You don't want to expose anything. Because that would be the opposite of good. That would be bad. And, I don't like things that are bad. I like things that are good, and I dislike things that are bad. Alright, let me turn this up. Okay. Uh-oh. Wait. Fuck, wait, why is there background noise? Properties? Oh, fuck. God damn it. Oh, I think I know why. Did I fix it? I think I did. Sorry. I had to fix the mic. Okay, there we go. Sorry, there were issues with the mic. The cord was a little bit loose, but I think it's fixed now. Do you own a blowhigh plushie? I do not, sadly. There's something on your head? Yeah, astute observation. I never would have guessed that. Thank you for pointing it out. It's not like I put it there or anything. There's issues with your brain? I'm sure there are. I'm sure there are. Anyways, make sure to donate or something. Yeah. Any and all donations are very much appreciated. And fucking based. Let's go. Hold on, I'm just moving some stuff. Making it a little bit easier for myself. Let's see here. Do you have any other skirts or dresses? Yes, yes. You can see them over time. Every live stream I do, I wear something different. Well, I guess not every... Well, I mean, I obviously, like, might wear something after I... Whatever, put it in the washer that I wore, like, a week or two ago. But, like, you get the point. Obviously, I don't have infinite outfits. How can I get mod, please? No, at least not yet. Have you seen Colin? No. I don't know who Colin is. I'm sorry. My deepest condolences / apologies. Put on leggings. And why would I do that? What if I don't do that? What if during the EP sleepy hours I just sit like this? Because it's pretty comfy. The audio quality is slightly worse because I'm further from the mic, so I have to turn it up. But at the same time, like, you know, it's comfy, it's cozy. I like it. Let me angle this a little bit better, I hope. Hopefully that makes it a little bit better. I think it does, I think it does. Oh man, I almost exposed something there. That would have been bad. Repent? Why would I repent? Perfect, let's go. I'm glad to hear that. You bisexual? I'm pretty bisexual, yeah. I do prefer women, so... I guess I'm, like, somewhere between bisexual and lesbian. But, yeah. I'd say I'm bi. Cute? Aw, thank you, thank you. Can I get a shout-out? No, I don't really do shout-outs, unless you donate. If you want a shout-out, donate money. Right. Femyoz is a feminosexual, hell yeah. I, love this outfit, keeping you, aw, thank you. Thank you. And, but yeah, I read any and all donations. Hey, love the outfit, keep on being you, thank you, thank you. Just give her all your money, yes please. Obviously don't give me all your money, unless you want to. But, obviously be reasonable. Are you a bottom? No. I would never be a bottom. What do you mean? Just because I want to get pinned against a wall and have the yeah, no, that wouldn't make me a bottom. What do you mean? First time seeing a femboy on YouTube? Ooh, you're a little bit late to the party. I stopped using that label a little bit ago because I actually came out as trans, but I was a femboy for